Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. Let's get started. A person's mind and will can be totally overtaken by addiction, leading them to engage in some of the most unsettling and terrifying behaviors. Whether the addiction is to gambling, alcohol, illegal drugs, or even another person, its hold can be just as harmful. Most of the time, the matter is just disregarded, but occasionally people realize they've become captives or hostages to their compulsions. Because the affected individual frequently thinks they can stop whenever they choose, it gets worse over time. Although the terrible tale of Donna and Gulem Monda is regrettably not unique, it rocked the sleepy, lovely hamlet of Hermitage, Pennsylvania in 2005. This vibrant and prosperous couple were practically considered hometown superstars by the people. He had his own clinic and was a well-known and respected doctor. Nearly 25 years younger than him, she was a breathtaking beauty. Their existence appeared picture-perfect to everyone around them. A lovely, flourishing romance. However, that illusion was destroyed by a single gunshot on a warm May day, revealing a far darker reality rife with treachery, dependence, and crushing greed. One of India's biggest cities, Hyderabad, has slums where Gulamunda was born and reared. He was exposed to the harsh realities of hunger and poverty at a young age. But it's possible that those trying times helped him develop his strong character and gave him a clear objective: to get out of poverty and start a better life. He put forth a lot of effort, concentrated on being the greatest, and ultimately decided to pursue a career in medicine. Gulam was accepted to a medical university after high school and immediately became the best student in his class. Soon, luck was on his side once more. One of the most prominent clinics in the United States offered him an internship abroad. He was employed in the urology department and soon established himself as a young, brilliant specialist. Gulam chose to remain in the United States after receiving a lucrative job offer after his internship. He also started the citizenship application procedure. He had made his home in Pennsylvania by the middle of the 1970s in the sleepy small town of Hermitage, which had a population of just over 16,000. Soon after, he established his own urology clinic there. His career took off rapidly. Gulam was a top-tier professional, incorporating cutting-edge technology and the latest equipment into his practice. His clinic became one of the best in the state. He took on the most challenging and seemingly hopeless cases, and patients came to him from even outside the country. Dr. Munda was admired not just for his expertise, but also for his generosity. He often treated people without charging a dime, and would even purchase expensive medications out of his own pocket for those who couldn't afford them. His empathy stemmed from personal experience. He never forgot his own hungry and difficult childhood, and it fueled his desire to help others with a successful practice. Gulam earned a substantial income. He bought a luxurious home in an upscale neighborhood and enjoyed a life of comfort. He believed in living fully, spending on things that brought him joy: delicious food, travel, luxury watches, rare collectibles, high-end cars, and time with beautiful companions. Well into his 40s, he remained a lifelong bachelor. Until one day, everything changed when he happened to see a young woman named Donna walking down the street. He fell for her instantly. Donna was 24 years younger than Gulam. She had grown up in a devout Catholic family and had just graduated from high school when she met the doctor. At first, she was cautious about the attention from an older man and kept her distance, but she did accept his lavish gifts and allowed him to pursue her. Donna's family struggled financially and couldn't afford to send her to a prestigious college. When Gulam learned this, he offered to cover her tuition, especially since Donna had aspirations of working in healthcare. He helped her become a registered nurse and later paid for her to complete a master's degree in anesthesiology. Their romantic relationship didn't begin until several years after they met, surprisingly despite their religious values. Donna's parents didn't object. They were fond of the kind and generous doctor who had supported their daughter's education and well-being. Donna went on to become a top-level nurse anesthetist and found a position at a major medical center. Gulam continued to support her ambitions, helping her advance professionally. The couple lived in his luxurious home. He gifted her an expensive car, showered her with jewelry, and took her to high-end vacation spots. Gulam proposed to Donna when she turned 30. By then, he was 54. She said yes, and the couple held a lavish wedding ceremony, attended by more than 150 guests, including family, friends, and many of Ghulam's professional colleagues and business partners. It seemed like they were set for a long and happy life together, and at first everything did go smoothly. Donna and Ghulam became local celebrities in their town and were likely the wealthiest residents around. They had everything money could buy, traveled often, and the doctor spared no expense when it came to his much younger wife. The couple regularly attended charity galas and were always seen together at public events. Donna decided to focus on her career and didn't rush into starting a family. Ghulam respected her decision and never pressured her. People saw Donna as upbeat, friendly, and full of life. At least that was the image she projected. Until tragedy began to unravel her world. At the age of 37, Donna lost her father after his long battle with a serious illness. It was a crushing blow. She had always been close to him, often called it a daddy's girl, and saw him as her greatest source of strength. After his passing, Donna fell into a deep emotional spiral. She withdrew from everyone and even spoke about not wanting to go on. Ghulam tried to support his wife in every way he could. He fulfilled her every wish, even taking her to Hawaii for a change of scenery. But nothing seemed to help except for antidepressants, which she began taking in increasingly high doses. Donna buried herself in work, searching for comfort in her routine, but it brought no real relief. A few years later, Donna was diagnosed with a kidney condition that caused severe back pain. Although her husband was a renowned urologist, even he couldn't fully alleviate her suffering. The treatments only provided temporary relief, and the symptoms kept returning stronger each time. In desperation, Donna became reliant on strong pain medication, so much that she began secretly taking doses from her workplace. Since she was responsible for managing and administering medications, it was easy for her to skim small amounts unnoticed. She would discreetly use portions intended for patients, just enough from each dose to go undetected. Combined with her antidepressants, the prescription painkillers numbed both her physical and emotional pain. Donna felt like the world had turned its back on her and she was left alone to face her struggles. She began to drift away from Ghulam, despite his continued care and concern for her well-being. Eventually, things spiraled out of control. Donna's dependence on the medications grew so intense that she could no longer function without them. She began increasing her dosages and stealing more frequently. It was only a matter of time before her actions drew attention. She was caught red-handed, and there was no denying what had happened. Her dismissal from the clinic was scandalous, and criminal charges were filed against her on multiple counts. Ghulam immediately stepped in to protect his wife, doing everything possible to contain the situation and preserve her reputation. Thanks to his efforts, none of their friends or family ever found out about Donna's dependency. Instead of facing jail time, she paid a large fine and agreed to undergo rehabilitation at a specialized facility. Ghulam personally selected the center and arranged for Donna's stay, telling relatives, neighbors, and friends that she had gone on a vacation. No one questioned him. He was calm, persuasive, and remained as cheerful and sociable as ever. While at the rehab center, Donna, now well into her 40s, met a much younger man named Damien Bradford. Damien was 23 and had a record of multiple offenses related to the distribution of banned substances. He landed in rehab after a severe overdose that nearly cost him his life. Despite their age difference, Donna and Damien quickly formed a close bond and became nearly inseparable. They shared many of the same struggles, and although their connection seemed unusual, it quickly turned intense. What began as simple conversations evolved into a passionate affair. Donna's husband was approaching 70, and due to his age and existing health issues, their physical relationship had all but faded. Meanwhile, Damien was young, energetic, physically fit, and undeniably attractive. He spent a lot of time at the gym, but to maintain his physique, he frequently relied on steroids and various supplements. It's hard to pinpoint what exactly drew Damien to a woman 2 decades older than him, but for Donna, he became a breath of fresh air, someone who reawakened feelings she thought she'd lost. She surrendered herself completely to this connection, quickly becoming emotionally consumed. Despite strict rules at the rehabilitation center against romantic involvement between patients, the two began meeting in secret. They sought privacy wherever they could, in storage rooms, restrooms, and other out-of-sight areas. The danger of being caught only intensified their bond. Donna became so wrapped up in the affair that she couldn't imagine life without him. Their relationship didn't end when they left the rehab facility. Damien was a passionate partner who showered Donna with attention, called her affectionate nicknames, and seemed to genuinely enjoy making her feel special. It's entirely possible that he developed real feelings for this elegant, confident woman who had clearly taken care of herself by this time. Donna was no longer working, but she had full access to all of her husband's bank accounts and could spend freely. Ghulam never questioned her about expenses or how much money she was using. Taking advantage of this, Donna began pampering Damien with expensive gifts, designer clothes, accessories, and even covering all his living expenses. She rented him a cozy apartment where they could meet in private. Essentially, Damien became financially dependent on his affluent lover, but neither of them seemed to mind. Prior to moving in alone, Damien had shared a modest apartment on the outskirts of town with a woman named Charlene McFraser. As it turned out, they weren't just roommates, they were romantically involved, and Charlene considered herself Damien's fiancée. When she discovered he had left her for an older woman, it stung deeply. Her pride wounded, Charlene began tracking the couple. She soon found out where Damien had moved and who he was seeing. She learned Donna's full name and the fact that Donna was married to a wealthy and well-connected man. Feeling betrayed and furious, Charlene decided to expose the affair. She went straight to Ghulam's clinic and told him everything, that his wife had been seeing a much younger man behind his back. Ghulam had long suspected something was wrong. He noticed the changes in Donna's behavior, but had chosen not to confront her. He understood she was much younger, that she had emotional and physical needs he could no longer meet, and he had long since come to terms with their passion fading over time. So instead of anger, he approached the situation calmly and asked Donna if they needed to part ways. Donna was stunned when she found out that Ghulam knew about her affair, but she reassured him it was nothing more than a fleeting distraction, something that happened during a difficult time. She admitted to meeting the young man during rehab when she was at her lowest and needed support, and he seemed to understand what she had gone through better than anyone. She told Ghulam that despite everything, he was still the one she loved and promised to cut ties with the younger man because he didn't truly matter to her. Ghulam, moved by her words, chose to believe her. He forgave her and decided they could move on together, as if nothing had happened. In reality, Damien had become Donna's new and overwhelming dependency, one she simply couldn't shake. She felt irresistibly drawn to him. Around Damien, she once again felt young, desired, and genuinely cared for. Her thoughts began to revolve around one goal, removing the one obstacle that stood in the way of her happiness: her husband. The affair continued at the apartment she had rented for Damien, though now they were much more cautious. Ghulam believed the fling was over, and Donna intended to keep it that way. When they couldn't meet in person, the two were constantly in touch, calling up to 20 times a day and exchanging hundreds of messages. Donna had no intention of letting go of her boyfriend. There were also selfish motives at play. A divorce would mean losing the financial security Donna enjoyed. Prior to getting married, she and Ghulam had signed a prenuptial agreement that limited her share to $250,000, 0 cents if they separated. However, once Ghulam discovered she had been unfaithful, he tried to handle things quietly and even offered to raise the settlement to a full $1 million, 0 cents, to avoid public scandal. Donna rejected the offer, convincing her husband that she still loved him and wanted to save their marriage. But in truth, the doctor's net worth had grown to nearly $12 million, 0 cents, and the proposed amount wasn't enough for her. Driven by greed, Donna wanted everything: immediate access to wealth so she and Damien could live freely and indulge in whatever they pleased. Every time they met, Donna painted Ghulam as a controlling tyrant, someone who emotionally suffocated her and treated her like property. She wanted Damien to view her husband as the enemy, someone who deserved payback for the emotional pain he allegedly caused her. Manipulative storytelling worked perfectly. A dark plan began to take shape in Donna's troubled mind, one she intended to carry out with the help of her young lover. She figured that, since Ghulam was much older and battling several chronic health conditions, his time was limited anyway. So why not just accelerate the inevitable? To Donna, it seemed like the perfect solution. No one would interfere in her new life, and she would legally inherit all of Ghulam's assets, properties, and wealth as his surviving spouse. She laid out her plan to Damien, promising him half of Ghulam's fortune if he helped her take care of the problem. Damien didn't hesitate. The promise of a massive payout was more than enough to cloud his judgment. Together, they began planning the crime. People around Ghulam knew he always carried a significant amount of cash in his wallet. He often joked that if anyone ever tried to rob him, they'd leave happy. Donna and Damien decided to use this to their advantage and stage the event as a failed mugging that turned into a tragic incident. The plan took nearly 2 months to develop. Donna and her partner in crime worked meticulously, trying to think through every detail to avoid mistakes. During this time, Donna played the role of the devoted wife flawlessly. She stayed close to her husband, accompanied him everywhere, and ensured no one suspected any trouble in their marriage. Friends and neighbors genuinely believed they were a happy couple. Even Ghulam believed it. Their first attempt to carry out the plan failed. Bradford was supposed to ambush Ghulam as he walked from the hospital to his car in the parking lot, but there were too many people around, and Damien backed off, fearing the presence of too many witnesses. It took them another month to come up with a new plan. This time, they decided to strike on a deserted road where no one would be around to interfere. The idea was simple. Damien would follow their car at a safe distance, and Donna would pull over at a prearranged spot under the pretense of a medical emergency. The planned date was Friday, May 13, 2005. On that day, Dr. Munda had scheduled a trip to a neighboring state to check out a house he intended to buy as a wedding gift for his nephew. Donna volunteered to come along, but her 72-year-old mother, who was visiting them at the time, insisted on joining the trip as well. Donna tried to discourage her, but Ghulam saw no problem with it and agreed to bring his mother-in-law. Damien, dressed in all black, including ski goggles to hide his face, got into his car and waited for a message from Donna that would signal their vehicle had left the house. Once he received it, he followed the agreed route, keeping a safe distance behind. After a stop to refuel, Donna took the wheel, wanting to maintain control over the timing. As they drove along a desolate highway, she faked a sudden illness and pulled over, claiming she needed to take her medication. Just then, a black Volkswagen pulled up behind them. A man in ski goggles jumped out, ran to the passenger side where Ghulam was seated, pointed a firearm at his head, and demanded his wallet. The older doctor didn't resist. He handed over his wallet without argument, but as soon as the attacker got the money, Then he bolted back to his vehicle and sped off into the distance. The bullet struck Ghulam in the head. He died instantly. Donna called emergency services, screaming and crying, begging them to save her husband. She portrayed the image of a devastated widow so convincingly that no one initially suspected she could have played any role in what had happened, but inconsistencies in the accounts emerged quickly from the very first interview. It was clear something was off. Donna claimed she didn't see the attacker or his car. It had all happened so fast and she was in shock. Her mother, however, had a completely different version. She said she clearly saw the assailant and the vehicle. According to the elderly woman, the person who shot her son-in-law was a young black man driving a black Volkswagen. Donna was visibly shaken by this and even argued with her mother, trying to convince her she must have been mistaken. But the woman stood firm and began offering more and more specific details. Donna claimed that they had pulled over because Ghulam asked her to, but her mother told a different story. She said it was her daughter who pulled the car over, pretending to feel unwell. Investigators also questioned why the assailant only harmed one person while leaving 2 potential witnesses unharmed. 2 days after the incident, Dr. Munda's widow held a press conference with tears in her eyes. She responded to reporters' questions and made an emotional appeal to the public, asking anyone who might have information about the case to come forward and assist with the investigation. Soon after the press conference, police received a phone call from a woman who claimed that the real mastermind behind the incident was none other than Donna herself, and that she had been assisted by her lover, Damien Bradford. The caller also provided the make and license plate number of Damien's vehicle and even his home address. That caller turned out to be Charlene McFraser, the same woman who considered herself Damien's fiancée. She had been following the couple closely and shared everything she knew. That same day, police arrested Damien and searched his apartment. While he had managed to dispose of the weapon for reasons unknown, he had kept the victim's wallet and brought it home. Inside were around $3,000, 0 cents in cash, several bank cards in Dr. Gulamunda's name, and a photo of Donna. Authorities also found clothing with small bloodstains matching the doctor's. Damien was booked and taken into custody. He was under the illusion that his wealthy lover would take care of everything and somehow get him released, but Donna, fearing for her own freedom, chose to remain silent, hoping all the blame would fall on Damien, especially since the physical evidence was stacked against him. When prosecutors informed Damien that he could face the death penalty, he agreed to cooperate in exchange for a reduced sentence. He revealed the entire plot, providing text messages and documentation, including proof that Donna had bought him the car he was driving. Damien pled guilty to the crime and testified in court, sharing all the details of the scheme. In light of his cooperation, he was sentenced to 17.5 years in prison. Donna, on the other hand, was found guilty as the primary orchestrator of the crime. She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. She has never admitted to any wrongdoing. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On July 29, 2016, Gabriella and her younger sister Sonilda started their day as usual. They had intended to do some schoolwork that evening at a local internet cafe. Their lifestyles had become accustomed to living without internet access at home. They kept in touch and completed their homework by going to the neighborhood coffee. The sisters left the house without voicing any concerns at around 6 o'clock, but Gabriella abruptly changed her plans a few blocks away. She informed Sonilda that she would not accompany her. She was going to see her boyfriend after all. Although a little taken aback, Sonilda chose not to bring up the subject. Gabriella's independent departure was not the first time. After assuring her that she would return shortly, Gabriella turned to go. The sisters didn't see each other again after that. Sonilda came by herself to the cafe. When she got home later that night, she saw Gabriella was still gone. Nobody gave it much thought at first. Particularly in the summer, teens have a tendency to remain out late, but as night fell, worries started to surface. Liliana, their mother, attempted to phone Gabriella but got no response. WhatsApp messages first appeared as unread before abruptly changing to seen, but no responses were ever received. They were obviously being read, but no one was answering. Panic truly set in when someone showed up at their doorstep, a young man the family believed to be Gabriella's boyfriend. He asked if they knew where she was. His question stunned everyone. They thought she was with him. His confusion didn't seem staged. He genuinely appeared to have no idea where she could be. That moment changed everything. Up until then, everyone assumed Gabriella had simply stayed out longer than usual, but if her boyfriend hadn't seen her that night, maybe she never made it to him at all. That was when the family realized something was wrong. Sonilda recalled seeing Gabriella turn a corner toward an area where a relative had once stayed at a boarding house. It hadn't seemed important at the time. By the next morning, it was clear Gabriella had vanished. Her phone was still on, but all calls went unanswered. The atmosphere at home turned tense. Her loved ones began calling everyone they could think of, relatives, friends, even her father, but no one had any idea where she could be. It was as if she had disappeared without a trace. The family decided to take formal action. Liliana contacted local authorities and a missing person case was officially opened. Flyers began appearing on the streets. Friends, neighbors, and strangers joined the search, but no one had seen Gabriella after she turned that corner, leaving her sister behind. Gabriela Villarroel was born in 1998 in Argentina to parents of Bolivian descent. Her mother and father separated when she was only 6. After the split, Gabriella stayed with her mother, Liliana Cham, and eventually began referring to another man, Cesar Garcia, as her father. He became her stepfather. Sunilda and other relatives on Liliana's side also lived in the same household. Life at home wasn't easy. The family did their best to maintain stability and meet basic needs, but the atmosphere inside was often tense. Disagreements were frequent. Gabriella had particularly strained interactions with her grandmother, and their arguments went far beyond typical household disputes. The emotional distance and lack of understanding from adults made her feel constantly under pressure. As a teenager, Gabriella dealt with the usual challenges of growing up, but in a home with no personal space or privacy, those feelings intensified. There wasn't a proper environment for rest or studying. Her dream was to move in with her biological father, who lived separately with another family. But that wish never came true. He didn't maintain consistent communication, and he was dealing with personal issues of his own. At some point, the tension at home became unbearable. Gabriella made a decision. She and her younger sister Sunilda would leave. They found temporary shelter at the home of their aunt on their father's side, a woman named Marisol. It wasn't a carefully planned escape and had no long-term goals, but it served as a signal something wasn't right, and the sisters stayed with their aunt for about a week. Life there was calmer and the adult supervision wasn't as intense. But this short break didn't lead to lasting changes. After returning to their mother's house, Gabriella found herself back in the same atmosphere of pressure and stress she had tried to escape. Despite her quiet nature, Gabriella showed signs of independence. She dressed simply, didn't seek attention, and didn't hang out in loud or rowdy crowds. But that didn't mean she lacked ambition. She often thought about the future, one in which she could live life on her own terms, but limited resources made those dreams difficult to pursue. There was no computer at home, no reliable internet. Even basic tasks like doing schoolwork meant walking to the nearest internet cafe, which, as previously noted, involved extra planning and often led to stress at home. In addition to the daily challenges, Gabriella struggled with a deep sense of emotional distance. Her words were often overlooked, and her needs rarely prioritized. Even among her own relatives, she felt more like an outsider than a true part of the family. She didn't have an open conflict with her mother, Liliana, but Liliana was constantly overwhelmed with responsibilities and often failed to notice the signs of what her daughter was going through. Gabriella's relationship with her stepfather was also distant. He did what was expected of him, but there was never a real bond between them. All of this built up over the years, creating in Gabriella a persistent feeling of isolation. She didn't feel secure at home, but she also didn't see any realistic path to support or change elsewhere. Life felt like a closed loop where any progress had to come solely from her own efforts. The household lacked the resources, emotional warmth, and space that might have supported her growth. As a result, her desire for independence wasn't just about growing up, it became a necessity. Over time, this mindset shaped her actions and decisions. It was against this emotionally vulnerable but outwardly composed background that a chain of events began. Events that would later lead to devastating consequences. Nestor Quintana was born in 1986. He was married to Elizabeth Cham, Gabriella's maternal aunt. Technically, this made him part of the family. Gabriella interacted with him regularly in their shared household. Up until a certain point, no one in the family had expressed concerns about his behavior. He was seen as calm, reliable, and employed in a respectable job. He worked for the Argentine Prefecture, a federal security agency. He didn't raise any red flags. He stayed out of arguments, helped with household chores, and was present at family gatherings. His presence blended into the background of daily life. He lived in the same home with his wife and her relatives. He shared meals, joined in family events, and contributed to the household routine. To those around him, he seemed like a steady, low-profile adult who played his role in family matters without overstepping boundaries. But over time, small, isolated incidents began to surface. Little moments that didn't immediately set off alarms. A strange comment here, an odd situation there, nothing concrete, but taken together, these details started to change how people perceived him. After he and Elizabeth separated, Nestor moved out of the family home. He relocated to a low-cost boarding house not far from the neighborhood where the family still lived. At the time, his relatives assumed it was just the natural next step following the end of a marriage. But this move marked a turning point. It was the beginning of a new phase, one in which his behavior gradually shifted from neutral to unsettling, even if no one could yet put that discomfort into words. Although Nestor no longer lived under the same roof as the family, he continued interacting with them, especially with Gabriela. Over time, witnesses began to notice he was spending more and more time alone with her. These encounters happened outside the home in neutral locations. Neighbors who observed some of these moments weren't sure what to make of them. One man recalled seeing them on a bus together. Gabriela was sitting on Nestor's lap, and he was gently stroking her hair. The man found it unsettling, but didn't say anything to the family. He later admitted he hesitated out of fear. He didn't want to cause a scene or damage relationships within the family, so he chose to remain silent. Other residents of the neighborhood reported similar observations. Several people had seen Gabriela near the boarding house where Nestor was living. Sometimes she entered the building and stayed for an hour or two before quietly leaving. No one raised concerns at the time, since Nestor had previously been married to Gabriela's aunt. Their interactions didn't initially seem suspicious. Gabriela never mentioned visiting him, and there was no visible reason to suspect anything inappropriate. There was no formal connection between them. Nestor wasn't her guardian and had no legal authority to be involved in her life. Still, he wasn't fully removed from the family circle, and his actions were seen as personal choices rather than something that needed oversight. Gabriela's family didn't closely monitor her whereabouts, assuming she was spending time with friends or handling errands. Later, it would come to light that many of their meetings took place at the boarding house. Nestor had rented a small room and regularly invited Gabriela there. These visits were discreet. She came alone and left quietly. The nature of their relationship gradually moved into territory that could no longer be explained by family closeness. But at the time, none of the adults realized how deep that connection had become. Even after his marriage to Elizabeth ended, Gabriela continued seeking contact with him. She never spoke about what happened during those visits and didn't share details with anyone. Only after she disappeared would the full picture start to emerge, pieces that had previously gone unnoticed by those around her. At first, there was no clear indication that Gabriela had any reason to keep secrets. She didn't seem anxious or combative with her relatives, but in time, it would be revealed that the nature of her involvement with Nestor couldn't have been openly discussed. Their connection reportedly began when Gabriela was just 13. At that point, Nestor was already a grown man, employed in a federal security role and married to her maternal aunt. This made the situation especially concerning. He wasn't just a stranger. He was a trusted adult in her home, connected to her family and perceived as safe by everyone close to her. The first pieces of this story started surfacing once the investigation began. Friends who had never paid much attention to Gabriela's private life began to speak out. Several admitted they had suspected for years that something wasn't right between her and Nestor. Some recalled seeing him near Gabriela's school, repeatedly offering rides or finding reasons to be there. What started as gestures of concern later seemed more like obsessive behavior. His actions didn't match what would typically be expected of a relative. He monitored her social life, tracked who she was talking to, and showed signs of jealousy. Gabriela tried to maintain normal interactions with friends, but Nestor's involvement increasingly restricted her freedom. According to those close to her, he constantly checked up on her, sometimes calling her repeatedly when she didn't respond. Right away, his intense desire to know where she was at all times became a red flag for those who witnessed it. In messages that would later serve as evidence, he accused her of being distant, demanded explanations, and insisted she account for her time if she wasn't with him. These weren't isolated incidents. They formed a pattern of controlling and obsessive behavior. Classmates recalled situations where Gabriela would skip events unless she had his approval. On the surface, it looked like she was just dealing with strict family rules or complicated home life. No one imagined the real reason was pressure from an adult man who had created an environment of constant control around her. One of her close friends later remembered that Gabriela had once quietly admitted she hadn't felt free in a long time, but asked her not to tell anyone. At the time, it sounded like a typical teenage complaint. Only later would those words take on a much deeper meaning. From the voice messages Nestor sent Gabriela, investigators came to a chilling realization. He viewed her as someone he had a claim over. His tone in those recordings swung from pleading to demanding. He accused her of being unfaithful, suspected her of lying, and demanded constant proof of loyalty. When Gabriella started socializing with someone her own age, Nestor's behavior became increasingly hostile. He made it clear he couldn't stand the idea of her being close to anyone else, even her peers. According to the investigation, tensions between them intensified during this period. Gabriella began distancing herself, while Nestor tried even harder to reassert control. Conversations with her friends revealed that her emotional state had started to decline. She became more anxious, withdrawn, and avoided discussing her future. Her efforts to break away from Nestor were met with heightened manipulation. He used psychological pressure, emotional blackmail, threats, and guilt. Relatives living nearby had no idea this was happening. On the surface, Nestor appeared calm and composed. He never acted out in front of others. He maintained two separate images: respectable uncle in front of the family and obsessive controller in private. This double life allowed him to keep everything hidden for years. When investigators started examining his actions more closely, the pattern became undeniable. He hadn't just crossed personal boundaries. He had deliberately built a relationship of dependence using his age, authority, and the trust placed in him by the family. Gabriella's friends would later admit they sensed something was wrong, but never realized the full extent of the situation. Her silence was rooted in fear, shame, and the belief that no one would believe her if she spoke up. That quiet fear gave Nestor the power to maintain control. For years, Gabriella, growing up in a home where she didn't feel fully supported, became a vulnerable target. He entered her life as a relative and turned into an overpowering figure. She couldn't escape. This dynamic laid the foundation for the tragedy that was slowly unfolding. When Gabriella went missing, law enforcement began the initial round of questioning. Her sister, her mother, the young man she had been seeing, and several acquaintances were all interviewed. Officers started canvassing the area, speaking to residents who lived within a few blocks of where Gabriella had last been seen with her sister. Some witnesses reported seeing her later that evening, walking down the street with a man. One recalled the two of them heading in the direction of the boarding house. Based on the time and location, investigators formed a theory. Gabriella may have gone there intentionally. At the same time, tips started coming in from Gabriella's friends, some of whom had previously been too afraid to speak up. The more information they gathered, the clearer it became. Gabriella's disappearance wasn't a random event. It didn't resemble a runaway case or an impulsive decision. She didn't pack any belongings, and she hadn't told anyone she was planning to leave. Once Nestor Quintana came into focus, authorities brought him in for questioning. At first, he appeared confident. He claimed he hadn't been in contact with the family for a long time, that he had no idea what Gabriella's life was like anymore, and that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. He pointed to his divorce from Elizabeth as a reason for staying away from family matters. On the surface, his answers seemed consistent, but investigators quickly began to uncover contradictions. Eyewitness statements from neighbors and residents indicated that Nestor continued to meet with Gabriella. Reports of their regular encounters near the boarding house and testimonies from her friends describing controlling behavior directly contradicted his earlier claims. Investigators intensified their questioning. Nestor was brought in again, and with each interview, his confidence seemed to erode. He started confusing timelines, changing versions of events, and dodging direct questions. Even those who had initially doubted his involvement began to grow suspicious. The turning point came a few days after the investigation gained momentum. Nestor unexpectedly showed up at the police station and requested to speak with an officer. This time, he didn't deny having contact with Gabriella. He said he knew where she was. What followed was a confession that changed everything. According to his statement, on the evening of July 29, he met with Gabriella as he had done before. That night, they got into an argument. Nestor claimed the fight escalated into a physical altercation, during which he lost control and caused Gabriella's death by manual strangulation. He provided the exact location of her body, stating that he had hidden it in his room at the boarding house, wrapped in bedsheets and plastic. He insisted he had acted in a moment of emotional breakdown and hadn't planned the act in advance. Police immediately went to the location he described, inside the room he had rented. Investigators found Gabriella's body. It had been carefully wrapped in multiple layers of fabric and plastic bags and placed in the corner of the room. Forensic specialists were called to the scene. The inspection confirmed that the body had been kept in the room for several days, but showed limited decomposition due to the way it was sealed. Investigators collected all surrounding items for forensic analysis. A preliminary autopsy concluded that the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation by hand. There were no signs of physical assault with intent of an intimate nature, allowing investigators to rule out that as a motive. Still, the core question remained. If it wasn't an act of aggression for that reason, what led to such a violent outburst? Some theorized the act stemmed from prolonged emotional tension, jealousy, and a loss of control by an adult who couldn't accept Gabriella's growing independence. Only further interviews and psychological assessments could confirm whether this theory held true. Gabriella's family was informed of Nestor's confession by the authorities. The shock was overwhelming. Her mother, stepfather, and other relatives couldn't comprehend that someone they had lived with could be capable of such a thing. The man who had once been seen as a caring uncle had now confessed to ending her life. For many, it wasn't just devastating. It shattered their trust in the people closest to them. Cesar Garcia, Gabriella's stepfather, told reporters he couldn't process what had happened. According to him, Nestor had never shown signs of suspicious behavior, and everyone saw him as a normal relative who could be trusted. Gabriella's sister, Senilda, did not comment publicly, remaining in a state of shock. Their mother, overcome with emotion, broke down in tears. For the family, grief over the loss was compounded by the feeling of betrayal. Despite Nestor's confession, the investigation continued. Law enforcement needed to verify the truth of his claims and rule out the possibility that he was hiding additional facts. His explanation of an emotional outburst raised doubts, especially given how deliberately he had hidden the body. Investigators also considered the possibility that Nestor was attempting to downplay his responsibility in hopes of receiving a lighter sentence. All of this became part of the case as it moved toward trial. Following the confession and discovery of Gabriella's body, Nestor Quintana's case moved into the formal criminal investigation phase, and he was officially charged. But at the very first court hearing, the situation took a turn. Nestor suddenly retracted his confession. He claimed he had been pressured by police, that psychological coercion had been used, and that he hadn't been properly informed of his rights. This new statement became the foundation of his defense strategy. Nestor's attorney moved quickly to challenge all evidence obtained from the confession. He argued that the search of the boarding house had been conducted improperly without a valid warrant. The defense also pushed to exclude the text messages, voice recordings, and witness testimonies collected before legal representation was present. Their central claim was that Nestor had been in a psychologically unstable state and incapable of understanding the consequences of what he had said. Prosecutors took a firm stance. The lead attorney emphasized that the confession had been both voluntary and detailed, and that Nestor's precise directions to the location of Gabriella's body were too specific to be coincidental. In addition, evidence had been gathered showing a long-standing controlling dynamic between the accused and Gabriella, including signs of psychological manipulation and jealousy. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence was the presence of Nestor's DNA under Gabriella's fingernails, clear proof that a physical struggle had taken place. The courtroom heard testimony from several witnesses. Gabriella's friends described the emotional toll she had suffered in the months leading up to her disappearance, his obsessive control, his restrictions on her social life, and the emotional pressure he exerted. At one point during the proceedings, a message exchange was read aloud in which Nestor issued threats. The content made a strong impression on the jury. The defense attempted to shift tactics. They portrayed Nestor as an emotionally unstable individual who had acted during a moment of intense stress. Years, they claimed, had passed since the relationship began, and they framed it as mutual, though informal, and stated the act had not been premeditated. These assertions sparked outrage from Gabriella's family. Her stepfather, in particular, expressed his anger publicly after several hearings, stating that efforts to justify the accused were an insult to Gabriella's memory. Throughout the trial, Gabriella's mother, Liliana, kept her emotions in check. She attended every session. The family remained unified in their position. This was not a case of a domestic dispute. It was a betrayal and the loss of a life that had been controlled and suppressed for years. Their legal team framed the case around a betrayal of trust, made worse by Nestor's role as a family member. The prosecution demanded the maximum sentence, life imprisonment, citing the severity of the crime, the familial relationship, the long-term psychological manipulation, and the deliberate attempt to hide the body. After both sides presented their final arguments, the jury was dismissed to deliberate. The atmosphere in the courtroom grew tense. Gabriella's family sat in silence, waiting. When the jury returned, the foreperson delivered the verdict: guilty of first-degree murder with aggravating factors related to the family connection and gender-based violence. The judge did not delay in delivering the sentence. Nestor Quintana was sentenced to life in prison. The court rejected the defense's claims of coercion, citing the level of detail in his confession and the supporting physical evidence. The added element of long-term psychological control only reinforced the severity of the charges. Nestor showed no visible reaction as the verdict was read. His attorneys looked down, silent, on the other side of the courtroom. Gabriella's mother broke down in tears. Her husband wrapped his arms around her. It wasn't a moment of triumph, it was a painful form of closure. Justice had been served, but their daughter was gone. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it's difficult to even conceive what someone is capable of when pursuing their most cherished ambition, when another person's life becomes nothing more than collateral damage. This is because the desire to attain what one wants at whatever cost frequently leads people to surprising betrayals and horrifying deeds. Our narrative today, however, will not be about a typical murder. All of Brazil was shocked by the tragic tale of a young schoolteacher, but nowhere was the small town of São Batista more affected by the horror. Perhaps the most violent, unsettling, and unusual incident in this small community's history was the crime in the sleepy hamlet of São Batista, which is in the municipality of Catalina in the southern Brazilian state of Santa Catarina. Flávia Godinho lá de Mafra was born on April 19, 1996. Her family was big and close-knit, and she was the youngest. Working class and modest, her parents raised their children with love and care, doing their best to support them. Flavia grew up being gregarious, responsive, and kind-hearted. She loved music, excelled academically, and was often surrounded by friends. She knew she wanted to be a teacher even as a youngster, and she had no plans to leave her tiny community. After attending a nearby teacher training college, she strangely started working as an elementary school teacher at the same institution where she had previously studied. Flavia met a young man named Valdeli Mafra when she was 20 years old. They started dating as soon as they felt a love connection. Valdeli proposed to Flavia in the summer of 2019, and she accepted with pleasure. 2 months after getting married that October, the couple was given news that would change their lives. They had an expectation. Their happiness was beyond description. Born in 1994 in the same regional town of São Batista, Rosalba Maria Grimet subsequently went by her married name, Chistel. Public knowledge of her early years and family history is limited. She was viewed as somewhat strange and excessively passionate from an early age. Many did not take her seriously since those around her frequently claimed that she made up achievements, embellished stories, and attempted to make herself look more significant. Playing on people's sympathy, Rosalba sought attention more and more as she grew older. She would fabricate tales of personal struggles and severe illnesses she said she was suffering. She attempted to prevent a partner from leaving her by telling him she had a terminal illness in one particularly concerning incident, and she pleaded with him to stay with her during what she said were her last months. She abruptly said that she had miraculously recovered when the performance lasted too long. Zulmia Chistel is a modest and reserved man that Rosalba married in 2017. He was laid back and appeared to agree with everything she said. He merely agreed when Rosalba pressed for the marriage. On the outskirts of town, in a quiet residential neighborhood, the couple moved into a modest house. Despite her reputation for dishonesty and her overbearing conduct, Rosalba's co-workers had differing impressions of her. She was a librarian at a nearby school. After getting married, Rosalba was unable to conceive for the first 3 years. Experts in medicine even said she might never be able to. She was ecstatic to learn by surprise that she was expecting in the fall of 2019. She was so happy that she told her friends, family, and co-workers about the news right away. Rosalba even shared the news with everyone she knew on social media by publishing a picture of a positive pregnancy test. She'd received an abundance of congrats and well wishes for her and the kid throughout the course of the next few weeks. But something terrible occurred in December of that year. When Rosalba was 3 months along, she miscarried. The loss left her speechless, but she kept it to herself. She instead persisted in acting as though the pregnancy was still going on. Rosalba obviously made the decision to go all in, knowing that her chances of getting pregnant again were slim. But it's difficult to determine what she had in mind at the time. Somewhere in the background, a truly unsettling plan started to take shape, and she began eating more and dressing in loose-fitting clothes to give the impression that she was still pregnant. The school began to hear of another pregnancy, that of a young teacher named Flavia, who was receiving a lot of congratulations, about 2 months after Rosalba lost the pregnancy. It was the first time the two women had gotten close. Even though they hardly spoke to one another, Rosalba suddenly became quite interested in making friends with Flavia Godinho. On social media, she added Flavia and started messaging her every day, proposing to talk or go for walks. They would have a lot in common, Rosalba said, because their alleged due dates were comparable. Knowing that Rosalba was known for being somewhat odd, Flavia was initially apprehensive, but ultimately consented to lunch with her during a work break. In an attempt to elicit compassion, Rosalba, in her usual dramatic style, told several made-up stories, and they swapped phone numbers. Her stories were only true in that she had longed for this pregnancy and had fought for years to become pregnant. The miscarriage was not mentioned by her. Despite seeing each other virtually every day at work, they initially met infrequently. As would subsequently be revealed, however, Rosalba had also used social media to connect with 2 other pregnant women from the same area, who were thought to be in a similar stage of pregnancy to what Rosalba had claimed to be. Additionally, she made an effort to become friends with them by requesting to visit their houses, or even just going out. Rosalba immediately stopped corresponding with the women she met online after learning that both of them were having boys. She had previously decided on the name Alyssa and told everyone she was expecting a daughter. Rosalba became very obsessed with Flavia after she found out she was expecting a girl around the same time. Rosalba found it harder and harder to maintain the appearance of pregnancy over time. She was often looking online for symptoms and experiences that pregnant women usually shared, and she would repeat them to her husband, family, and co-workers as though they were her own. Even after gaining about 30 pounds over the course of several months, she still didn't look like a woman in the latter stages of pregnancy. To make things worse, her spouse insisted on going to doctor's appointments with her. In order to maintain the illusion, Rosalba had to come up with a clever way to show the baby on the ultrasound screen. Zolmia was a straightforward, trustworthy man. It was easy for his wife to keep him in the dark because he genuinely loved her and trusted her. When he called in ill, the doctor was out of town or the clinic was overbooked, so she would explain that appointments had been rescheduled or canceled. At other times, she would say she was lucky enough to get a last-minute visit while he was at work, and each time he believed her. In an attempt to strengthen her tale, Rosalba began writing fictitious notes on her phone that were purportedly from the doctor. These notes included cancellations, appointment confirmations, and recommendations. She frequently made factual and spelling errors and lacked knowledge of medical terminology, but Zolmia never noticed. He didn't ask any questions because he wasn't good at medical things. To keep the lie continuing and avoid suspicion, Rosalba even pretended to be the doctor in a text message to her husband. She stated in one message that the pair should put their physical relationship on hold for a while in order to prevent any potential pregnancy concerns. Convinced that the advice was from a medical expert, he took it to heart. Shopping for baby supplies, including blankets, pacifiers, bottles, diapers, toys, and onesie sets, became Rosalba's obsession. Over time, her attention turned entirely to Flavia, even if she frequently went shopping with her mother, sister, or husband. In July of 2020, Rosalba organized a poignant maternity photo session. She carried small baby booties and a onesie while wearing a flowing maternity gown in the photos. She gave a charming grin for the camera as her husband stood next to her, tenderly hugging and kissing her tummy. Nobody suspected anything because everything appeared so normal. The criminal case files would eventually include those pictures. Flavia and Rosalba had almost become inseparable by the beginning of June 2020. Although they talked, shared ideas, and planned for the future during their daily time together, Rosalba was always the one to start things. By nature compassionate and understanding, Flavia found it impossible to refuse. Rosalba would use her go-to strategy, appealing to pity, to reschedule if she ever attempted to do so by claiming she needed someone to chat to about personal matters. It worked every time. Actually, Rosalba was watching Flavia intently and interrogating her about her symptoms, doctor's appointments, and tests. Then, as though those were her own experiences, she would tell her own husband and family those details. Rosalba replicated Flavia's gait, mannerisms, and dietary preferences. She even mimicked the awkward ways Flavia held her back or moved. Valdelli disliked the new friend his wife had made. His anger stemmed from the fact that they were spending so much time together, which strained their marriage. They even had several arguments about it. However, Flavia's kind and sympathetic disposition prevented her from ignoring or rejecting Rosalba. Rosalba should have given birth by mid-July, according to what she had told people, but she made up another falsehood, claiming that the doctors had miscalculated the due date. Behind the scenes, she was working on something genuinely terrifying, something that would, regrettably, soon become a reality and be taken from a nightmarish horror movie. Rosalba started planning Flavia's celebration in August in anticipation of her impending birth. In addition to inviting people and organizing a unique photo location, she was also choosing decorations. Flavia tried to decline the event in an attempt to be kind, but Rosalba took it personally and broke down in tears as she expressed how hard she was working and how much she wanted to give Flavia a meaningful gift. Flavia eventually consented without anticipating what would happen. August 28, 2020 was the date of the event. The location and exact details will be sent to everyone, as Rosalba was in charge of all the arrangements. She informed each invited attendee via phone the day before the event that it had to be rescheduled because of some last-minute problems. "I'll follow up with a new date and time soon," she replied. Her justification was compelling. No one asked why, and no one contacted Flavia, who couldn't have known. At precisely the scheduled time on August 28th, Rosalba picked up her gullible target and informed her that they were going to the baby shower. Valdelli stayed at home because it was supposed to be a women-only gathering. He had no idea that it would be his final time seeing his very pregnant wife, so he just walked her to Rosalba's car. Flavia was driving and didn't know where they were headed. According to Rosalba, it was meant to be unexpected. She recommended that Flavia wear a blindfold to maintain the surprise a few minutes into the journey. After hesitating, Flavia finally consented, feeling safe. To keep Flavia calm and avoid raising any suspicions, Rosalba spoke, lightly and informally throughout the remainder of the drive. She took them to an abandoned pottery factory and a vacant ceramic warehouse on the outskirts of town. Rosalba helped Flavia out of the automobile while she was still wearing a blindfold and then escorted her into one of the old buildings. Flavia must have been startled by the uncanny odor and the silence. Before she could get the blindfold off, she reached up. Abruptly, her skull was struck by a large, hefty brick. Rosalba attacked repeatedly. Flavia fell to her knees. Finally, in a final display of violence, Rosalba struck her face once again. Flavia was already unconscious when she subsequently was unable to explain why. She only seemed to want to do as much harm as she could to the lady she had once referred to as a friend, without even being sure Flavia was still alive. Rosalba hastened to the second stage of her horrifying and unthinkable scheme. She arrived at the scene with a blanket, a box cutter, and some rags. Her hand was solid as she started to slash into her pal. Rosalba lacked medical training, anatomical knowledge, and an understanding of the actual process of performing a procedure such as a C-section. She just began hacking at Flavia's belly with a utility blade in an attempt to get the baby out. Extremely aggressive, she acted without accuracy and with excessive force. A box cutter is not a tool used in surgery. It did not make clean cuts. Instead, it tore through skin. Rosalba had totally miscalculated the reality of what she was trying to do. What she had envisioned as swift and tidy was rather disorganized and unkempt. She had not expected the act to take so long. As she tried to remove the infant, she repeatedly cut her by accident as her frustration and recklessness increased. The surroundings were wholly unhygienic. Rosalba had not even tried to sanitize the equipment she had brought. That the infant made it through the event at all was quite astounding. The newborn was finally taken out, and she laid her on the back seat of her car after wrapping her in the blanket. After cleaning her hands as thoroughly as she could, Rosalba changed into fresh clothing she had brought from home and tossed her blood-stained cloth into the trunk. She went to the hospital after taking a brief break to practice her story. Rosalba was in a hurry and neglected to fully close her car's trunk. Waiting at a red light, the lid barely opened to see clothes covered in blood. The people in the car behind her saw and called the police right away, providing a description of the car and its direction. The police arrived minutes after Rosalba pulled up to the hospital. They caught her as she walked toward the door with a bundle of blood in her arms. Rosalba informed them that it was her child and that the infant required immediate medical attention. As the officers waited close by, she was led to the emergency room. Rosalba told the medical staff she had unexpected labor and didn't have time to get to the hospital, her voice trembling and her eyes watering. In a panic, she threw the infant in the first blanket she found and drove over, saying the baby had fallen upon gravel on the way to her car. Rosalba insisted she was fine and refuted the doctor's suggestion that she would need to be evaluated. Red flags were raised by her behavior right away. Following the baby's examination, the medical staff was convinced that Rosalba might be concealing a violent deed and that something was seriously off. The infant's body was discovered to have a number of strange cuts and puncture wounds that obviously weren't related to a fall onto gravel. It looked like the wounds were cut in a random, haphazard fashion, using a sharp weapon. Fortunately, none of the wounds had caused harm to any essential organs, and the medical staff promptly dressed and treated them to avoid infection. Right away, medical personnel expressed their worries to the police, and collectively they demanded that the woman claiming to be the mother be examined physically. They were very clear that they would have to employ legal authority if she didn't comply. There was little else to do, so Rosalba reluctantly consented. The checkup showed no symptoms of pregnancy or childbirth as expected. There were no signs whatsoever, no physical injuries and no bleeding. Both inside and out, everything seemed regular. From start to finish, her story was a complete fabrication. However, the doctors did not immediately approach her. Calmly, they requested that Rosalba phone her husband and ask him to deliver her private documents instead. They had to carefully determine the newborn's origin and the reason for those odd wounds, as at this point she only possessed her driver's license. Although the baby's condition suggested that she had been delivered in an unhygienic setting, the full scope of the horrifying crime had not yet been revealed. Zulmia was at the hospital when Rosalba called to inform him that their daughter had been born, albeit with difficulty. She showed him where to look for the documentation and requested him to bring it, but she committed a crucial error. As she was gathering the paperwork, she overlooked a crucial piece of information. Unaware that it wasn't his wife's medical document, Zulmia took it. It was Flavia's file, which Rosalba had taken weeks before when she went to a doctor's appointment while posing as someone who needed support. Zulmia discovered the folder in the drawer where she had placed her own documents after taking it to read the test findings and recommendations. Hospital personnel quickly recognized the baby's true owner when they noticed that the medical file belonged to Gardino, a lady who was due to give birth to a daughter in early September. The most horrifying query, though, was still, where was the real mother? The cops accused Zulmia of being involved right away. He was arrested and asked where his wife had given birth to the child and how he obtained someone else's medical records. He claimed to be confused and visibly shaken and to have no understanding what was happening. He froze when they told him that Rosalba had never been pregnant and started to deny it. He said he had taken care of Rosalba during her whole pregnancy and had felt the baby's movement. Images from their maternity session were displayed, together with what he believed to be messages from the doctor who had been monitoring her pregnancy. However, those texts turned into further proof because they contained numerous misspellings and inaccurate medical terminology. The communications were promptly verified by authorities to have come from Rosalba's personal phone. After all the information was presented, Zulmia sobbed and covered his face with his hands. He had truly trusted his wife. He had eagerly anticipated becoming a father. Meanwhile, Flavia had been reported missing by her husband, Valdelli Mafra. He informed the authorities that she had gone to a baby shower with a friend and was supposed to get home by 9 p.m., but she never did. She had not picked up her phone. Valdelli, alarmed, started phoning people who were purportedly invited to the celebration. He was horrified to learn that the event had been canceled the day before. Concern increased when Valdelli was unable to get in touch with Rosalba, the friend who was purportedly in charge of planning the party. She also had her phone off. Valdelli went directly to the police, not wanting to spend any more time. The hospital report about Rosalba and the newborn had not yet been sent to law enforcement at that time, so they were unaware that the two incidents might be related. When the officers promised to start searching in the morning, Valdelli wasn't satisfied. He teamed up with Flavia's parents and other family members, and they started looking on their own. In order to cover more ground, they divided into teams. Valdelli made the decision to look around town. It was Valdelli who decided to pause and look at an abandoned factory as he passed it. It was then that he discovered his wife's body, terribly mutilated. Startled and frightened, he contacted emergency services and the police right away. He had no idea what had occurred or who might have committed such a heinous deed. Police had already heard from the hospital about a woman who had arrived with a newborn by the time they reached the location. Although she claimed to have given birth, medical professionals verified that she hadn't. She also mysteriously possessed a medical file that belonged to a woman named Flavia Godinho. Authorities knew the case was obvious when they discovered the victim's name on the stolen medical file matched the one on the abandoned facility. None of the injuries alone had proved lethal, according to forensics, although the man had been hit in the head with a brick at least 5 times. The aggressive attempt to remove the infant resulted in severe blood loss, which was the cause of death. Next to the body was the box cutter that was used. Since there was ample evidence, establishing Rosalba's guilt was merely a formality. DNA analysis verified that the child Rosalba had attempted to claim as her own was, in fact, Flavia's daughter. Even though the evidence was mounting against Rosalba, she persisted in denying everything and sticking to her story. On the blade adjacent to the body, her fingerprints were discovered. Blood from the victim was discovered in her hair, shoes, and clothes. The fact that Rosalba had lied about still being pregnant after experiencing a miscarriage months prior was also verified by investigators. She hadn't given much attention to what would happen next, but she had picked her victim beforehand and had planned the entire crime to take the baby. The charges against Rosalba were kidnapping, assault causing injury to a juvenile, and aggravated homicide. She eventually went into great detail about what happened, leaving everyone in the courtroom in disbelief in an attempt to get a lower punishment. She suffered a psychological collapse after the miscarriage, and her lawyer tried to claim that she had gotten so consumed by the thought of being a mother that she had lost her sense of reality. However, a clinical assessment found Rosalba to be mentally capable and completely accountable for her deeds. She received a sentence of 57 years in jail, with the prospect of release only after completing at least half of it. Her spouse, Zulmia Shistel, was categorically exonerated. It was established that he was unaware of his wife's plans and had nothing to do with the crime. He left São Juan Batista shortly after the arrest and sought for divorce. Flavia's family also made the decision to leave the small village where everyone knows each other after the judicial proceedings were finished. Since the tragedy had become the most talked about case in the neighborhood, they did not want young Cecilia, Flavia's daughter, to grow up in an environment where her mother's story would haunt her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Sarah Beth and Jennifer Cooper, who had just been informed that their husband had passed away. On November 4, 2015, 37-year-old Andrew Harmon was shot dead in his own home. But as the weeks-long investigation unfolded, detectives would uncover a complex marriage, tangled lies, and a chilling conspiracy that uncovers a betrayal hiding in plain sight. On November 4, 2015, around 5:40 p.m., officers received a frantic call from a terrified wife. With this information, police and EMS quickly raced to Central Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. Upon reaching there, they met with a grim sight. A man who had collapsed on the front porch. He was shot in the face and bleeding heavily from the head. Realizing the urgency of the scene, they rushed him to the emergency room, where he clung to his life. This injured man was identified as 37-year-old Andrew Harmon, who lived there with his wife and stepdaughter. As the victim clung to life in the hospital, officers were attempting to capture the active shooter. To get into the depth of the case, they decided to seek answers from the very person who had witnessed it all. Andrew's wife, Sarah Beth. She had even made the horrifying 911 call, which made her even more important for the investigation. Sarah was called in for questioning along with her daughter, as she was present in the house at that time as well. She appeared genuinely concerned about Andrew's well-being, but the detectives were leaving no room for doubts about her motives. The investigation had just begun, and the detectives were relieved to have their first lead on the attacker. She also mentioned that earlier that night, she went across the street to confront Andrew's first wife, 30-year-old Jennifer Cooper. However, according to her, Trey was not among the shooters. She explained that both the driver and the passenger were shooting. With these new details, detectives believed that Sarah's confrontation with Jennifer and her friend, Trey, could have triggered the shooting, so they focused primarily to find Trey. But just as they felt a sense of hope from this lead, a devastating update shifted the tone. Upon receiving news of Andrew's death, the case was officially classified as a homicide. Even after an extensive search, they couldn't locate Trey, and Jennifer was the only person who might have known his whereabouts. Realizing she could hold the key information about the murder, detectives wasted no time and rushed to her place for confrontation, but soon they were taken aback. This was Jennifer's sister, and what she told the detectives left them in shock. Sarah was not Andrew's legal wife, which made them question all the discoveries they'd made until now. This information not only added more complexity to the case, but also cast even more suspicion on Sarah. Yet the detectives were still searching for Jennifer to hear her side of the story. To find her and trace her, they needed to know more about her and what she was capable of doing. They swiftly initiated a background check on her and discovered that Jennifer had previously been convicted of dealing methamphetamines. She even had an outstanding warrant for failing to register as a drug offender. This was their best chance to apprehend her for the offense, giving them the opportunity to question her further and unravel this twisted puzzle. This discovery made the detectives wonder whether Jennifer's drug addiction had led her to be involved with the shooting or if there was still more to uncover. Determined to get answers, they increased their efforts to locate Jennifer. After 18 hours of investigation, they finally found her at her mother's residence and brought her in for questioning. Detective Vince Kingston walked into the room for questioning, unaware that she was about to reveal something that would completely change the course of the investigation. Based on the interview, it was clear that Jennifer seemed truthful, and the detectives felt no inconsistencies in her statement. But to be sure, they booked her for an outstanding warrant against her related to drugs. They also kept her cell phone with her permission for investigation, but the analysis would take time. This conversation, however, led to another speculation, that Trey could be involved with the attacker or ordered them to harm Andrew. Hopefully you can identify who she's talking about. Trey, who was the person that was involved in the disturbance right before the homicide happened? Sounds like he could be involved in what happened. With Trey as their prime suspect in the case, now they began to look for his Cadillac with a broken tailgate. Just a few days later, detectives got good luck while tracing him and wasted no time. He was brought in for questioning. Trey claimed that both Sarah and Andrew were outside when she broke his taillight. This claim, however, brought him more on their radar, as this could be the reason for him to fire gunshots at them. To further confirm their suspicion, they asked more from him. Trey's statement was still to be cross-checked, and he was still under their suspicion until he revealed a shocking truth that left the officers stunned: that she had something to do in the murder group. Cross-verification of his claims would take time, but now they had Jennifer under the spotlight again, this time with a witness who claimed to have seen her calling someone, Trey himself, to find out the truth. They again went to the county jail for Jennifer. Detectives had retraced their steps again to her, and this time they weren't here for small talk. They needed answers, and for that, they started with the most pressing question: her relationship with her deceased husband. Jennifer looked visibly distraught with the loss she was facing and was trying hard to cope with it. But then again, one question arose: who pulled the trigger? Jennifer, this time, gave a name of whom she believed to be the shooter. It's worth noting here that Jennifer had been in jail for a while, and she had no way of knowing this information on her own. So where did this name come from? Then she was asked about the call she'd made to someone on that shooting day, as mentioned by Trey. Jennifer said that she'd called a friend to pick her up after Sarah had damaged Trey's car. She then again broke down. The detectives then asked her about her take on her husband's relationship with Sarah. With nothing against her and listening to her claims, Jennifer was out of their suspicion for now. They then reached her mother's house to confirm her claims about Isaiah. Now the officers were left with more questions than answers. Just as they thought they could finally have a breakthrough, they were again left empty-handed. However, they didn't lose hope and tried to find him in their database. Just as they entered his details, a picture appeared in front of them of a 17-year-old teenager, Isaiah Butler. Isaiah Butler does fit the general description of the suspect. He's young, he has close-cropped hair, but the matching description wasn't enough. They needed concrete evidence against him for this, so they called Sarah again to identify the man in question. Now, it was more than clear for them that this was the same person they were looking for. She identified that Isaiah. She's saying he's the driver and one of the shooters. She's 100% positive, but all the pictures sort of bond because it's 100% him. And the strange thing is, this name, Isaiah Butler, came from Jennifer. Last night she said, Isaiah Butler is actually one that shot Andrew. Obviously there's two people, but for some reason, she was convinced that he was the shooter. Isaiah became their prime suspect with this revelation, but it wasn't easy to track him down, to find him as soon as possible. They put out a bolo on him. Still, 2 days later he was nowhere to be seen, but a glimmer of hope emerged from another lead. They were finally able to get Jennifer's phone records, but they didn't match her claims. At 17:20, there was an outgoing text message from Jennifer Cooper to Isaiah Butler, that's saying, "Call me about 9:20 in the evening." There is an incoming text message from Isaiah Butler, and it's a screenshot of a post about Andrew Harmon being killed. He comments, "Is this the same guy?" with question marks underneath it. It appears that he did not necessarily know who the victim was before all this happened, which makes me believe even further that Jennifer probably set this up. Jennifer's involvement in the case was becoming increasingly suspicious now. To confirm their doubts, they needed Isaiah in their custody, but he was still nowhere to be found. They then received another crucial lead, which could blow the case wide open. The suspected car was found by Shawnee officers, and evidence found inside pointed to it being the potential vehicle used during the shooting. It's worth noting here that the shell casing found at the crime scene was also a 9mm. They also gave Kansas City the name of the driver as well as his description, which was eerily consistent with someone. He was also 17 years old. But he refused to talk to the detectives at all, with no cooperation from him. The only way to uncover the truth was through the statements he'd already given to the Shawnee officers. Kansas police were soon briefed on his interview and the claims he'd made. The suspected multiple charges against him helped the officers to keep him in custody. Meanwhile, the shell casings from the crime scene in the car were sent in for a comparison test. The investigators had grown increasingly sure about Jennifer's involvement in the case. With her phone records showing her connection with Isaiah, it was becoming clear that she was involved. However, On their way to interview her again, they noticed something that could be the biggest breakthrough in the case. However, the chase was soon dropped as it was dangerous at this speed for them as well as people driving around them. Despite having their main suspect in front of their eyes, they were left empty-handed. Then they finally reached the county jail to question Jennifer about all the mess she's created for a long time and kept playing with them. This time she was being questioned as a suspect and not a witness, but instead of answering the questions like before, she did something they didn't expect from her. With no possible new leads from Jennifer, they decided to go for a different approach. On the very next day, they called Isaiah's parents, hoping they might have some information about him. Unfortunately, even here, they were left empty-handed. But after 1 month, they received their biggest and most awaited breakthrough. Tulsa PD called them to inform them they had Isaiah Butler in custody. 4 months later, Isaiah was questioned at the Kansas City, Kansas courthouse. They began by asking him about that fateful day, to which he replied with eerie calmness. Isaiah then unraveled something that left everyone shocked. But he had just started. A teenager shooting at someone's house without any aim or target sent chills down their spines. He then revealed Jennifer's actions, which clearly put her at the crime scene. Isaiah was then confronted with the truth about his claims. He then finally admitted to having killed Andrew for a simple reason. Although they were able to get him and put him on trial, there was one question left unanswered. The officers presented all the evidence to begin a trial against the culprits. Ballistics confirmed that the shell casing from the crime scene matched the one found in the second suspect's vehicle, proving their involvement. Isaiah Butler pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 17 years. Consequently, Jennifer Cooper pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit first-degree murder and was sentenced to 19 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes, the most terrifying monsters wear the most familiar faces. Vincent Brothers was one of those faces, a respected high school vice principal, a man admired for his dedication to children, and a trusted figure in his community. But in July 2003, that carefully built image shattered. In the quiet city of Bakersfield, California, a horrifying crime scene was discovered. 5 members of one family murdered in cold blood, including a tiny, defenseless infant. The brutality of the killings shocked even the most hardened investigators, and yet, if not for one small, overlooked detail, some dead bugs, this case might have gone unsolved. So how does a man go from community leader to cold-blooded killer? What could drive someone like Vincent Brothers to commit one of the most heinous family murders California has ever seen? This is the chilling story of the Harper family and the twisted truth behind a mask of respectability. Let's begin with Joni Harper, the heart of this story. Joni was born on November 14, 1963, in Bakersfield, California. The youngest of 5 children raised by Ernestine Harper, Joni spent her entire life in the same city that would one day mourn her loss. From an early age, she stood out. She attended McKinley Elementary and then moved on to Bakersfield High School, where she graduated in 1988. But Joni wasn't just a student. She was a star athlete. Basketball was her passion, and on the court she was unstoppable. Her skill and determination earned her admiration, and she quickly became known as one of the standout athletes in her school. But Joni was more than just talent. She was kind, warm, and full of life, the kind of person who left an impression on everyone she met. No one who knew her could have imagined the dark path her life would one day cross, or the betrayal that would come from the person she once trusted most. After high school, Joni's passion for basketball didn't fade. She took her skills to Southwestern Christian College in Texas, where she earned an associate's degree. But even with her own basketball career ahead of her, Joni found a new way to stay connected to the sport. In 1994, she made history by becoming the first woman in Kern County to officiate boys' basketball games. Her love for the game continued to grow, and soon she was officiating games for the North Bakersfield Recreation and Park District, as well as for the California Athletic Collegiate Association. Through her years in the basketball community, Joni became a well-known and respected figure. People admired her not just for her skills, but for her dedication and passion for the sport. But those who knew her best would tell you that while basketball was important to her, her true calling was helping children. Joni shared this passion with her mother, Ernestine, who had always instilled in her the importance of giving back to others. Ernestine, Joni's mother, was a woman with a story that spanned more than just her years in California. Originally from Texas, she made the bold decision to move to California in 1961, and by 1964, she had settled in Bakersfield. It was there that Ernestine's passion for helping others truly took root. She quickly became known as a strong, no-nonsense community activist, someone who wasn't afraid to stand up for the underdog. And Ernestine didn't just talk the talk, she walked the walk. She fought tirelessly for those whom society often forgot, such as the poor, the disenfranchised, and the marginalized. Her belief in fairness was unwavering. Deeply grounded in her Christian faith, Ernestine believed that no matter where someone came from, how they looked, or how much money they had, they all deserved equal justice and respect. Her dedication to helping others didn't stop at her own community, though. As a co-founder of an organization called Extend a Hand for Justice, Ernestine extended her reach far beyond Bakersfield. She traveled to Africa and South America as a missionary, bringing aid, money, and resources to some of the most impoverished communities in the world. Ernestine's heart was as big as it was generous, and it's no surprise that Joni inherited that same spirit of compassion. Joni had a deep respect for her mother, and their bond only grew stronger as the years passed. Though Ernestine had 4 other children, her relationship with Joni was uniquely special. So when Joni was ready to start her own family, Ernestine was right there by her side, always ready to lend a helping hand. This is where Vincent Brothers entered the picture. In the late 1990s, Joni met a man who seemed like a dream come true. Vincent was originally from Long Island and had moved to California in the 1980s to attend Cal State Bakersfield. There, he earned a master's degree in education and began working his way up in the school system. By all accounts, Vincent appeared to be the perfect match for Joni. He was charming, ambitious, and had a stable career working at a local elementary school. To Joni's family, he seemed like a really nice guy, and Joni quickly fell in love with him. Although Vincent had been married twice before and had a child from a previous relationship, things seemed to be looking up when he and Joni welcomed their first child together, a son they named Marquez in 1998. Just 2 years later, in January of 2000, the couple tied the knot, and for a while, it seemed like they were on their way to a picture-perfect life. But as with many fairy tales, things took a dark turn behind the scenes. Vincent began disappearing for days at a time, and when he returned, he was secretive, refusing to explain where he had been or who he had been with. Joni, heartbroken but sharp, started to piece the puzzle together. She realized the man she had married was betraying her. A month after their wedding, Joni made the painful decision to have their marriage annulled. But despite the heartbreak, this wasn't the end of their story. According to Joni's brother, Vincent was still the love of her life, and Joni wasn't ready to completely let go. She wanted Vincent to be a father to their son, and so the couple continued their on-again, off-again relationship. Then, as if things weren't complicated enough, Joni discovered she was pregnant again. This time it was a girl, and Joni named her Lindsay. Sadly, this didn't stop Vincent from continuing his extramarital issues. By the time Lindsay was born, Joni's mother, Ernestine, decided to move in with her daughter to help take care of the kids, especially since Vincent wasn't always around. But after being apart for a few years, Joni and Vincent decided to give their relationship another shot. By the end of 2002, they found out they were expecting their 3rd child together, a surprise that, for a moment, brought them hope. Though 3 years after their first wedding, Joni and Vincent secretly remarried in January of 2003. They were starting fresh, or so it seemed. But by April of that same year, things began to unravel again. Vincent slipped back into his old ways, disappearing for days at a time, leaving Joni feeling more alone than ever. She confided in a friend, telling them that she was afraid Vincent might try to do something drastic to get rid of her. It was a heartbreaking moment for Joni, who just wanted peace and stability for her family. Despite all the tension, Joni gave birth to their third child, a baby boy named Marshall, just 4 months after their remarriage. But by the time Marshall arrived, it was clear that their second marriage had already hit a point of no return. Additionally, things weren't getting any better inside the home. Ernestine, who had been living with Joni to help with the kids, found herself constantly clashing with Vincent. The tension between the two became too much to handle, and eventually Vincent moved out into his own apartment. However, neither Joni nor Vincent took the steps to officially divorce, but their connection was fading. Because of all the chaos, church had always been a refuge for Joni and her family. The Baker Street Church of Christ wasn't just a place they went to on Sundays, it was like a second home. Their church family was a huge part of their lives, providing support, friendship, and a sense of community. Joni couldn't wait for everyone to meet baby Marshall, who was growing so fast. So on Sunday, July 6, 2003, Joni, Ernestine, and her 3 children, Marquez, who was 4, Lindsay, almost 2, and baby Marshall, just 6 weeks old, headed to church for the morning service. This was their usual routine. They'd attend both the morning and evening services, a tradition that had become a comforting part of their lives. Little did they know this seemingly ordinary Sunday would be anything but that. After the morning service ended, the Harper family decided to stop and grab a bite to eat before heading home to rest up for the evening service. However, when the evening service rolled around, the family did not return to church. At first, people in the congregation thought it was a little odd. They were usually so punctual, but they figured maybe Joni and the kids were just too tired to come back. After all, Joni had a newborn and 2 young kids, so it wasn't entirely out of the question that she'd need a break. But then, after the family left church and returned home, no one had heard from them. 2 days passed and still no one had been able to get in touch with Joni or Ernestine. Friends and family members who called them got no answer, and that's when the worry really started to set in. Kelsey Spann, Joni's best friend, someone she considered a sister, knew something wasn't right. She decided to go over to the Harper house and check on them herself. On Tuesday, July 8th, 2 days after anyone had heard from the Harper family, Kelsey arrived at the house. She walked in expecting to find them maybe napping or busy with the kids, but instead, she walked straight into a nightmare. Joni, Ernestine, and the children, Marquez, Lindsay, and baby Marshall, were all dead. They had been shot. The house was a crime scene with .22 caliber shell casings scattered across the floor. When the police finally arrived at the Harper home, they were greeted by a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. The house had been turned upside down. Drawers were pulled open, cabinets were flung wide, and items were strewn across the floor. It seemed like a robbery gone terribly wrong. But something didn't sit right with the investigator. As they carefully examined the scene, they made a chilling discovery. Joni was lying lifeless, and not only had she been shot, but she had also been brutally stabbed. The realization hit them like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a random act of violence. It was a crime of passion. The knife used to stab Joni was missing, but a closer look revealed that it had been taken from the kitchen. There was a knife missing from the butcher block, and that was a detail that raised more suspicions. The killer had clearly planned the attack, using an item from the home, which made the crime feel more personal. The investigators also noted that the killer had entered through the sliding glass door, but curiously, there were no signs of forced entry. Nothing to suggest a struggle, or that the intruder had been trying to sneak in. It was almost as if the killer was invited in, or at least had a way of getting in without raising suspicion. On top of that, despite the mess in the house, nothing valuable seemed to be missing. There was no sign of typical robbery, no electronics, jewelry, or cash gone, so the detectives quickly started to form a theory. Joni had been the target of the attack. But why? And more hauntingly, why kill her 3 children, including her 6-week-old baby? As the investigation continued, the detectives dug deeper into Joni's life. They learned she was married to a man named Vincent, and that's when they realized they needed to track him down. After all, he was her husband and the first person they needed to speak with. They also needed to rule him out as a suspect, so they set out to find Vincent. But it wasn't as simple as they hoped. It turned out that Vincent wasn't even in Bakersfield when the murders occurred. Vincent had flown out of town on July 2, heading first to Ohio to visit his brother and then on to North Carolina to see his mother. So while the police in Bakersfield were dealing with this horrific crime scene, Vincent was thousands of miles away. When they finally managed to locate him in Elizabethtown, North Carolina, they had to break the devastating news. And when they did, Vincent's reaction was gut-wrenching. According to the detective who interviewed him, he was completely overcome with emotion, insoluble in his grief. At one point, he even asked for a trash can, fearing he might be sick to his stomach from the shock. However, despite his emotional state, the detectives found it hard to gauge his true feelings. From all appearances, he had a solid alibi. He was hundreds of miles away when the murders occurred, visiting his family in North Carolina. But something about his reaction didn't sit well with the investigators. To truly confirm Vincent's alibi, the detectives went all in, determined to be absolutely certain that he had been in Ohio on the day the murders occurred. They combed through his credit card statements and found purchases made in Ohio on July 6, the day they believed the family had been killed. There had been credit card activity on Vincent's credit card on Sunday, July 6, in Columbus, Ohio. At first glance, this appeared to be solid evidence that Vincent was where he claimed to be, hundreds of miles away from Bakersfield. His alibi seemed rock solid. After all, Vincent was a vice principal at John C. Fremont Elementary School in Bakersfield, California. It was hard to imagine someone in such a professional role being capable of something so horrific. So the investigators turned their attention to the Harper family for more clues. One of the first people they spoke to was Joni's brother, Eddie Harper. The news came to him in stages, like a nightmare unfolding bit by bit. At first, he received a call from his cousin saying that Joni and her daughter Lindsay had been shot. Then, a couple of hours later, the cousin called back, but this time, the news was worse. Not only had Joni and Lindsay been killed, but Marquess and Ernestine had also met the same tragic fate. Eddie's world came crashing down, but it wasn't until the third call that he heard the full, horrifying truth. Every single member of his family, Joni, Ernestine, Marquess, Lindsay, and little baby Marshall, was gone. Detectives quickly ruled him out as a suspect, as there was no solid evidence linking him to the crime. With that lead fading fast, they began to explore other angles, including whether the Harper family might have had any enemies. The Harpers were known for their activism and generosity within the community, which raised the possibility that their actions could have upset someone. Perhaps an individual felt threatened or offended by their advocacy work. However, when speaking to the family's church members, this theory seemed very unlikely. Everyone who knew the Harpers described them as kind, selfless, and generous. Even Vincent, who had cheated on Joni multiple times, had been forgiven repeatedly by the family. It didn't make sense that anyone would harbor such deep animosity toward them to justify such a horrific act. Realizing this lead was a dead end, detectives turned their focus back to Vincent. They knew they couldn't afford to leave any stone unturned in a case this shocking. Whoever committed the murders needed to be caught quickly, and every detail of Vincent's alibi came under intense scrutiny. Initially, Vincent's alibi appeared watertight. Credit card purchases placed him in Ohio on the day of the murders, suggesting he was far away when the crime occurred. But detectives weren't satisfied with just the paper trail. They wanted to see for themselves. They obtained surveillance footage from the stores where the purchases were made, and that's when the first crack appeared in Vincent's story. The man seen on camera using Vincent's credit card wasn't Vincent. It was his brother, Melvin, who bore a striking resemblance to him in height and build. Investigators brought Melvin in for questioning. At first, he denied using his brother's credit cards, but as detectives pressed him, the truth unraveled. Eventually, Melvin admitted he had indeed used Vincent's cards. Not only that, but Vincent had given him detailed instructions on what to buy. This confession was a bombshell. While it proved that Melvin was the one making the purchases, it didn't necessarily clear Vincent. Melvin claimed Vincent had been in Ohio with him the entire weekend, a point Vincent's lawyer reiterated, explaining that it wasn't unusual for Vincent to lend his car to help his brother. According to his lawyer, Vincent had spent Friday with his brother Melvin and the rest of the weekend with another brother, Troy. The lawyer even claimed that witnesses outside of Vincent's family could confirm he was in Ohio the entire time. But detectives weren't buying it. Melvin had already lied during his interrogation, and there was no solid proof, no receipts or records that backed up Vincent's whereabouts during his supposed visit with Troy. So the investigators kept digging, determined to figure out what really happened. When detectives took a closer look at Vincent's travel history, the details got suspicious fast. They confirmed that on July 2, Vincent flew from California to Columbus. Once there, he rented a car and drove to Melvin's house. So far, so normal, right? But when they checked the odometer of the rental car, things got weird. Between July 2 and July 11, the car had racked up over 5,400 miles, an absurd number for someone who was supposedly just driving around Ohio. When police calculated the distance, it became clear the car had been driven all the way to California and back during that time frame. This was a huge breakthrough. Detectives now believed they had pieced together what happened. Vincent had flown to Ohio to set up an alibi. Once there, he drove the rental car back to California, committed the murders, and then drove all the way back to Ohio to keep up the appearance that he'd been there the entire time. But even with this theory, the police needed more evidence to nail it down. They teamed up with the Bakersfield Police Department and the FBI to bring the rental car into a lab. Their plan was to analyze the car's radiator for bugs. If the car had really been driven cross-country, the radiator might contain insects specific to California, which would blow Vincent's alibi wide open. And when the results came back, they confirmed what detectives had suspected. Several of the bugs found in the car were species native to California and areas west of the Rocky Mountains. It was damning evidence that tied Vincent's rental car, and likely Vincent himself, to the region where the murders occurred. His carefully crafted alibi was crumbling faster than anyone could have anticipated. But as investigators dug even deeper, they unearthed something even more chilling about Vincent's past. On the surface, he was a respected vice principal with a polished reputation. But behind closed doors, his history painted a far darker picture. In 1988, during his first marriage, Vincent had been convicted of misdemeanor spousal abuse. According to police records, he served 6 days in jail. His wife at the time divorced him, citing his violent behavior. Fast forward to 1992, Vincent remarried, but the marriage quickly soured. By 1993, his second wife filed for divorce, alleging that Vincent had threatened to kill her. The accusations were severe, but they didn't seem to leave a lasting dent in his public image. Then came the incident in 1996, when Vincent was accused of assaulting a coworker. According to the woman's account, she went to his house one day where he allegedly attacked her, dragged her into a room, and took photographs of her against her will. When she tried to call the police, Vincent reportedly yanked the phone from her hands, preventing her from seeking help. The story didn't end there. The woman claimed that Vincent harassed her relentlessly at work. He allegedly touched her inappropriately, called her at home, and even threatened her. She eventually took a leave of absence, stating that Vincent had created a hostile work environment that made it impossible for her to continue. She tried to report these incidents to the police, but instead of support, she was allegedly met with resistance. Vincent's standing in the community as a vice principal seemed to shield him from accountability. While the school district investigated her complaints and warned Vincent about his behavior, no formal punishment followed. After months of tireless investigation, the police were convinced they had their man. Vincent Brothers, the seemingly upstanding elementary school principal, was the one responsible for the brutal murder of his family. By April 2004, they had pieced together enough evidence to take him down. When officers arrived to arrest him, Vincent didn't look surprised, because he wasn't. Turns out he'd been planning to skip town. He had already started selling his belongings and even listed his house for sale. It was the move of a man who knew the walls were closing in. For those who knew him, this was a gut punch. How could Vincent, the man who greeted kids with a smile every morning, the same guy parents trusted to guide their children, be accused of slaughtering his own flesh and blood? But here's the thing about wolves in sheep's clothing. No matter how pure they appear, the stains of their true nature always bleed through. In January of 2007, the case finally went to trial. It was a spectacle, lasting 4 long months and involving over 100 witnesses. Vincent himself took the stand, denying the charges and maintaining his innocence. The prosecution knew their case was largely circumstantial, but it was undeniably compelling. They carefully outlined their theory, detailing how Vincent had flown to Ohio to establish an alibi, only to secretly drive back to Bakersfield, California, to commit the murders before returning to Ohio. Key evidence like the odometer readings from the rental car and the forensic analysis of bugs in the radiator pointed to Vincent having driven across state lines during the time frame of the murders. Prosecutors also highlighted his history of domestic violence, painting a picture of a man with a troubling pattern of behavior. The defense, however, fought back with everything they had. They argued that the prosecution's timeline was not just improbable, it was impossible. A representative from the car rental company testified that odometer readings weren't always recorded accurately, casting doubt on the mileage evidence. Additionally, they claimed there was no direct proof tying Vincent to the crime scene during the murders. The defense tried to poke holes in the prosecution's theory, insisting that Vincent had been in Ohio the entire time, supported by witnesses and his brother's testimonies. But as the trial dragged on, their arguments began to lose traction. After 4 months of testimony and 3 intense days of deliberation, the jury reached a verdict. Despite the defense's efforts, they were not convinced by Vincent's claims of innocence. The circumstantial evidence combined with Vincent's suspicious behavior painted a story the jury believed. In the end, Vincent Brothers was found guilty on all counts. In September of 2007, Vincent Brothers was sentenced to death. As of today, he sits on death row at San Quentin Penitentiary, awaiting his fate. It's hard to imagine anyone being so cold and calculating to walk into a home and murder 3 generations of one family. Many people who knew Vincent still struggled to wrap their minds around the idea that he could have been capable of such a thing. Some even question whether the right person was convicted. But for the family and friends of Joni and Ernestine, justice has been served, and they can take some comfort in knowing that their loved one's killer is paying the price for his action. As for the motive, it remains unclear. Was it pure hatred for his wife, or was there something deeper and darker at play? Perhaps Vincent was just a psychopath hiding behind the facade of a respected man. But what do you think? Did Vincent kill his entire family, including his children, out of hatred? Or is there something more sinister going on? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Giulia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Julia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Julia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impagnaiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a five-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Julia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Julia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Julia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnaiello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Julia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Julia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Julia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Julia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Julia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Julia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Julia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Julia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Julia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Julia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Julia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Julia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Julia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Julia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within. Of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Julia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Julia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Julia's choice to become pregnant. Julia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Julia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Julia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Giulia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Giulia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Giulia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Giulia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Giulia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Giulia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Giulia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Giulia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Giulia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Giulia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Giulia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Giulia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together, and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished, was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Giulia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Giulia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Giulia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Giulia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Giulia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Giulia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Giulia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Giulia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Giulia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof, now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Giulia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Julia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Julia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Julia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Julia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Julia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Julia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Julia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Julia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatello was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath, that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. What if you never answered the first knock on your door in the new year? A family celebrated January 1st in a peaceful neighborhood surrounded by trees with all the joy and warmth you could anticipate, plans for the upcoming year, holiday leftovers, and a home filled with love. However, that house would be the scene of unimaginable horror a few hours into the new year. Neighbors saw the fire first, sirens cutting through the window's silence as dense smoke poured from the windows. Even the most experienced detectives are silenced by the scene that firefighters discovered inside. It was not only startling, but pure wickedness. This was deliberate. It wasn't impulsive or haphazard. And there was no swift conclusion to whatever transpired behind that front door. What, then, could motivate someone to ruthlessly destroy a whole family, including the children? And on New Year's Day, what darkness entered through the door? In Richmond, Virginia, the first few hours of 2006 were passing in silence. There was still the quiet serenity of the holidays in neighborhoods like Woodland Heights, the kind of quiet that envelops homes where families sleep, still enjoying the festivities from the night before. However, the horror that would shake a whole city came to light as the afternoon wore on and smoke billowed from one of the houses on West 31st Street. Expecting a regular call, a kitchen fire, perhaps a tree on fire, firefighters hurried to the scene. What they entered instead was something even more evil and vicious. Although the fire was intentionally started, the real tragedy wasn't the fire itself. 4 bodies were found in the basement of the flaming house, under the soot and smoke. Electrical wires and tape were used to firmly bind their limbs, the adhesive still sticking to their blistering skin. They had all been bludgeoned, hit with terrible force by what turned out to be a claw hammer, and in what could only be called an execution, each of their throats had been sliced. It was a long and eerie scene of unbelievable brutality. Instead of just being killed, a family had been sought down, held captive, tortured, and killed inside their own house. The fact that the victims were placed closely together in the basement raises the possibility that they had been detained for a while before the last blows were struck. In addition to causing fear, the criminals had remained to observe it happen. They then set the house on fire as a last act of sacrilege, not out of panic, but with the cold, calculated intention of erasing all evidence of what had transpired there. In Richmond, the victims, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey, were recognized as parents, neighbors, artists, and entrepreneurs rather than as famous people. The mother, Catherine, was a creative and energetic woman who co-founded a well-known toy business that was more than simply a store. It was a community hub where kids were valued. In recent years, her husband, Brian, who was once a prominent member of the college rock scene, had settled into a more subdued life, choosing the calm rhythm of parenting over the cacophony of the stage. Soft-spoken and considerate, he was adored by friends for his musical soul and introspective nature. Their daughters were only starting to establish themselves in the world. At just 9 years old, the older one, Stella Ann, possessed the early knowledge and inquisitiveness of a youngster who reads well above her age. Ruby, the youngest, was 4 years old and brimming with happiness. According to her neighbors, her grin could brighten any day. Anyone who knew them, or even just heard of them, felt a deep, deep rift when they saw their lives end in this manner. Once a place of laughing, music, and toys, the mansion has been turned into a graveyard of ash and stillness. Confusion replaced grief as word of the murder spread, and dread quickly followed. There were no enemies, no known dangers, and no indications of forced entrance. There was no explanation for why this one home had been subjected to such unspeakable violence. But detectives sensed it in the back of their minds. This violent conduct wasn't impulsive, it was a show. It was in control. The atrocities that were taking place were just getting started with this probe. They didn't enter screaming or in disarray. They arrived with tape, in silence, and with calculated actions that made it clear this was more than a simple heist. It was a controlled performance. First to move, gray-bound Catherine, Brian, and tiny Ruby firmly with packing tape and dragged them into the basement. He didn't move hurriedly or show any signs of being time-conscious. Dandridge, in the meantime, turned a house into a hunting ground by scavenging the upstairs like a scavenger and searching for objects to steal from the cozy space. The front door then opened, Unaware that her home's walls had already turned into a prison upstairs, Stella had returned from a sleepover. Her daughter was brought down during the brief period of her mother's freedom. Kirsten Perkinson would never forget the picture of Catherine standing in the doorway of her daughter's friend's home, looking calm, pale, and silent. Not a single word revealed what was waiting behind her. Even if there had been something strange, something drained in her expression. Soon after, they were all bound together and encircled by two ferocious creatures in the basement. Their last minutes started to fall into the hands of monsters, after the appearance of safety was destroyed. It wasn't a frenzy that followed, it was accurate. One by one, Gray took his time. With the packing tape still plastered against their flesh, he drew the blade across their throats. It wasn't over, though. He lifted a claw hammer and repeatedly pounded each of them after their bodies sagged into silence, transforming a cold execution into something much more hideous and intrusive. Later, the medical examiner would attempt to turn that disorder into a clinical situation. Blunt force trauma killed Brian and Catherine. Smoke and crushing blows, Stella. Ruby was 4 years old when she was stabbed in the back, with one wound going all the way to her lung. However, the events that transpired in that basement cannot be explained by statistics or causes alone. They didn't stop there, even at the finish. A tiny art easel, possibly used by one of the females for painting, was pushed over by Gray and Dandridge, who then drenched it with alcohol and set it on fire as a last flourish. It was trivial. It had a theatrical quality. It was intended to eliminate the space's identity as well as the evidence. It might have appeared to be the scene of a terrible catastrophe as the flames spread down the basement and curled around what was left, but this was not an accident. The fire was not overlooked. The call that would end it all was made by Johnny Hott, the drummer for House of Freaks and a close friend of Brian's. When a fire department arrived to put out the fire, they discovered something that would start a storm that was considerably more destructive than fire. As if 4 lives didn't matter at all, the guys who had left that house hours earlier were already going on, serene, unhurried, and unaffected by the hellfire they had left behind. But you might ask, who were Gray and Dandridge? Darkness was nothing new to the two guys, Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. These two, who were born in 1977, were connected not only by blood but also by a history of criminal activity and violence. Before long, their convoluted paths would converge in unimaginable catastrophes. Ricky Gray had a past, one that was documented in his failed relationships and criminal records. Known for his explosive temper and ability to make life miserable for everybody who came into contact with him, he had spent years in and out of prison. The life of a violent ex-con was nothing new to him, and things rapidly got out of hand when he met his third wife, Treva Terrell. Their relationship was far from tranquil. The neighbors frequently overheard them fighting and yelling at each other. As of November 2005, Treva was fed up. However, she was later discovered dead in Washington, Pennsylvania, her corpse ruthlessly battered and buried in a shallow grave. The worst part is that her death was initially dismissed by the authorities as a drug overdose. The claw marks on Ricky's forearm that day were evidence of a struggle, possibly even a struggle for her life. However, the cops failed to make the connection. The murderer was right in front of them, yet they failed to notice him. Enter Ricky's nephew, Ray Dandridge, who was recently released from jail after serving over 10 years for armed robbery. Following his release in October 2005, he moved in with Ricky and Treva. Ray had already started to reveal his true nature by the time Treva's body was discovered. He also had a family history of violence. When no one was looking, what did the two of them do after Treva's body was buried? They went on. In an attempt to keep quiet, Ricky and Ray packed up and left for Arlington, Virginia by Christmas. However, the violence continued. Actually, things just grew worse. They made the decision to attack Ryan Carey on New Year's Eve, only a few days after they had moved to Virginia. Ryan was left to perish in front of his own house after being stabbed and assaulted. Later, he awoke in a medical facility. As he healed, he would tell the authorities exactly who had broken his body and rendered his right arm useless: Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. However, it wasn't even that bad. No, January 2006 was when the really nightmare started. At that point, they arrived in Richmond to pick up the Harvey family. Up until two strangers broke into their house, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey were just going about their lives. Or at least, they were. They were broke, as Gray would later acknowledge. That was the plan's main motivation. The Harvey house had not even been their first choice. They simply took a chance after noticing the front entrance was open. They took the family prisoner once they were inside. Catherine was made to pretend that everything was great by Gray and Dandridge when the family's guests showed up for a planned playdate. They warned her that her family would perish if she made a mistake. In an effort to keep her husband and children safe, she remained composed and cooperated. After the friends departed, chaos ensued. Dandridge and Gray, however, weren't finished. In an attempt to conceal their actions and destroy the evidence, the Harvey family set fire to the house. After they were presumed dead, it was unsuccessful. They turned on Ashley Baskerville, their accomplice, a few days later. She and her parents were the subsequent victims of this heinous murderous rampage. The two males were quickly taken into custody as the authorities began to piece together the violent trail that had been left behind. On January 3, 2006, a routine robbery in Chesterfield County, Virginia, or so it seemed, was the beginning of it all. The most recent victims of a well-planned, heartless crime were a couple who lived on Hollywood Drive. Claimingly disoriented and seeking directions, the three criminals, two men and a woman, knocked on the couple's home. At first glance, it appeared innocuous enough, but it wasn't. The couple was caught off guard as the burglars forced their way inside as soon as the door opened. They stole a computer, a television, and $800.00 in cash as they raided the house. However, the robbers paused when the husband tried to deter them by bringing up his wife's condition and his obligation to take care of her. It was sufficient to convince them not to tie the pair up, but the harm had already been done. They had been singled out. The burglars grabbed their belongings after breaking into their house. The pieces of the puzzle started to fit together shortly after this crime. The phone at the Chesterfield police station rang on January 6, 2006. Ashley Baskerville, 21, was a friend of her daughter, and her peculiar connections to two men, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge, who had both visited at Ashley's house as houseguests and were now suspected of being implicated in the Harvey family killings, disturbed a worried resident. Investigators followed the tip right to Ashley's door, and soon cops were swarming the East Broad Rock Road home where she resided with her stepfather, Percy L. Tucker, and mother, Mary Baskerville Tucker. The police discovered a nightmare within. As a direct result of the violence that had occurred there, the house lay in ruins. Mary, Ellen, and Percy had all suffered vicious neck slashes. In a moment, their lives were gone. What they had done to Ashley was the true horror. She wasn't simply deceased. They had suffocated her. To prevent her and her relatives from screaming or running away, a plastic bag had been put around her head and securely fastened with duct tape. As a sadistic show of authority, all three captives had been gagged and shackled. They had been brutally silenced, and their bodies were abandoned in their own house. The cops were able to make the connection quickly. A computer and a television that were discovered in the Baskerville Tucker residence matched the pilfered goods from the Chesterfield home invasion, connecting the two incidents. However, the ring, the one Ashley was wearing, was the one thing that gave them complete certainty. It was the wedding ring of Catherine Harvey. Dandridge and Gray had gone on a rampage, their bloodlust unquenchable. This was more than simply a botched heist. It was the continuation of a rampage that had already caused a great deal of damage and was only getting started. From one victim to another, Gray and Dandridge's rage had intensified. Their violence is growing more vicious and callous. They started a series of events that would ultimately result in their capture and the realization of their whole depravity as they focused on Ashley and her family. Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray were apprehended on the morning of January 7, 2006. They were staying at Dandridge's father's house in Philadelphia when the cops discovered them. Dandridge lost all self-control an hour after their arrest. He admitted to killing Ashley Baskerville and Mary and Percy L. Tucker. However, that was only the start. Gray, who had been quietly boiling in his cell, requested to talk to a detective 12 hours later. It was chilling what came next. Gray handed out a 3-page confession in great detail. He didn't mince words. He revealed in his confession how he had mercilessly murdered the Harvey family by using a claw hammer and a kitchen knife. Instead of attempting to defend his behavior, he stated, "I don't believe sorry is strong enough. None of this was necessary." However, he continued even after confessing to the Harvey murders. He continued by acknowledging that he had participated in the Tucker Baskerville killings and that he had battered his wife Treva to death, while Dandridge restrained her. Gray even admitted to attacking Ryan Carey in a vicious manner. Everything spilled out as the floodgates had opened. The cops put together more and more of the story as the investigation went on. Ashley Baskerville's involvement was confirmed by January 8, 2006. Not only was she a victim, who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, she had taken an active part in the killings and robbery. It was evident from the evidence that she had contributed, including witness statements and objects discovered throughout the investigation. Ashley served as the lookout when Gray and Dandridge broke into the Harvey residence to rob them. One day, the monsters threw out Ashley, a discarded toy, at random. Ashley feigned victimization, according to Gray and Dandridge's confessions. As part of the scheme to loot her parents, she had consented to being bound. However, Gray decided he was done with her when things went wrong. He killed her as well because he no longer needed her, then took her parents' car to flee. It was all a perverse sequence of deception, coercion, and heinous violence. The confessions from Gray and Dandridge showed how profoundly they were implicated in the deaths of so many people, and what began as a robbery turned into something far deeper. The neighborhood would be rocked by their arrests, leaving a path of broken lives and unsolved questions in its wake. Like the atrocities they committed, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge's judicial processes were dramatic and terrifying. The murders weighed heavily on both men when they were tried in Virginia's City of Richmond Circuit Court. Legally, things began to take shape on February 9, 2006. Due to his involvement in the horrifying killings of the Harvey family, Ricky Gray was charged with 5 counts of capital murder. These accusations included killing twice in 3 years, killing several people in one act, killing during a heist, and killing 2 children under the age of 14. Dandridge was accused of 3 counts of capital murder in connection with the Baskerville Tucker family's killings. However, his involvement in the Harvey killings would later be covered by one of those accusations as well. Dandridge first entered a not guilty plea, but as the trial progressed and the evidence against him became more compelling, he drastically changed his mind. He agreed to a compromise that would keep him in prison for the rest of his life without the chance of parole when he changed his plea to guilty for all 3 murders just before the closing arguments. He did this to escape being executed, yet it was obvious that he was guilty. However, Gray remained steadfast in his not guilty plea. In an attempt to gain some leniency, his defense team claimed that he had been sexually and physically abused as a child, and that he was under the influence of PCP when the killings occurred. However, the jury remained unconvinced. They convicted him guilty of all 5 capital murder charges following a 4-day trial and only 30 minutes of deliberation. The jury suggested life in prison for the other 3 offenses and the death punishment for the murders of Stella and Ruby Harvey, the Harvey children. Gray's death sentence was formally imposed on October 23, 2006. However, the court cases continued. Ricky Gray was also charged in December 2006 with the murder of Cheryl Warner, 37, a mother of 3 whose body was discovered in a burning house in Culpeper County. Gray would have to deal with yet another horrifying act. She had been shot and hanged in the basement. However, due to conflicting evidence, this charge was ultimately withdrawn in 2008. Gray's case continued to drag on even after he was sentenced. His execution was repeatedly postponed between 2011 and 2015 as a result of appeals in both state and federal courts. One of his appeals was denied by the Fourth Circuit Court in November 2015. Additionally, Gray's execution was scheduled for March 16, 2016, in January, 1 year later. The delays, however, continued. His attorneys appealed to the U.S. once more. Later that year, the Supreme Court decided not to consider his case. After all appeals had been exhausted, Governor Terry McAuliffe finally rejected Gray's request for mercy in 2016. He was set to be executed on January 18, 2017. Additionally, around 10 p.m., Ricky Gray was put to death at the Greensville Correctional Center that evening via lethal injection. Ray Dandridge is currently incarcerated at Sussex 2 State Prison, where he is serving a life sentence. The trial wasn't the end of his story. He is still in prison, and the consequences of his crimes continue to haunt him. The trial and its aftermath demonstrated the depth of the evil that existed between these two men, Dandridge, who would spend his days in jail, and Gray, who would ultimately receive the death penalty. Both men left behind a path of destruction that continues to reverberate across the Richmond neighborhood. However, one question remains unanswered by those left to pick up the pieces when the dust settled. Was this really the end of their murderous rampage, or was there still more out there just waiting to be discovered? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On the evening of August 23, 2022, 56-year-old Alessandra Mattuzzi was simply heading home, walking the familiar path back to her apartment on Via dell'Arco Baleno in northern Bologna. It was a quiet residential complex, the kind where neighbors knew each other and evenings passed without incident. As she approached her building around 9 p.m., she was casually chatting on the phone with her younger sister. It was just another normal night, until it wasn't. Mid-conversation, something changed. On the other end of the line, her sister heard strange, muffled sounds, quick footsteps, heavy thuds, and a struggle. Then came the unmistakable sound of Alessandra screaming. Panic spread through her voice, desperation rising. Her sister, frozen in fear, could only listen as the chaos intensified, and then the call went dead. Immediately, she dialed emergency services, her voice trembling as she described what she'd just heard. At the same time, the normally still neighborhood came alive. Lights turned on, windows opened. A few residents stepped into the hallway, alarmed by the noise. Some tried to help, but by then, it was too late. Police arrived quickly, but the horror had already unfolded. A haunting silence blanketed the entrance of the building. What happened there would only become clear in the hours to come. An act of violence that stunned an entire community and raised serious questions about how such tragedies can still go unanswered. Alessandra Mattuzzi was born and raised in Italy. At the time of the incident, she was 56 years old and working as a sales representative at a women's fashion boutique. Her professional life was closely tied to the world of fashion, an industry she genuinely loved. Both colleagues and clients described her as punctual, meticulous, and respectful. She was valued for her courtesy, reliability, and calm demeanor. Those close to Alessandra remembered her as warm, considerate, and emotionally perceptive. She was known for her empathy and natural inclination to care for others. She made a point of staying closely connected with her family, especially her mother, who was living in a care facility and required ongoing assistance. Alessandra visited her regularly and maintained a strong emotional bond with her despite the distance. For 2 years, her life was deeply affected by a challenging period when her father became seriously ill. Alessandra took on the role of full-time caregiver, providing him with daily support, companionship, and attention until the end. After his passing, she struggled to regain her emotional footing. The psychological toll was significant. She became withdrawn, avoided new relationships, and declined her loved ones' encouragement to rebuild her personal life. Her closest confidant remained her younger sister, Stefania. The two spoke daily, sharing updates, plans, and worries. Their bond was built on trust and deep mutual understanding. Stefania was the person Alessandra turned to when making important decisions or facing personal hardships. Alessandra was also active on social media. Her profiles featured snapshots from events, trips, and workdays. She posted fashion looks, shared pictures from outings, and uploaded moments from family gatherings. She led a quiet, but not isolated life. Alessandra wasn't a recluse. She simply preferred her own company and found comfort in a calm, structured routine. Loud parties and spontaneous meetups weren't her thing. After losing her father, and as her mother's condition worsened, her circle naturally shrank, but she didn't mind. Her days revolved around her job, caring for her mother, daily conversations with her sister, and looking after her pet. That steady rhythm shaped a life that felt safe and predictable, but at some point, everything changed. It was through social media that someone entered her life, starting with kind words and emotional support, and eventually shattered her sense of security and peace. Giovanni Padovani was a professional soccer player who also did some modeling on the side. He was born in Agrigento, Sicily, and when he first connected with Alessandra Matuzzi, he was 26 at that time. He was signed with a football club. There were no public controversies or past issues tied to his name. Outwardly, he came across well. Athletic build, well-groomed, and confident. He seemed young, full of energy, and quite present in the digital world. Padovani had a very active social media presence. His pages were filled with posts from training sessions, modeling gigs, and travel snapshots. His content got plenty of attention, especially from women, and pulled in a lot of likes and comments. He appeared approachable, outgoing, and friendly. At first glance, he seemed like a typical guy from the younger generation, someone who blended fitness and style. There was nothing in his online behavior that raised red flags. In fact, it helped create the image of a balanced and socially adept man. Alessandro came across his profile in the summer of 2021. Their first interaction happened online, which is pretty common these days. Despite a 30-year age difference, Padovani appeared mature both in appearance and lifestyle. Early on, he showed genuine interest and was capable of holding meaningful conversations. For Alessandro, who wasn't actively seeking a new relationship, the connection felt unexpected but not unsettling. At one point, he opened up about past health struggles. That vulnerability struck a chord with her. Her sister Stefania later noted that Alessandro's empathy played a key role in their emotional closeness. Gradually, their communication became more regular. They texted often, exchanged photos, and talked on the phone. He would ask how her day went, share updates from his training sessions, and talked about his progress. His tone was warm, even a bit shy at first. He thanked her for being understanding and told her how much he appreciated staying in touch. It all felt honest and genuine. Ordinary in the best way. When they finally met in person, Padovani was polite, calm, and attentive. He didn't seem rushed or pushy. He had traveled from another city just to spend a few days with her. During that visit, he saw her home, her daily routine, and the people around her. He respected her boundaries. One moment that stood out was when he offered to visit her mother at the care facility, a gesture that left a strong impression. It signaled that he was willing to embrace her life just as it was. These visits became a regular part of their lives. Whenever Giovanni was in Bologna, they spent time together. At her place, on walks, or just exploring the city. He accompanied her on everyday errands, showed interest in things that mattered to her, and made an effort to be present. He took photos with her, posted them online, and sent her personal messages full of encouragement. He often complimented her appearance, her kindness, and how she seemed to manage everything with such calm. Their relationship developed in an atmosphere of trust. At that stage, the age difference didn't seem to matter. He treated her with respect, called her a strong, beautiful, and mature woman. Alessandro wasn't used to that kind of emotional attentiveness from a man, but his behavior felt genuine. Her sister, who had seen some of their conversations, confirmed that he came across as decent in the beginning. Polite and never pushy. Alessandro began to see him as someone she could lean on, someone she could talk to without fear of judgment. Their conversations ranged from the everyday to deeply personal. He would send her small gifts, message her in the mornings and before bed. He wasn't intrusive or controlling. He was simply present, in a way that seemed caring and emotionally tuned in. But things began to shift a few months in. The first troubling signs appeared after the new year. Gradually, Padovani's behavior became more intense. He started calling more frequently than usual, asking detailed questions about who Alessandra was talking to and how she spent her time. What used to be casual conversations turned into interrogations. there was a noticeable shift in his tone. He began expressing doubt, convinced that she was hiding something from him. Those suspicions became more persistent. He even involved her sister Stefania, calling her and asking her to support his perspective. What started as uncertainty soon turned into firm, unshakable accusations. Stefania recalled that his calls became increasingly aggressive. He would raise his voice, throw out accusations, and wouldn't accept any disagreement. Talking to him became emotionally draining. Eventually, Stefania cut off contact. Alessandra didn't immediately follow suit. Even as his behavior worsened, she continued to communicate, hoping things would calm down. She avoided confrontation, trying instead to de-escalate the tension. But Padavani began crossing more and more boundaries. Trust had completely eroded. He grew jealous over any interaction she had with other people. Even neutral social media posts triggered conflict. He demanded explanations for likes and comments. The relationship became increasingly strained. He would call her in the middle of the night, send messages with no real reason, and create moments that felt like emergencies. His actions became erratic, shifting between aggressive outbursts and desperate apologies. Alessandra began to realize she was losing control of the situation, but even then, she couldn't see a clear way out. He had embedded himself into her daily life intensely, emotionally, and relentlessly. In early 2022, Giovanni Padavani escalated his behavior beyond emotional pressure. After one of his visits to Alessandra's home, she discovered that something was wrong with her digital accounts. Her email and social media logins no longer worked when she tried to recover access. She noticed the new passwords included names and phrases closely tied to Padavani, which led her to believe he had accessed her computer and reset her account information to gain control. But it didn't stop there. His actions went beyond just digital interference. At the same time, Alessandra discovered that her WhatsApp account had been linked to an unknown device. Upon closer inspection, she found spyware installed on her phone, software that allowed someone to monitor her conversations, read her message history, and track who she was talking to in real time. This meant Giovanni Padavani had been surveilling her remotely. He was monitoring her digital activity and accessing her private information without permission. This wasn't incidental. It was a deliberate, organized form of digital tracking. Her suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni began referencing things from her private conversations. He seemed to know exactly who she had spoken with and at what times. He accused her of messaging other men, even when no such conversations had taken place. His claims were based on how he interpreted what he'd seen, fueling a growing sense of paranoia. He acted with disturbing confidence and showed a complete disregard for her personal boundaries. His control extended into every detail of her digital life. At the same time, he ramped up the pressure with near constant monitoring. He demanded that Alessandra send short video clips of her surroundings every 10 minutes. These clips served as proof of her location and activities. If she refused, he would lash out in frustration, accusing her of dishonesty, threatening to end the relationship and demanding constant updates. His tone became increasingly authoritarian. Alessandra no longer felt like a partner. She felt watched, monitored, and cornered. Eventually, it became clear that Giovanni had accessed not only her phone, but also the home security system. He had somehow tapped into her surveillance cameras and was watching her in real time. One recovered message between Giovanni and his mother confirmed this. He had sent her a screenshot of Alessandra, taken directly from her home's security feed. It was yet another violation in a growing pattern. Alessandra had no idea how deeply he had invaded her private world. By the second half of 2022, Giovanni Padavani's behavior became openly aggressive. He wasn't just monitoring her online. He started following her in person. He began showing up at her apartment without warning, lingering outside for hours waiting for her to come home and watching her windows. She no longer felt safe even in her own neighborhood. Neighbors noticed him frequently. One resident reported seeing him trying to gain access to the complex. Another saw him on the building's rooftop. Alessandra asked her neighbors not to open the door if they saw Giovanni outside. These requests came from a place of constant fear. She wasn't sure anymore whether he would stop at surveillance. He had stopped hiding his intentions. Eventually, he started damaging Alessandra's property. There were instances where her car was vandalized. In one case, the wiring responsible for the car's lights was cut. He also tampered with the power in her apartment, unscrewing fuses to cut the electricity. These acts served as a pretext to draw her outside, to force a face-to-face interaction without witnesses. He was trying to create a situation where she would have no choice but to come out and face him. Broken objects, shouting, and signs of physical struggle became a common occurrence. Neighbors reported hearing loud arguments and heavy banging. His jealousy and obsessive need for control stripped away any self-restraint he may have had. He crossed every line. In one incident, he climbed onto the roof again, attempting to break into her home. This happened after she had stopped letting him inside. His behavior had become erratic and threatening. Alessandra's mental state deteriorated sharply. She lived in constant anxiety, gripped by fear. Each time she approached her home, opened a window, or stepped into the hallway, she started carrying pepper spray in her purse, something she had never done before. She told those close to her that she was scared to return home. Panic had become part of her daily life. To feel at least somewhat safe, Alessandra occasionally stayed with her sister, Stefanana, who welcomed her, even though the situation made her deeply uneasy. But even on those nights away, Alessandra couldn't stay gone for long. Her dog was still at the apartment, and she had a strong emotional bond with him. Returning home wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. She couldn't abandon her place completely, and that made her vulnerable. It meant she could never fully escape Giovanni's pursuit. The period between July and August became particularly intense. Alessandro knew her safety was in jeopardy. She confided in Stefanani, describing specific incidents of aggressive behavior. Still, even then, she continued to look for ways to de-escalate. She avoided confrontation, holding on to the hope that something in his behavior might shift. But Giovanni's obsession only deepened. He didn't see distance as a boundary, he took it as a personal insult. As the danger escalated, Alessandro Matuzzi decided it was time to seek protection. She filed her first official police report on July 29, 2022. In the complaint, she detailed Giovanni Padovani's actions, his stalking, invasions of her privacy, and the ongoing threats she felt. She included documentation, screenshots of threatening messages, and photos confirming his presence near her home. Despite her efforts, no immediate protective measures were taken. The following weeks passed in limbo. Alessandro remained fearful and anxious, but stayed in contact with authorities. On August 3, she returned to the station with further details. She provided new evidence and elaborated on the continued stalking. Still, the investigation remained in a preliminary phase. No decisions about safety measures were made. On August 8, she filed another complaint. By then, the harassment hadn't stopped. Padovani was still showing up near her residence, attempting to get inside and disturbing her peace. Alessandro shared that she feared the situation was spiraling out of control. She documented specific incidents: power outages, damage to her car, attempted break-ins. These acts were accompanied by text messages laced with aggressive undertone. A fourth meeting with law enforcement took place on August 13. Alessandro once again made it clear she feared for her life. She reported that Giovanni was still monitoring her movements, interfering in her daily life, showing up at her home and using technology to track her. The case file now included direct quotes from his messages, where the threatening language left little room for doubt. One of Alessandro's statements was especially chilling: "I don't want to die." That sentence captured the state of mind she was in, but official responses from police offered no real reassurance. No actionable steps were taken. Authorities didn't issue a restraining order, didn't formally warn Padovani, and didn't initiate surveillance around her apartment. Officials cited procedural guidelines and the need for more witness statements, and yet, Alessandro had already provided detailed information on intrusions, stalking, property damage, and tampering with her home's electrical system. Investigators noted delays due to witnesses being on vacation. This slowed the process down. Some members of the prosecution claimed her report didn't indicate an immediate risk to life, as there had been no documented cases of direct physical harm, viewing it as a stalking case rather than a critical threat. Authorities failed to treat the situation as urgent. That perspective would ultimately play a key role in what followed. Alessandra did everything she could to protect herself. She asked for help, kept records, and warned about the potential danger. The events were unfolding rapidly, but there was no intervention that could have meaningfully altered Padavani's behavior. No temporary orders or monitoring protocols were put in place. She continued living in fear, constantly bracing for the next incident. Alessandra's family later brought forward serious concerns about the actions of law enforcement. Her loved ones believed the tragedy could have been prevented. From a logical standpoint, the signs of escalation were undeniable. Giovanni Padavani's behavior had evolved from persistent obsession to overt intimidation. His actions were calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. But at the administrative level, there was no meaningful intervention. On August 20, 2022, just 3 days before the incident, Padavani created a checklist. It was later found on his phone in the Notes app. The list named specific items: duct tape, a hammer, rope, or hand restraints. He also wrote out steps: simulate a conversation with Alessandra, convince her to let him in, bring the necessary tools. These entries left no question about his intent or the level of planning involved. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst, it was a premeditated act, thought out in chilling detail. His planning included physical preparation. On August 21, Padavani left Sicily, where he had been involved in soccer activities, and traveled to Senigallia under the pretext of personal matters. From there, he made his way to Bologna, arriving on August 22. Travel routes and timestamps later confirmed this timeline. He didn't inform Alessandra of his visit. His movements were covert, pointing to a deliberate effort to catch her off guard. Once in Bologna, Padavani hid a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's home. He'd already scouted a secluded area within the residential complex. The tool was placed in a way that allowed him to retrieve it quickly when the moment came. This single act alone shows a disturbing level of foresight. Investigators also discovered that he climbed to the building's rooftop to monitor Alessandra's return. That happened just hours before the crime. One of the most alarming pieces of evidence. There was also a digital journal entry Padavani had written weeks earlier. In a note dated July 2, he wrote, "I'll end her because she ended me emotionally." He portrayed himself as a victim, accusing Alessandra of using him and making him look unstable. The message went on to justify his plan and showed full awareness of what was to come. "I know I'll end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to me." The content made it painfully clear his decision had been made well in advance, and what followed was a calculated attempt to reclaim control. On the morning of August 23, 2022, Giovanni Padavani was already in Bologna. He had arrived the day before and had told no one. Alessandro had no idea he was in town. He spent the entire day in the shadows, watching her movements from a spot near her apartment complex. He waited for the exact moment she would return home. Earlier, he had secured the hidden hammer, making sure it was within reach. That evening, around 9 p.m., Alessandra approached the entrance to her building. She was on the phone with her sister at the time. Padavani, already positioned nearby, made his move. From that moment, everything unfolded rapidly. As Alessandra reached the front door, Padavani closed in within seconds. He was right beside her. Her sister, still on the line, suddenly heard a drastic change in Alessandra's voice, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a struggle. Based on the call recording and eyewitness accounts, Alessandra tried to defend herself, but the assault was abrupt and violent. Padavani retrieved the hammer and struck her. The first blow was so forceful that the metal head of the tool detached from the handle. When the hammer broke apart, Padavani didn't stop. He continued the assault, using his fists, striking Alessandro on the head and body. Then he grabbed a heavy wrought iron bench located near the entrance to the building and used it as a weapon. He delivered multiple blows with it, ending the attack with extreme aggression. According to the forensic examination, Alessandra had sustained at least 20 separate injuries, many of them fatal. The trauma affected her skull, chest, and limbs. The report also noted multiple fractures and evidence that her body had been dragged across the ground. Despite the screams and the growing commotion that drew the attention of neighbors, Padavani made no attempt to flee. He remained at the scene. When law enforcement arrived, they found him sitting calmly near the building's entrance. Officers later testified that he showed no signs of panic or agitation. When questioned, his only words were, "Good thing you came." He didn't resist arrest. His demeanor was described as composed and fully aware. Alessandra was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too severe. She passed away within minutes of arrival. The nature of the wounds, their number, and the force behind them led authorities to classify Padovani's actions as a crime committed with extraordinary cruelty. He had made no attempt to flee, hide evidence, or stage the scene to look like an accident. Everything pointed to a deliberate, premeditated act. Neighbors who witnessed the final moments said he acted quickly, decisively, and without hesitation. Some tried to intervene, but they weren't able to reach her in time. Alessandra's sister, who had been on the phone with her during the attack, immediately called emergency services. Her testimony was crucial in establishing the exact sequence of events, from start to finish. The assault lasted only a few minutes. His crime marked the end of a long escalation, beginning with psychological pressure, moving through stalking and digital surveillance, and culminating in a fatal act of physical aggression. On the day of the attack, Padovani showed no signs of emotional breakdown or loss of control. His actions were cold, methodical, and aligned with what he had previously documented in his digital journal. After his arrest, Giovanni Padovani was placed in a psychiatric facility. He showed no remorse. During the initial interview, he chose to remain silent, invoking his right to withhold testimony. Later, during the investigation, he made several unsolicited statements, attempting to shift blame onto Alessandra. He claimed he felt betrayed and emotionally devastated, and said his actions were the result of overwhelming distress. Investigators confirmed that the crime had been carefully planned in advance. However, Padovani's defense pushed for a psychiatric evaluation. The court reviewed possible mental health issues, including paranoid tendencies and obsessive behavior patterns. Ultimately, the experts concluded that he had full awareness of his actions and was capable of controlling his behavior. As a result, legal insanity was ruled out. Before sentencing, Padovani made a final statement. He said he felt as if he had been living in a nightmare. He added that if the court believed he was mentally fit, then he deserved the maximum penalty. He described himself as a broken man and tried to frame the crime as the outcome of emotional strain caused by Alessandra. The court rejected Giovanni Padovani's defense. The circumstances of the case, his level of preparation, the content of his journal entries, and his composed behavior after the attack all pointed to full awareness of his actions. His attempt to blame the victim by claiming emotional devastation was found to be unfounded. The court concluded that his actions were driven not by a mental breakdown, but by pathological jealousy and a desire to regain control. His explanations were seen as an effort to rationalize a meticulously planned crime. After the death of Alessandro Matteusi, the online space became a secondary scene of aggression. News stories about the case attracted hundreds of comments, many of which shifted blame onto the victim. Alessandra was criticized for her age, appearance, clothing style, and the age difference between her and Padovani. Some users defended the perpetrator, suggesting he had snapped because he was deceived or that he was too emotionally fragile. One comment sparked particular outrage. Donatello Alberti, regional head of the Italian branch of the Red Cross, wrote, "You could see why he was jealous just by looking at her." Under pressure from widespread criticism, he followed up with, "Women should behave more modestly like our grandmothers did." These remarks ignited a national backlash, and Alberti was removed from his position. Shortly afterward, Alessandro's family filed a collective complaint against 25 individuals responsible for the most hostile online messages. The Bologna prosecutor's office launched a rare, large-scale investigation into cyber harassment. Public discourse had evolved into a new form of aggression, this time directed at a victim who could no longer respond. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padovani was found guilty of stalking and committing a violent crime against Alessandra Matteusi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court emphasized several aggravating factors: premeditation, extreme cruelty, and lack of remorse. It also took into account the pattern of stalking and psychological manipulation that preceded the act. At the same time, the court ruled on the cyber harassment case. All 25 users were held accountable. The case set a significant legal precedent for addressing posthumous digital harassment. Jealousy-induced delusion, known in psychological terms as Othello syndrome, is a pathological condition where a person becomes irrationally convinced of a partner's infidelity. Giovanni Padovani showed classic signs: extreme control, repeated accusations, invasion of personal privacy, and escalating aggression when the relationship began to unravel. Unlike ordinary jealousy, this condition involves obsessive thinking, a break from reality, and an inability to engage in critical self-reflection. In severe cases, it can lead to aggression or lethal outcomes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say that staying safe from those with bad intentions comes down to a few simple rules. Stay aware of your surroundings. Don't hesitate to ask for help if something feels off, and leave immediately if you sense danger. But do these rules always work? Can they truly guarantee protection? It's common knowledge that being intoxicated might impair one's ability to survive. People often believe that nothing can harm them, and when judgment is impaired, they may unintentionally place themselves in dangerous situations that have the potential to worsen. The story of Christina Kraft, an American model and well-known personality from the venerable glossy magazine Playboy, made headlines worldwide and sent shockwaves across the nation in 2018. Christina, a young woman in her early 30s, was discovered dead in her apartment. The apartment was in a nice home in one of Ardmore, Pennsylvania's most tranquil districts. The specifics were quite unsettling. The flat itself had been brutally looted, and her body was found in a gravely deformed state with obvious evidence of savage abuse. Law enforcement officials described the site as one of the most gruesome they had ever seen, and the case shocked the local community. The case was made much more disturbing by the fact that Christina had allegedly been robbed and drugged only a few days prior. While the crime was being investigated, investigators started to wonder if the same person could have returned. If so, what is the reason? On November 11, 1981, Christina Carlin Kraft was born in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. She came from a close-knit, loving, and supporting family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Her mother's Swedish ancestry and her father's German and Russian ancestry made up her heritage. Christina grew up with her sister and younger brother, and the 3 of them had a close and affectionate relationship. Stuart Kraft, her father, ran a little business that supported the family comfortably. Because of this, Christina's mother was able to devote all of her time to raising the children and making the house a cozy and inviting place. Unfortunately, Christina's mother passed away in late 1990, following a protracted and challenging struggle with a degenerative illness. Losing someone so close at such an early age had a lasting effect on Christina, who had just turned 9. Stuart, who was still grieving the loss of his wife, reared the kids by himself for over 4 years. However, he got married again in early 1994. The size of the home suddenly doubled since his new wife also had 3 children from a prior relationship. Luckily, Christina's stepmother got along well with the family almost away, and the newly integrated siblings didn't have any serious arguments. Christina was well known for being gregarious, extroverted, and having an easy time connecting with others. She had no trouble making friends and was frequently the lifeblood of any group she joined. Her positive outlook, excellent sense of humor, and contagious laugh won her the admiration of her peers. She fared well enough academically, but she wasn't at the top of her class. She really enjoyed social studies and literature. Christina had a striking appearance from an early age. When she reached adolescence, she had developed into a beautiful young lady. People always told her that she had the kind of beauty that belonged on the cover of fashion magazines or in Hollywood, so she never lacked attention. Christina longed for a future like that. She started going to casting calls while still in high school in the hopes of getting into modeling. Her efforts were successful, long-term contracts were still just out of her grasp in those early years, although she did earn a few gigs in advertising campaigns for apparel and accessory retailers. Following her high school graduation, Christina made the decision to live alone in 1999. After relocating to Atlantic City, she accepted a position as a waitress at a renowned casino. She enrolled in a nearby college to study interior design at the same time. Christina cherished the excitement of the entertainment business, the recognition it provided, and the respect she got from everyone. She frequently found herself in brief partnerships, drawing suitors who were utterly enamored with her, and frequently prepared to shell out a lot of money to gain her love. Christina met Alex Chase Cotel, a young and accomplished Wall Street banker, in 2005 while she was employed at the restaurant in the Borgata Hotel. Soon after, the two started dating, and they even had plans to get married, until Christina's untimely death in 2018. Christina never gave up on her goal of being a well-known model throughout the world. She emailed her portfolio to agencies, kept going to casting calls, and ultimately signed with a personal agency. According to her biography on the modeling website Model Mayhem, she is a brunette with olive-toned skin and green eyes, who has Swedish, German, and Russian ancestry. It's interesting that she named New York as her destination, even though she never spent a lot of time there. Christina frequently claimed to like traveling, making new friends, and trying out daring, occasionally outlandish fashions. She said she would go to any state for the proper chance, and was open to doing lingerie and swimwear shots. She started to get more of these opportunities in the middle of the 2000s. She walked the runway with Victoria's Secret's most famous models, got a deal with renowned jewelry designer David Yurman, and made appearances in lingerie and swimwear advertisements for the business. Over the years, Christina developed a network of contacts with prominent designers and photographers, specializing in high fashion and glitz. Several well-known fashion magazines, including Maxim, Harper's Bazaar, Cosmopolitan, Glamour, and others, featured her image. However, being in Playboy had always been Christina's greatest ambition. She yearned to be in the centerfold and on the cover as the featured model. But for some time, she was unable to seize that chance. Christina finally received the offer she had been waiting for in the spring of 2008. She was chosen as the model of the week, and the magazine included her pictures and a brief interview. However, a younger newcomer was given the cover and primary feature. At the time, Christina was 27, which is frequently seen as being near retirement age in the modeling industry. However, she persisted. She continued to hang out at the Playboy Mansion, remained good friends with Hugh Hefner, and even appeared on a reality show. However, her career slowed down after she was featured in the magazine. The controversial nature of the shoot caused some brands to back off, and her bookings began to drop. Christina adored the social scene, high-end venues, exclusive events, and stylish nightlife. Even though she wasn't very good at drinking, she still liked to go out to parties. She occasionally lost control, behaved provocatively, or got into arguments while intoxicated. The 34-year-old model was spending the evening at the Upper West Side of Manhattan at a fancy bar in March 2016. When the bill came, she refused to pay for one of the expensive liquor bottles since she had had too many strong drinks. The situation rapidly became more intense. Other guests noticed the situation that Christina created. She became even more enraged when a manager intervened to defuse the situation, and she retaliated aggressively. The matter reached the courtroom. Christina asserted that she was defending herself after being shoved by the manager, Sergei Inokin. But there were security cameras at the location, and the video made it quite evident that nobody had touched her. The physical altercation started because of her. The staff member was ultimately found not guilty, and Christina apologized in public. Christina's modeling career was almost over by the beginning of 2018. Although she was still occasionally approached for photo shoots at the age of 36, the big jobs had ceased to come in. Alex formally proposed to her at that point, and she gladly accepted. The pair started organizing their nuptials. They decided to move to a more tranquil area since they both wanted to settle down and establish a family. They relocated to Ardmore, a quaint little town in Pennsylvania with fewer than 16,000 residents. In one of the safest and most sought-after communities in the area, they bought a condo in a posh residential complex. Christina found the change difficult. She found it difficult to adapt to her new surroundings. It appeared like the glitzy gatherings and late-night parties were over. Now she spent her days taking care of household chores and beautifying their house, which were tasks she wasn't very good at. She missed the attention, the excitement of traveling, and the buzz of photo sessions. After a while, Christina started going to one of the few nightclubs in the area, where she would relax with a few potent cocktails and dance the night away. Her fiancé was unconcerned. He frequently accompanied her on these nights out because he saw how difficult the lifestyle shift was for her. Alex set out on a roughly week-long work trip to New York on Friday, August 17, 2018. Christina made the decision to go out to a nearby nightclub that evening in order to decompress and have fun. At the bar, she drank many cocktails. Eventually, a stranger came right up to her, started a polite discussion, and offered to buy her a drink. She accepted, and then her recollection abruptly vanished. Christina woke up the following morning with a severe headache. She was laying on the ground, confused, and momentarily unable to determine her location or the circumstances. She slowly got to her feet and looked about. She was relieved to find herself at her own apartment, but she couldn't recall how she got there. Pieces of the previous night returned as the fog began to clear. Before the recollection of the unknown man and the martini he bought her came back, she recalled that she had only had 2 cocktails at the bar, barely enough to induce such a blackout. At that point, everything was dark. It was becoming obvious that her drink had been tampered with. However, why? Why did he do it? Christina was taken aback by the mayhem surrounding her as she stood up. Someone had broken inside the apartment. Her jewelry, credit cards, cash, and a number of expensive designer handbags were all gone. The lack of her keyring, however, which meant that whoever did this may come back at any time and enter without restriction, was what really unnerved her. With the exception of a really bad headache that was probably brought on by whatever had been placed into her drink, Christina was fortunately unharmed. Her clothing was undamaged and intact, and there were no scars, bruises, or indications of abuse. Even while that provided some respite, she was still afraid the invader would return. Christina reported the break-in to the police that same day, but authorities had very little information to work with. The culprit left no footprints and wore gloves. Because of the previous night's blackout, Christina was unable to describe the suspect, and none of the stolen cards had been used yet. She decided not to disclose the incident to Alex, her fiancé. She didn't want to cause him anxiety or interfere with his crucial work trip. She hurriedly changed the front door's lock, but the uneasiness persisted. Christina didn't know where to go for solace and no longer felt secure in her own house. When Alex contacted his fiancée on the evening of August 21 to inform her that he would be returning home the following day, Christina initially didn't pick up. He didn't give it much thought. He assumed she was at a club and that the sound would have drowned out the phone call. However, when he attempted to call again the following morning, the phone was off. It was not like that. Alex tried to contact her repeatedly during the day, but she didn't respond. When he eventually made it home at around 8 p.m., his key did not work when he attempted to unlock the door. He explained the problem and requested help from the local emergency services. Given that a burglary had been reported at the same address only a few days prior and the culprit had escaped, the police's prompt response was extremely noteworthy. Since there was no alternative means to enter the unit by 10 p.m., cops made the decision to force entry. Alex saw there was a serious problem as soon as he entered. The flat was in complete chaos, with furniture toppled and destroyed, drawers flung onto the floor, and belongings thrown everywhere. Someone had apparently been looking for something desperately. The most unsettling finding, however, was in the bedroom. Christina's lifeless body lay on the bed, under a cover soaked in blood. She had obviously died some time ago because it had been badly scarred. It was already rigor mortis. The floor, furniture, walls, and drapes were all covered in blood splatters and streaks. Christina had been injured in almost every inch of her body. She had endured a protracted beating, been rendered completely deformed, and perhaps even tortured. Multiple ligature impressions on her neck indicated she had been strangled with foreign items, and markings on her wrists indicated she had been confined. Specific bruises and bruising in sensitive places were evidence of multiple acts of violent assault. Her face had been ruined, and her entire body was covered in abrasions and cuts that were probably caused by a knife. Her right cheekbone and lower jaw were broken, her nose was smashed into her skull, and both eye sockets were damaged. She had almost all of her skull's bones shattered, according to an autopsy. Given the extent of her injuries, it was likely that she had been trampled on rather than simply beaten. The official cause of death was determined to be mechanical asphyxia, despite the fact that all of the injuries were severe, given the extraordinary level of brutality involved, which suggested a personal motive. Christina's fiancé was immediately the main suspect, as is sometimes the case in such crimes. That theory was swiftly disproved, though, when officials verified Alex's flawless alibi. He had been in New York since August 17 and had no idea that their house had been broken into. The man Christina was seen with walked her out of the building and put her in the back seat of the car, according to surveillance footage taken outside the nightclub on the night of the crime. It was impossible to identify the man because the license plate was hidden. Meanwhile, a second camera, this one placed at the front door of her apartment complex, captured the same man escorting Christina inside. After about half an hour, he was spotted leaving the building with a big package that was probably full of stolen goods. On August 23rd, the man's identity was eventually verified when he used one of the credit cards that had been stolen, and a clear picture of his face was taken by security cameras at a retail establishment. He was identified as Andre Melton, age 31, who had a criminal history that included convictions for armed crimes and robbery. He had already escaped when a police unit was sent to his last known address. Officers confirmed his involvement by discovering multiple stolen goods from Christina's house inside his flat. Investigators started to question whether Andre may have gone back to the crime scene. If that's the case, how did he enter the apartment after Christina had replaced the locks immediately following the initial break-in? And why would he need to return at all? Surveillance footage from the night of the crime provided the answers. Later, it was discovered that Christina had returned to a neighborhood nightclub on August 21. She used a well-known app to order a ride when it was time to go home. Surveillance footage, however, shows that she wasn't alone when she left. She was with a man who seemed to be the same person who had been spotted with her earlier that night. The rideshare driver, who immediately recognized the two, was apprehended by authorities. According to him, both travelers appeared to be very drunk. He inferred from their chat that Christina had been uneasy at the club and that the man had offered to escort her home to ensure her safety. Together, they got out of the car and walked side by side into the apartment building. It's interesting to note that no CCTV footage showed the guy leaving the structure. Investigators think he might have left through the balcony door because the flat was on the ground floor. There would have been no sign of a forced exit if it had been opened from the inside and closed behind him without locking. Andre Melton was still on the wanted list at this time, while the second person's name was still unknown. Police thought the two might have been collaborating. Both men's photos were shown on the evening news, along with a request for information from the victim's family and police authorities to assist identify the unidentified man. This tactic was more effective than anticipated. Melton himself called the station that same evening. Although he acknowledged the heist, he maintained that he had never met the second individual and that he had no idea who he was. Fearing that he might be held accountable for the horrific act against Christina, he flatly refused to enter. A short while later, a guy called the station again to report that he had shared a hospital room with someone who fit the description of the unidentified suspect. The caller recalled being extremely uneasy due to the other man's unsettling tales. Even though they had only been in the same mental health facility for a few days, he claimed that the individual talked extensively about his preoccupation with violent conduct, particularly his passion with strangling people and witnessing their last moments. The circumstances surrounding Christina's death were uncannily similar to the caller's description. Sadly, there was no helpful information at the clinic. The individual was disoriented and had been brought in under the influence of illegal narcotics. He was admitted using the generic placeholder John Doe since he refused to provide his name, and after a brief stay, personnel decided he did not immediately constitute a threat to the public. On August 29, the matter eventually became public. The police department received a call from a woman claiming to be the sister of the man they were looking for. She identified him, as 31-year-old Jonathan Wesley Harris, who had a criminal record that included distributing illegal drugs and several instances of violence against women. Only a month and a half before, he had been released from prison and had spent a brief period of time at the mental institution. According to the caller, Jonathan had taken a bus to Pittsburgh earlier that day to stay with friends and be quiet until the situation resolved itself. Police were able to find him and take him into custody at the bus terminal the same day because of her tip. It's obvious that Jonathan Harris wasn't prepared for law authorities to find him so rapidly. He first denied any involvement in the violent incident when he was taken into custody by the police. He even asserted that he had never visited Christina's flat or met her. However, his tale began to shift once he saw the security footage and heard the rideshare driver's statement. Harris claims that he met Christina that night at the nightclub. She allegedly begged him to pose as her lover in order to help her escape an overbearing admirer. They then drank and, he said, used illegal narcotics together for the remainder of the night. According to Harris, Christina offered they stay the night at her house and invited him back. He consented, anticipating a romantic meeting as well as payment for the drugs he said he had given her. He maintained that there had been no non-consensual interaction between them and that any wounds discovered on her were the consequence of rough play, which he said Christina had asked for following their run-in. According to Harris, Christina told him that their time together was the payment and that she would not be providing him anything else when he sought money for the drugs. He said he was angry by this response. When she started yelling for assistance, he confessed to attacking her out of rage. He said that while she was asleep, he tried to silence her by choking and tying her up. Unaware that the apartment had been looted a few days before, Harris scoured it for cash and valuables. He started destroying the entire home, leaving a path of devastation in each room since he was furious over the lack of money. Although Harris acknowledged that he had attacked Christina once more in a fit of rage and frustration, demanding payment for the items he had brought, he maintained that since Christina was still alive and conscious when he left the apartment, he couldn't be held accountable for a crime as serious as killing her. Naturally, Harris was lying in an attempt to downplay the gravity of his behavior and escape a severe punishment. His account of what happened soon unraveled. First, the toxicology analysis revealed that Christina had only alcohol in her blood and no traces of any illegal substances. Second, she would not have been able to survive due to the severity of her injuries. Third, it was evident that Harris had exploited Christina's vulnerability since, according to the rideshare driver, she seemed scared and drunk that evening, anxious about being followed. According to the inquiry, the suspect volunteered to walk Christina home, but he wouldn't leave the apartment once he was inside. After that, he repeatedly attacked her, severely injured her, and finally strangled her to death. Then he went out the balcony door and threw the apartment in the trash. Jonathan maintained his innocence throughout the trial. His lawyer tried to reduce the accusation to aggravated assault instead of first-degree murder. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously convicted Harris guilty on all counts in spite of their best efforts. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Andre Melton wasn't taken into custody until January 2019. After he committed another burglary in a neighboring state, authorities were able to track him down. Considering all of his transgressions, he received a 22-year prison sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The chaos that unfolded wasn't caused by a gang member, a drug dealer, or a fugitive on the run. Surprisingly, the man at the center of it all was once a respected figure. A judge, a former lawmaker, and someone trusted to shape laws and deliver justice. But beneath the surface of his polished public image was a darkness no one expected. By the time the truth came to light, it was already too late. The community was left in shock, and a family was shattered beyond repair. As the police moved in to make the arrest, the man, Lance Mason, fled through the back door of his sister's house. But what could he have possibly done to trigger the arrival of an entire task force? Lance Timothy Mason was not your average public servant. He symbolized authority and respect. He had served as a state representative, a state senator, and a judge in Ohio. In every role, he carried weight. His voice was heard, and his decisions impacted lives. He once walked the halls of power with ease, shaping public policy and commanding silence in courtrooms. His resume was impeccable. Lawmaker, judge, city official, to the public, he represented leadership and responsibility. But while his public image was one of discipline and trust, his private life was collapsing under the weight of something much darker. What started as a promising career ended in a way no one could have predicted, turning a man who once defined justice into the face of a chilling crime. Mason didn't just play the game, he seemed to master it. And yet, as he climbed, something else rose with him, something that stayed hidden behind the speeches and handshakes, something that no title could erase. But just when he thought he was untouchable, police were searching his sanctuary, looking for him like a wanted criminal. In the quiet corners of his world, behind closed doors and far from the flash of cameras, tension was building. Those who paid close enough attention might have felt it. The way his polished smiles sometimes didn't reach his eyes, the flicker of control beneath the calm. No one asked, and he never said, but the air around him began to shift slowly. At first, like the hush before a storm. Then one day, that storm came. November 17, 2018. The day was supposed to be like any other, but for Aisha Frazier, it would be the last day she saw her children, the last day she could breathe freely. The two were supposed to meet at a decided place. It was the house owned by Lance Mason's sister, a house that would become the scene of unimaginable horror. Lance had already decided the fate of Aisha Frazier. That day, a knife was used as a weapon to stab the mother of his children. Lance Mason didn't just lose control, he planned it in front of their two children, who could do nothing but watch in paralyzing fear. He attacked her. The sound of the knife cutting through the air was drowned by the agonizing cries of their children. They screamed for their mom, but it was already too late. And then, in a final act of desperation, Mason fled. He didn't stop. He stole Aisha's SUV and sped off, but his attempt to escape wouldn't last long. In his reckless flight, he collided with a police cruiser, slamming into it with brutal force. The officer inside was injured. But Mason's terror was only beginning. He kept running, thinking he could outrun his past, but fate had other plans. It wasn't long before the law caught up to him, and the nightmare he'd set in motion would begin to unravel inside the house. Lynn Mason, his own sister, was on the phone with 911, her voice shaking with disbelief as she watched her brother destroy everything in his path. "He stabbed her and she is dead," she said. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Meanwhile, in the background, the children sobbed uncontrollably. Their cries were haunting evidence to the horror that had just unfolded. And when it did, it would leave scars so deep that even the highest seat of justice couldn't overlook them. The man who had once delivered verdicts from the bench would soon find himself on the other side of the law, bending his knees on the floor like he never saw what true power looked like. The story hadn't reached its climax, not until the mask slipped, not until the truth clawed its way to the surface. "Okay, have a seat right here." As his hands told the tale of the horrific fate that Aisha Frazier was met with, it was difficult to tell him apart from the charismatic man that he once was. Or was he ever that man? People will be left wondering. But before the horrific scenes of 2018, Lance had already given hints of what monstrosity he was capable of. It was a hot summer day on August 2, 2014, when the image of Lance Mason, the once respected judge and former state senator, was torn apart in a storm of rage and violence that no one saw coming. He wasn't wearing a robe that day. He wasn't behind a bench delivering rulings. He was behind the wheel of a car, his wife beside him, and their children in the back seat. What should have been just another ride turned into a nightmare. Without warning, the calm shattered. Mason began pummeling his wife with his fists, 20 savage blows, one after another, as if he had lost all sense of control, all sense of humanity. But he didn't stop there. With their terrified children watching from the back seat, he grabbed her head and slammed it into the car's center console, not once, not twice, 5 brutal times. The force was enough to leave her dazed, bloodied, and in sheer panic. She tried to escape, desperate to get out, but even then, outside the car, away from the steering wheel and the false sense of safety, he followed. He bit her, he threatened her. His rage didn't cool. It followed her out of the vehicle like a predator locked on its prey. When the police arrested him later that day, the horror only deepened. Inside Mason's home was not the quiet, book-filled sanctuary one might expect from a judge. It was a war zone. Shotguns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, smoke grenades, a bulletproof vest, a sword, and more than 2,500 rounds of ammunition. It looked less like the home of a public servant and more like the stockpile of someone preparing for combat. It was chilling. Not just the violence he had committed, but the world he had built behind closed doors. That attack got him 2 years in prison, but he only served 9 months, a slap on the wrist, a second chance he never deserved. You know why it was just a slap on the wrist when Lance Mason first beat his wife? Because powerful people were right there beside him, shielding him, vouching for him, smoothing the way back. Then he punched her so hard she had to undergo surgery for a broken orbital bone. Their daughters were in the car when it happened. It wasn't just domestic violence. It was terrifying, and yet, when it came time to face consequences, Mason had an army of high professor supporters ready to downplay the horror. U.S. Representative Marcia Fudge called him a good man who made a very bad mistake. Letters poured in from politicians, attorneys, and judges, all speaking about his character, his decades of service, his reputation. The victim, Aisha Frazier, barely seemed to factor in. That collective influence worked. Mason got just 2 years in prison and was released after serving 9 months. 9 months for disfiguring a woman in front of her children, and then just a few years later, he murdered her, stabbed her to death in front of those same daughters. Suddenly, those glowing endorsements from the political and legal elite became a stain. Marcia Fudge released a statement expressing heartbreak and claiming that the man who committed the murder wasn't the Lance Mason she knew. But that raises an uncomfortable question. If someone beats their partner so viciously they need surgery, how much more evidence do you need to protect the victim? During disciplinary hearings in 2017, other attorneys and judges again came to Mason's defense. They wrote letters expressing disbelief and emphasizing his achievements as a jurist. But the Ohio State Bar Association wasn't convinced. In their statement to the Supreme Court, they called out the letters for failing to explain what led to Mason's violent actions, or offer any assurance that it wouldn't happen again. This is more than just a case of poor judgment. It's a case study in how power protects power, even when it comes at the expense of a woman's life. Aisha was failed first by the justice system, then by the people who had the platform to do better. Instead of calling out the violence for what it was, too many were eager to excuse it, to write it off as an aberration from a man they respected. But monsters don't always look like monsters until it's too late. The hypocrisy is hard to stomach. The same people who once praised Mason's uncharacteristic mistake were suddenly offering condolences and shock. But here's the truth. They saw the violence, and they still chose to protect him. Aisha did everything right. She got the protection order. She followed the system. But Lance Mason had already made his choice. And long before the headlines and the whispers, before the scandal shattered the calm and sent shockwaves through Ohio's political circles, Lance Timothy Mason was just a boy growing up in Shaker Heights, bright, ambitious, and already dreaming of something bigger. Born on August 26, 1967, he followed a path that seemed carved out for greatness. From the hallways of Shaker Heights High School to the academic rigor of the College of Worcester, and finally to the esteemed University of Michigan Law School, where he earned his Juris Doctor in 1992. Mason's journey looked like the making of a legacy. Every step he took was calculated. Every role he stepped into only added to his growing reputation. Between 2002 and 2008, Mason served in the Ohio General Assembly, first as a representative and then as a senator, moving through the ranks with a confidence that suggested he wasn't just part of the system, he was built for it. His dedication and charm caught the attention of then-Governor Ted Strickland, who appointed him as a judge to the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas in 2008. A position of weight and visibility, a place where power wasn't just practiced, it was absolute. But the climb didn't end there. Nearly a decade later, in 2017, Mason returned to public service, this time as the Minority Business Development Administrator under Cleveland Mayor Frank G. Jackson. To outsiders, it seemed like a full-circle moment, an accomplished man continuing to serve, continuing to lead. His name appeared in political rosters and press releases, his image still polished and his influence very much intact. This was not a man at the beginning of his fall. This was someone already deep in descent. Mason had married his wife in 2005, but they were preparing for divorce, and by March 2014, they had separated. Still, that separation didn't offer her safety, not truly. Their divorce would only be finalized over a year later, in November 2015. The courtroom fell silent as Lance Mason, once a powerful figure draped in robes and respected in legal circles, stepped forward, now wearing a prison jumpsuit, wrists bound in cuffs. This wasn't a man accused of a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a man now facing the most horrific charge of all: the calculated, violent murder of his ex-wife, Aisha Fraser. It was a cold, unforgiving day on Chagrin Boulevard when the horror unfolded behind the closed doors of Fraser's home. There were no warnings, no second chances. According to the grand jury, Mason didn't just kill. He planned it with purpose and calculation. He carried out an attack so brutal it sent shockwaves through the very community he once served. Aisha Fraser, a beloved mother and schoolteacher, was stabbed to death. She had trusted the system to protect her. She had a protection order in place. But that paper shield was no match for the man who had already proven what he was capable of. At his arraignment, Mason stood still as the charges were read out, one by one. Aggravated murder, felonious assault, twice violating a protection order, grand theft. Each count painted a clearer picture of a man spiraling deeper into darkness. Each word was a knife to the memory of who he once was. And still, he pleaded not guilty. The judge listened, watched, and responded with a bond that matched the weight of the crime. $5 million, 0 cents. A staggering amount for a staggering fall. But no number could reverse what had happened. No courtroom procedure could bring Aisha Fraser back. But then things changed for him. Whether it was his ego in the way or hidden love for his children. Lance pleaded guilty of his crimes in his pre-trial hearing, sitting there in the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas. He looked every bit the man who had shattered so many lives with his actions, with an unsettling calm. He said that he wishes to take responsibility for the crimes he had committed. Those words were heavy, but they didn't feel like remorse. They felt like a man just going through the motions, as if this was some kind of routine procedure, not the acknowledgement of a life-altering, soul-crushing tragedy. But then he dropped a sentence that showed his vulnerability. There was no way I was going to let my daughter testify against me. As those words left his mouth, it became clear this wasn't just a crime of passion or rage. It was calculated, cold. This was a man scared to face his daughter in court, scared of losing the delusion of being a great father that he thought he was to his children. Mason pled guilty to some of the most atrocious charges imaginable: aggravated murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, murder, violating a protection order, and grand theft. Every single charge was a grim reminder of the violence he had unleashed that day. As the courtroom absorbed the weight of his admission, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. This wasn't just a man who had gone astray. This was a man who had once held power, who had been trusted with the law, but now was nothing more than a broken figure sitting before a judge to answer for the unspeakable destruction he had caused. Aisha Fraser was more than just a name in the news. She was a devoted mother, a cherished friend, and a beloved schoolteacher in Shaker Heights, Ohio. To her students, she was a source of light. To her community, she was a role model. But on a quiet November day, her life was stolen in the most horrifying way imaginable by a man who once promised to be her protector. Aisha saw the worst in a man who rose to the highest rank in a system that failed her so many times to the point of losing her life. That's the tragedy that sparked Aisha's Law, a bold piece of legislation introduced by Ohio State Representative Janine Boyd, and now supported by over 32 co-sponsors in the Ohio House. But Aisha's Law isn't just about one woman. It's about every person trapped in a cycle of domestic abuse, and it's about finally changing a system that failed her, one that fails so many. Now, what exactly is Aisha's Law? It is a multi-layered bill designed to intervene before abuse turns deadly. It's based on one simple truth: domestic violence homicides are predictable. Victims often show signs, abusers escalate, and yet, too often the system doesn't catch the red flags until it's too late. This bill aims to change that. It includes mandatory risk assessment training for police. Case officers would be trained to identify high-risk abusers, the kind most likely to commit lethal violence. Instead of treating each case as isolated, officers would learn to ask the right questions, recognize patterns, and respond with urgency. This means victims at the highest risk could finally be protected before tragedy strikes. Number 2, 24/7 access to protection orders. If someone needs a protection order at 2 a.m. on a Sunday, they shouldn't have to wait until Monday morning. Aisha's Law would require courts to have judges or magistrates available 24/7 to issue emergency protective orders because violence doesn't wait, and neither should justice. Third key point, an expanded definition of child endangerment, which means that if a child is present when abuse happens, that's not just a side note, it's another layer of trauma. The bill expands child endangerment to include witnessing domestic violence, holding abusers accountable for the psychological damage inflicted on children, even if they aren't physically harmed, and then lastly, a broader definition of aggravated murder. It expands the definition of aggravated murder to directly reflect the reality of domestic violence cases like Aisha Frazier's. It means that if someone purposely kills a family or household member, and they already have a past conviction for domestic violence or any violent offense that caused serious harm to that same person, it can now be charged as aggravated murder. Let's be clear, this is huge. Why? Because in many past cases, abusers who escalated from beatings to murder weren't charged with the most serious level of homicide, even if their violence was part of a clear pattern. This update closes that gap and says, if you've seriously hurt someone before and you come back and kill them, you're facing the highest possible charge under the law. Why does this matter so much? Because Aisha Frazier did everything right. She left, she got help, she followed the legal steps. But the system didn't protect her. Her daughters witnessed the unthinkable. Her mother's murder after watching her suffer for years. This bill doesn't just honor Aisha's memory. It arms communities, law enforcement, and the justice system with the tools they need to prevent similar tragedies. And the stats are chilling. Nearly 112 Ohioans died from domestic violence in a single year. The stats also show that nearly half of domestic violence victims in Cleveland are at high risk of being killed. And shockingly, in Cuyahoga County, only 1 in 3 abusers ever spend a single day in jail. But up until now, change has been slow and scattered. Aisha's Law, named in honor of Aisha Frazier, has actually passed the Ohio House, not once, but twice. Yet it's never made it all the way into law. Why? Because parts of the bill sparked pushback from prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys who disagreed with certain sections. As a result, both times it reached the Ohio Senate, it stalled. No vote, no law, no protection. Meanwhile, the threat to domestic violence victims hasn't slowed down, and survivors, they're still waiting for the system to catch up. Coming back to the man who once wore the robe of dignity and honor, the one who decided the fate of others, now his own fate rests in the hands of a parole board. Lance Mason, the former Cuyahoga County judge once trusted to uphold justice, is now serving a life sentence for the brutal murder of his ex-wife. But here's the twist that's left many stunned. He could one day walk free. After admitting to stabbing Aisha to death in front of their children, Mason was handed a life sentence. Yet it came with a caveat. He'll be eligible for parole in 35 years. That means at the age of 87, if he ever reaches it, the man who shattered a family and forever altered the lives of 2 young girls could make a case for his freedom. It's a painful reality for those who knew and loved Aisha, a respected teacher, a devoted mother, and a victim of unthinkable violence. Just 4 years before the murder, Mason had already served a shockingly brief sentence for violently attacking her in front of their children. He vowed then that he would never return to prison, but he did, and this time, he's not leaving. At least not for 35 years. For many, the idea of parole feels like a second betrayal, because some crimes, they say, deserve no second chances. But what do you think? Should someone who committed such a brutal act ever be eligible for parole, no matter how many years pass? Are 3 decades behind bars justice served? Or is it a loophole in a system meant to protect victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Just minutes after a frantic 911 call, police arrived at the Beverly Hills mansion of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and what they found inside was pure carnage. The couple had been shot execution style, their bodies so brutally mutilated that they were nearly unrecognizable. The scene was chilling. But what shocked the world even more came 7 years later, when their own sons, Lyle and Eric Menendez, were convicted of the murders. Case closed? Not quite. Decades later, the Menendez brothers' case continues to spark debate, dominate headlines, and flood social media feeds. Some still believe they were cold-blooded killers, motivated by greed. Others argue they were deeply traumatized, victims of long-term abuse who saw no other escape. But before we can begin to unpack the controversy, we need to understand where they came from. The Menendez family wasn't just wealthy, they were extravagantly rich. They lived a life most people could only fantasize about. Private jets, luxury cars, and million-dollar homes. In the late 1980s, their Beverly Hills mansion looked like something straight out of a Hollywood fantasy, more fitting for a movie star than a family of 4. But their lavish lifestyle didn't come easy. It was built on the relentless ambition of one man, Jose Enrique Menendez. Born in Cuba, Jose fled the country during the revolution. At just 16, he arrived in the United States with no money and no safety net, only an unshakable determination to succeed. He earned a degree in accounting, but he didn't stop there. He climbed the corporate ranks in the entertainment industry with laser focus, eventually landing powerful positions at major companies like RCA Records and Live Entertainment. By the time of his death, Jose was a multi-millionaire, a self-made man who believed in hard work, success, and control. But behind the closed doors of their perfect home, something else may have been brewing. Something darker. Something that would eventually explode into one of the most infamous family murders in American history. His wife, Kitty, was once a school teacher, but she left her career behind as Jose's success skyrocketed. With their growing fortune, the Menendezes gave their sons every possible privilege. Lyle and Eric attended elite private schools, wore designer clothes, and lived a life free from financial worries. But beneath the glamorous surface, cracks were forming in the perfect family image. Eric, the younger of the two, had an undeniable talent for tennis. Ranking among the top young players in the country, his potential could have taken him to the professional level, competing against tennis legends like Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi. Lyle, the older brother, was accepted into Princeton University, but he struggled academically and was eventually suspended for plagiarism by the summer of 1989. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18. Their future was seemingly set. Their father's fortune, their their connections, and their privileged upbringing meant they had access to a world of opportunity. The Menendez estate alone was worth well over $10 million, 0 cents. And had things played out differently, their father might have told them, "One day, kids, all of this will be yours." Instead, on the night of August 20, the Menendez brothers walked into the family room where their father was watching television. Armed with shotguns, they unleashed a brutal attack, firing multiple rounds at their parents. The gunshots echoed through the mansion, shattering the illusion of a perfect family. When it was over, their father was riddled with bullets, his body slumped over in the chair where he had been watching television. Their mother, who had tried to escape, was shot so many times that part of her skull was blown away. The sheer violence of the attack stunned even the most seasoned investigators. But what happened next was just as shocking. The brothers didn't panic. They didn't flee in fear. Instead, they cleaned themselves up, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the movies that night, while their parents' bodies lay lifeless in their blood-soaked home. Lyle and Eric sat in a theater watching Batman. After that, they returned home, and that's when they called the cops and pretended to be shot. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Eric rolling around on the front lawn, curled up in the fetal position, howling in grief. His cries echoed through the night, an Oscar-worthy performance that would have fooled even the most seasoned detectives. But given what they went through throughout their childhood, the realistic cries of them just make sense. The brothers sobbed, clung to each other, and played the part of heartbroken sons to perfection. But behind the theatrics, something didn't sit right. Investigators pieced together the brutal execution. Jose Menendez had been sitting on the couch, watching television, completely unaware of what was coming. The first shotgun blast struck the back of his head, killing him instantly. The force of the shot was so powerful that it nearly decapitated him. Kitty, hearing the deafening explosion of gunfire, rushed into the room. Her scream barely had time to leave her lips before the second shot rang out. The blast struck her in the leg, sending her sprawling to the floor. She attempted to crawl away, leaving behind a slick trail of blood on the polished hardwood, but there was nowhere to go. Her own sons towered over her, reloading their weapons. The next round of shots tore through her chest and arms as she writhed in agony, but it wasn't enough. The final devastating shot was delivered point-blank to her face, obliterating her features and rendering her unrecognizable. It was a grotesque overkill, something more akin to a mob hit than a spontaneous crime of passion. And then, in an eerie and calculated move, the brothers fired additional shots into their parents' kneecaps. This detail was chilling. Why would sons do such a thing to their own parents? To detectives, this screamed of a professional-style execution, a deliberate attempt to stage the murder as a mafia hit. But here's where things got truly bizarre. The Menendez brothers were not immediate suspects. Despite being the only people with a clear financial motive, despite their suspicious behavior, and despite the glaring brutality of the crime, the police initially bought into their grieving act. They didn't even test them for gunshot residue, a basic procedure in homicide investigations. For a while, it seemed like they might just get away with it, but their greed would be their downfall. In the weeks following the murders, instead of retreating into mourning, Lyle and Eric embarked on a jaw-dropping spending spree. Lyle returned to the Princeton area and began a kind of spending frenzy. His friends say they thought it was his way of dealing with his grief. Over several weeks, he bought clothes, a Rolex, a $62,000 0 cents Porsche. Rather than return to school, he bought a restaurant, saying his mother would have been pleased. Meanwhile, Eric wasn't exactly keeping a low profile either. He hired a new top-tier tennis coach. On top of that, the brothers vacationed in exotic locations like London and the Caribbean, dined at five-star restaurants in Los Angeles, and drove around town in their deceased mother's Mercedes-Benz convertible. The money hemorrhaged out of their accounts at an alarming rate. In just 6 months, they had burned through over $700,000, 0 cents. They moved into high-end condos in Marina del Rey, flaunting their newfound freedom with reckless abandon. But while they were celebrating their new lives, the police were busy chasing a dead end. Investigators initially believed Jose Menendez's business dealings had made him a target. He was known for his ruthless and cutthroat style, making enemies in the entertainment world. The police considered the possibility of a mob hit. The staged kneecap shots made it look like an organized crime execution. But something didn't add up. If the mafia wanted Jose dead, why kill Kitty too? And why had nothing been stolen? As detectives struggled to find leads, Eric made a mistake that cracked the case wide open. Feeling guilty, overwhelmed, and unable to keep the secret buried, he confided in his psychologist, Dr. Jerome Oziel. He admitted everything: how they planned the murder, how they executed it, and how they covered it up. Dr. Oziel, bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, initially kept the confession secret. But here's where things took a wild turn. Oziel had a mistress, a woman named Judalon Smith. She knew about the confession, and in a moment of betrayal, she went to the police. Now, if you were the doctor's mistress at the time, what would you have done? According to her, she knew that Lyle and Eric were sexually abused, so if you knew that for a fact, would you still report it to the police? I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this point, Lyle and Eric were still oblivious. They truly believed they had pulled off the perfect crime. Lyle even went so far as to hire bodyguards for his shopping trips, parading around like a celebrity. Additionally, the two brothers had just established their own business called the Menendez Investment Enterprises. But law enforcement wasn't so easily fooled. With Judalon Smith's tip, they finally had the breakthrough they needed. The police were about to turn the tables on the Menendez brothers, and the downfall of Lyle and Eric was just beginning. They arrested Lyle first, since he was in California, and then Eric was taken into custody after he returned from playing in a tennis tournament in Israel. The case, however, was anything but simple. The legal battle was just beginning, and what followed was a courtroom drama filled with shocking twists and relentless maneuvering from both the prosecution and defense. The prosecution had what they believed to be a solid piece of evidence: the therapy session tapes. A judge ruled that these tapes could be used in court, but the brothers had hired a top-tier legal team, and they fought tooth and nail to suppress them for over a year. Every motion, every appeal, every legal loophole was explored. It was a fierce battle of legal expertise and strategy, stretching out the case and delaying the inevitable. First things first, let's talk about the person who first knew who killed the Menendez parents: Dr. Jerome Oziel. They started discussing what would happen, or how it would be, if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force and a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. And at that point, it evolved into a discussion about killing the parents, most particularly the father. Basically, that the father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionistic standards, that he was controlling of a lot of different aspects of Eric and Lyle's life in a very extreme way. They went up to the office where the infamous confession tape was recorded, a piece of evidence that would shake the entire case. But despite how damning the tape was, it didn't immediately lead to a guilty verdict. Instead, it played a major role in the Menendez brothers' defense. They claimed their father had abused them for years, physically, emotionally, and sexually, and they saw no other way out. In the tape, the brothers not only admitted to the murders, but also revealed something shocking. They had found their mother's suicide note before the killings, which deeply affected their decision. Eric described his mother's pain, how she discovered their father's long-term affair, and how it broke her. He recalled her struggling with alcohol and pills, telling him, "You don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day and drink." The brothers believed that by killing her, they were actually doing her a favor, freeing her from misery. But there was also another terrifying thought. If she took her own life, they would be left alone with their father, and that was even worse. Eric later testified in court, revealing horrifying details about the abuse. He said that one night he finally told his older brother Lyle what had been happening. When asked why, Eric simply said, "I wanted it to stop." He described how their father forced him into oral sex and even used pins and tacks to hurt him during the assaults. He also shared that their father once threatened him with a knife, a jagged Rambo knife, to keep him silent. Lyle also took the stand and testified about the abuse he suffered between the ages of 6 and 8. To back up their claims, their defense team showed disturbing photographs as evidence, revealing the dark reality the brothers said they had endured. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in an envelope with the handwriting of their mother. Among those photos was one that should have never existed, one of Lyle's nakedness, saved by his own mother. Lyle would later testify that his father, Jose Menendez, took photographs of them in their most vulnerable moments, bathing, changing, just being kids. Lyle said that he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. He would just come in, snap the photo, and leave. Lyle described in court how, after sports practice, his father would massage him. Then the touching began. It escalated, and Lyle was forced to touch back. After this, they would undress, and the nightmare played on repeat. 2 to 3 times a week, in his bedroom or the bathroom. Then there were the object sessions, a toothbrush, a shaving brush, a tube of Vaseline. This was his father's twisted routine, and when Lyle finally found the courage to tell his mother, her response was, "Stop exaggerating. Your father loves you. He's punishing you because you do things wrong." But the trauma didn't stop with Lyle. The abused become the abuser. Lyle admitted that he did the same to Eric. He took Eric to the woods. He used the same toothbrush, and in the courtroom, with the weight of his own guilt crushing him, he could only say one thing: "I'm sorry." Years later, Eric finally confided in Lyle. He revealed that their father had been abusing him too, and when Lyle confronted Jose about it, the fear set in. However, the prosecution had its own version of the story. They painted the Menendez brothers as cold-blooded killers who wiped their father's computer, erasing the will to cover up their crime. A computer expert testified that the data was gone, irretrievable. But here's the twist. Lyle's computer expert confirmed that he was hired not to recover the files, but to make sure they could never be recovered. So was it greed or was it fear? Back in the late 1980 CAS and early 1990 CAS, conversations around male sexual abuse were almost non-existent. It wasn't just a taboo topic, it was something that society outright dismissed or refused to acknowledge. Many people found it hard to believe that men, especially young men from wealthy, privileged backgrounds, could be victims of such horrific abuse. The concept of male vulnerability was often met with skepticism, mockery, or outright denial. And when Lyle and Eric Menendez stood trial for the brutal murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, the nation was divided. The trial, broadcasted in real time across national television, turned into a media spectacle. While some people sympathized with the brothers and believed their accounts of long-term sexual and physical abuse at the hands of their father, others ridiculed them, especially for the way they broke down in tears on the stand. At one point, SNL even created a skit poking fun at the brothers during their trial. Their emotional testimonies were dissected, with critics accusing them of faking their distress to gain sympathy. Late-night talk shows made them the butt of jokes, and tabloid headlines painted them as greedy, spoiled rich kids who had killed out of a thirst for money and freedom. However, the trial took an unexpected turn when a forensic psychologist took the stand, presenting a crucial argument. The crime was not premeditated, according to the psychologist. Lyle and Eric's actions stemmed from years of abuse, fear, and trauma, rather than cold, calculated planning. For a moment, it seemed like the judge was leaning in their favor, acknowledging that the psychological impact of prolonged abuse could have led to a spontaneous, desperate act of violence, rather than an orchestrated murder for financial gain. But then, in a shocking twist, a key witness in the case, Lyle Menendez's best friend Donovan Goodrow, seemingly contradicted himself on the stand. Goodrow had previously provided a recorded statement in which he admitted that Lyle confided in him about years of sexual abuse at the hands of their father. However, in court, Goodrow shockingly denied ever hearing such things from Lyle. This contradiction sent shockwaves through the courtroom and was even aired on Prime 9 News. The revelation forced the trial into a temporary halt, as the judge and attorneys debated the significance of the tape, which directly challenged Goodrow's testimony. At the heart of the case was a question that divided the nation. Were Lyle and Eric Menendez calculating killers who brutally executed their parents for inheritance money, or were they lifelong victims who finally snapped after years of unspeakable torment? Brutal prosecution was completely focused on the idea that Eric and Lyle Menendez were greedy rich kids that had killed their parents because they were in a hurry to inherit their money. The jury struggled to reach a consensus. After weeks of deliberation, both juries, one for Lyle and one for Eric, ended up hopelessly deadlocked. On January 13, 1994, Eric's jury announced they were unable to reach a verdict, and just days later, Lyle's jury did the same. The mistrials left the nation in turmoil, with public opinion split. Some believed that the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse should have justified a lesser charge such as manslaughter. Others argued that no amount of trauma could excuse such a brutal and premeditated act of murder. The prosecution, meanwhile, remained steadfast in its stance that the Menendez brothers were driven by greed rather than fear. When their second trial began in August 1995, the media frenzy had died down significantly. Judge Stanley Weisberg, who had presided over the first trial, made a critical decision this time. No cameras were allowed in the courtroom. The lack of live television coverage meant the case no longer held the same level of public spectacle, and as a result, much of America lost interest in the proceedings. But behind closed doors, the defense faced major setbacks. Judge Weisberg significantly limited the testimony regarding the brothers' claims of sexual abuse, making it harder for the defense to argue that the killings were an act of desperation rather than cold-blooded murder. Additionally, unlike in the first trial, the jury was not given the option to convict the brothers of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Prosecutors dismissed the brothers' claims as nothing more than an abuse excuse and worked aggressively to dismantle their defense. Lyle, who had testified in the first trial, chose not to take the stand this time. On March 20, 1996, after just 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. 3 weeks later, after 3 more days of deliberations, the jury sentenced them both to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The once prominent Menendez brothers, who had grown up in Beverly Hills luxury, were now locked away for life, their fate sealed. But despite their convictions, their story was far from over. Years later, new evidence surfaced that suggested the Menendez brothers had been telling the truth all along. In May 2023, the defense team filed a habeas petition citing newly discovered evidence that could potentially overturn their convictions. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was a letter Eric Menendez had written to his cousin Andy Cano in December 1988, 8 months before the murders. In the letter, Eric detailed the ongoing sexual abuse he was enduring at the hands of his father. He expressed his fear, his inability to escape, and his hesitancy to tell anyone, even his own brother, because of his father's threats. Despite this evidence, the prosecution had previously dismissed Cano's testimony during the original trials, branding him a liar. However, the letter written long before the murders suggested that Eric had indeed been desperate for help, contradicting the prosecution's claim that the abuse allegations were fabricated after the fact to justify the killings. But the revelations didn't stop there. In 2023, Roy Rossello, a former member of the Latin boy band Menudo, came forward with shocking allegations. Rossello claimed that Jose Menendez, who was an RCA Records executive at the time, had sexually assaulted him when he was just 14 or 15 years old. According to Rossello, Menendez had lured him to his home, drugged him, and raped him. He further alleged that he had suffered multiple assaults by Menendez, once before and once after a performance at Radio City Music Hall. His sworn affidavit was submitted as part of the Menendez brothers' legal appeal, lending further credibility to their claims of abuse. If their appeal is successful, the Menendez brothers could be retried under different charges, possibly reducing their convictions to manslaughter. Given that the maximum penalty for voluntary manslaughter in California is 11 years per count, and considering they have already served more than 34 years behind bars, A retrial could mean their release after decades. Lyle and Eric were kept in separate prisons, Lyle at Mule Creek State Prison and Eric at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. They were only allowed to communicate through daughters. But in 2018, after nearly 20 years apart, the California Department of Corrections granted their request to be housed together. The moment they were reunited was deeply emotional, with both brothers expressing relief and joy at finally being able to see each other again. Life behind bars has been drastically different for each brother. Eric married his longtime pen pal, Tammy Ruth Sackman, and has spent years painting and donating his artwork to charity. He even gifted a portrait to comedian Kathy Griffin. Lyle, on the other hand, has dedicated his time to inmate advocacy, serving as president of the inmate government at Mule Creek and working with support groups for survivors of sexual abuse. His first marriage ended in divorce after his wife discovered he had been writing letters to other women. Despite spending more than 3 decades in prison, the Menendez case has recently seen a resurgence in public interest, particularly among younger generations on social media platforms like TikTok. Many of these young activists argue that the Menendez brothers were victims who acted out of fear rather than greed. Thousands of supporters have written letters to California officials demanding clemency. Yet after all these years, one question remains. Will Lyle and Eric Menendez ever walk free? Or will they spend the rest of their lives behind bars? What do you think? Were they victims seeking justice? Or were they cold-blooded killers? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On April 27, 2024, a 55-year-old man set out for what he thought would be a peaceful day of fishing near Myrtle Beach. His chosen spot was along the Lambert River, deep within the quiet expanse of Lambert State Park, a place he often visited to escape the noise and pace of everyday life. Unlike the crowded beaches and bustling boardwalks of the city, this park offered something different: solitude. He set up his fishing gear along a remote, overgrown section of the riverbank, surrounded by thick vegetation. As he cast his line into the slow-moving water, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of wildlife. But then, something changed. He heard it. Faint, restrained, almost ghost-like, the sound of a woman crying. It wasn't hysterical or loud, but soft and uneven. It came from across the river, somewhere within the dense underbrush. The man paused, alert. For a moment he considered investigating, but quickly second-guessed himself. Maybe it was just someone having a quiet moment, a private breakdown in nature. Respecting their space, he turned back to his fishing line. Then, silence. The crying stopped, and the forest returned to stillness. The man exhaled and tried to ease back into his rhythm. But just as he did, a sound rang out. Sharp, sudden, and unmistakable. A gunshot. It echoed across the river, slicing through the quiet like a blade. In that moment, the tranquility of the park was shattered, and what began as a peaceful retreat was now the front line of a mystery that would soon grip the entire state. This sound jolted him into action, making it clear that something serious might have happened. Feeling compelled to investigate, he decided to move toward the area where the sounds had originated. He navigated approximately 200 yards through dense vegetation before arriving at a small, cleared section of the riverbank. There, he encountered an unusual sight. A backpack lying on the ground, accompanied by a pair of sunglasses and a cell phone. The immediate area appeared deserted, with no signs of anyone nearby. The man inspected the belongings, but found no evidence of a struggle or anything else alarming, such as blood. This only heightened his sense of unease. Curiosity and concern drove him to open the backpack, hoping to find clues about its owner. Inside, he discovered a wallet containing identification, cash, credit cards, some personal items, and a small Bible. Despite the contents, there was nothing that explained the strange sequence of events. Realizing the situation could be far more serious than he initially thought, the man promptly contacted emergency services. Law enforcement officers arrived approximately an hour later, After conducting a preliminary survey of the scene, they began a broader search of the surrounding area. Later that same day, a second report came in from another park visitor who stumbled upon something even more unsettling. Myrtle Beach, located along the Atlantic coast in South Carolina, is renowned as a popular tourist destination. While the city's population sits at approximately 35,000, it swells significantly during the summer months with the influx of visitors. Myrtle Beach is famous for its expansive sandy beaches, upscale resorts, and a variety of entertainment options, including fine dining, golf courses, and attractions such as one of the largest aquariums in the region and a towering Ferris wheel. Beyond its appeal to tourists, Myrtle Beach is home to numerous churches that play a central role in the local community. One of the most notable is Solid Rock Church, located in the heart of the city. Established as a spiritual hub for those seeking guidance and support during challenging times, Solid Rock quickly gained popularity. The church offers not only traditional services but also educational and recreational programs tailored to the community, including youth activities. At the core of Solid Rock's mission is Pastor John Paul Miller, appointed in 2009 at the age of 35. He brought with him a wealth of experience in spiritual leadership, known for his charismatic approach and deep involvement with his congregation. John Paul quickly became a beloved figure. He was married to Allison, and together they raised 3 children, along with 1 child from a previous marriage. The Miller family lived in a house near the church, allowing them to maintain close ties with the community. That same year, the Francis family joined Solid Rock Church. Angelita and Michael Francis, along with their daughters Micah and Sierra, had recently relocated to Myrtle Beach and chose the church as their spiritual home. For 14-year-old Micah, the church became a significant part of her life. She quickly formed friendships and immersed herself in the youth programs, many of which were led by Pastor John Paul. This involvement helped Micah integrate into the local community. Micah's older sister, Sierra, also participated in church activities, though her role was less prominent. Micah, on the other hand, stood out for her enthusiasm and faith, which did not go unnoticed. Her active engagement in church life provided opportunities to connect with other young members of the congregation. One such individual was Jeremy, a participant in the same youth programs as Micah. Over time, their relationship grew closer, and after several years, the young couple decided to marry. Their union appeared to be a perfect match. Their shared dedication to church activities and the strong support of their families seemed to lay a solid foundation for a happy life together. The wedding was held at Solid Rock Church, officiated by Pastor John Paul himself, underscoring its importance to the community. The ceremony was a joyful event, drawing a large number of congregants. Both families expressed their pride in the couple, viewing their marriage as a reflection of family values and spiritual unity. At that time, Micah and Jeremy were filled with optimism about their future, one they envisioned as centered around shared faith and mutual goals. After their wedding, Micah and Jeremy became even more deeply involved with the operations of Solid Rock Church. Micah took on administrative responsibilities, handling paperwork and coordinating events, while Jeremy focused on youth sports programs. He managed the church's flag football team and contributed to the development of other activities for teenagers. These roles allowed them to spend significant time together, which seemed like a seamless extension of their marriage. However, a few months after the wedding, the first signs of strain began to emerge in their relationship. The demands of their shared responsibilities at the church started to take a toll on Micah. Unlike the period before their marriage, when they had more time to focus on each other, their lives had become centered around work. Jeremy, deeply committed to his role, began to dedicate less time to providing emotional support for Micah, leaving her feeling increasingly isolated. Adding to the tension was Micah's growing involvement with other members of the church community, including the pastor's wife, Allison. As Micah took on more responsibilities in the administrative office, she became an indispensable part of the team. This blending of her professional and personal life created additional stress in her marriage. While their relationship appeared outwardly harmonious, the underlying issues continued to build. The couple chose not to share their struggles with others, maintaining an image of a happy union. Yet those close to them began to notice subtle cracks in their relationship. These early signs of discord would later lay the groundwork for more significant challenges that would alter the course of their lives. After several months of working in the administrative office, Micah was promoted to a new role as the personal secretary to Pastor John Paul Miller. This decision was attributed to her organizational skills and her eagerness to take on more responsibilities within the church. The position required her to work closely with John Paul, including frequent one-on-one meetings and consistent communication to fulfill her duties. As Micah transitioned into this role, she began spending a significant amount of time with the pastor. John Paul valued her dedication and enthusiasm for church activities. Over time, their professional relationship evolved into more personal interactions. What started as discussions about faith and life eventually turned into more intimate conversations, forming a close emotional connection between them. This shift began to create tension in Micah's marriage. In 2016, everything changed abruptly. John Paul's wife, Allison, unexpectedly returned home early one day and discovered him in a compromising situation with Micah. This incident sparked a major conflict within the Miller household. Allison demanded an explanation, leading to a heated argument between the couple. Upon learning what had happened, Allison also chose to inform Micah's husband, Jeremy. The fallout from this event had repercussions that extended beyond the two families, impacting the church community as well. While those involved agreed to keep the details private, rumors of the affair began circulating among the congregation. Church staff and others close to the families noticed changes in the behavior of both John Paul and Micah, as well as the increasing strain between them and their spouses. Despite attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, the conflict became impossible to hide. Both Allison and Jeremy filed for divorce around the same time. The process was deeply challenging and emotional for everyone involved. Allison left the church and relocated from Myrtle Beach with her children, seeking to rebuild her life away from the events that had shattered her marriage. Jeremy, for his part, ceased his involvement with Solid Rock entirely, choosing to distance himself from the church. A few months after the divorces were finalized, John Paul and Micah publicly announced their relationship. They openly declared themselves a couple, igniting another wave of discussion within the congregation. For many church members, this was a devastating revelation. The pastor, who had previously preached about the importance of family loyalty, was now at the center of a scandal that undermined his reputation and eroded the trust of some parishioners. In 2017, a year after beginning their relationship, John Paul Miller and Micah officially became husband and wife. Their wedding took place at Solid Rock Church, where John Paul continued to serve as pastor despite the lingering controversies surrounding his prior actions. The ceremony was attended by close friends, family, and members of the congregation. For many, it was seen as an attempt to restore trust in the pastor and mend the community's fractured perception of him following the revelation of his affair with Micah. For Micah, who was 23 years old at the time, the marriage marked a new chapter in her life, along with increased responsibilities within the church. Becoming the pastor's wife placed her in a leadership role where she was expected to mentor and organize within the congregation. Many church members viewed this union as an opportunity for both the church and its pastor to move forward, leaving the mistakes of the past behind. Immediately after the wedding, Micah embraced her new duties at Solid Rock. Beyond her administrative work, she became an active participant in church programs, focusing on organizing missionary trips and charitable events. One of her key projects involved missions to Kenya, using funds raised through donations. Micah oversaw the construction of schools, providing essential educational opportunities such as English and math instruction. These trips to Africa became a significant part of her new life. Micah personally managed local educational programs and coordinated the delivery of humanitarian aid. Her initiatives garnered strong support from the congregation, many of whom enthusiastically participated in these efforts. Micah's dedication and energy made her a symbol of activism within the community, inspiring others to engage in charitable work. In addition to her mission work, Micah began leading classes and seminars at the church. Her presentations focused on topics like family values, personal faith, and overcoming challenges. One subject particularly close to her heart was addressing domestic struggles. She spoke publicly about this issue, drawing attention not only from church members but also from a wider audience. On social media, Mika frequently shared content on her platforms, emphasizing the importance of respectful relationships and the need for support systems for those experiencing hardship. Micah's efforts gradually began to rebuild John Paul's reputation. While many in the congregation still harbored criticism toward him for his past behavior, Micah's proactive involvement in church and community activities helped shape the image of a stronger, more forward-thinking ministry. Her work became a cornerstone for Solid Rock, fostering youth engagement and promoting both spiritual and social growth. Despite Micah's dedication to maintaining both her marriage and her work alongside John Paul, tension within their relationship began to escalate over time. It became evident that their union, initially rooted in mutual understanding, was facing significant challenges. The core issues included increasing control from John Paul and his interference in both Micah's personal and professional life. One of the first signs of trouble was frequent disagreements over finances. John Paul assumed complete control of the family's bank accounts, restricting Micah's access to funds. While he justified this as a means of safeguarding their finances, it became a source of stress for Micah. She felt stripped of independence, especially given her active role in church and mission projects. Additionally, Micah began to notice her connections with friends and family becoming increasingly limited. John Paul criticized her for spending too much time with her family and accused her of being overly involved in matters he believed detracted from their marriage. He also began monitoring her phone calls and messages, leaving Micah with a constant sense of being under surveillance. These controlling behaviors added to the strain in their relationship, creating an environment where Micah felt increasingly isolated and constrained. Psychological manipulation within Micah and John Paul's marriage escalated to include threats. Micah confided in her sister, Sierra, and close friends that John Paul used her past mistakes and vulnerabilities as leverage. One of the most distressing instances involved personal photographs that he allegedly threatened to expose if she attempted to leave the marriage. These tactics deepened her fear and uncertainty about ending their relationship. Amid these challenges, Micah began taking steps to break free from John Paul's control. She reached out to Sierra for support and shared her intention to file for divorce. Together, they visited an attorney who started preparing the necessary documents. However, when John Paul became aware of her plans, the situation worsened. He confronted her, refusing to discuss divorce terms, and insisted that their marriage must remain intact to protect the church's reputation. Unable to find common ground, Micah temporarily moved in with her family to escape the pressure. This time away gave her a brief reprieve, allowing her to reflect on the severity of her situation. However, John Paul convinced her to return, promising to change his behavior. Despite his assurances, the problems persisted. One of the most alarming incidents occurred with Micah's car. She contacted the police after discovering that all 4 of her tires had been slashed and a GPS tracker had been placed underneath the vehicle. Micah strongly suspected John Paul's involvement, although there was no concrete evidence linking him to the act. His sudden appearance at the repair shop heightened her suspicions. The pressure from John Paul intensified. He pushed for Micah to be hospitalized, claiming her behavior had become erratic. Based on his assertions, doctors diagnosed her with a psychological disorder and recommended treatment. Micah, however, maintained that her recent actions were driven by a desire to reclaim her independence, not by instability. After her discharge, she filed a police report, alleging that John Paul had used her hospitalization as a means to undermine her autonomy. Micah's efforts to end the marriage faced significant obstacles. Despite support from her family and legal counsel, the divorce process was drawn out. John Paul continued to exert control over her life, leaving her in an increasingly vulnerable position. April 27, 2024, marked a turning point in this story. On that day, Micah left her home without informing her family or friends of her plans. The events that followed, pieced together from surveillance footage, phone records, and discovered evidence, revealed a sequence of actions leading to her untimely death. Surveillance footage confirmed that Micah visited a gun store earlier that morning. Store employees later described her as calm and composed during the visit. While completing her purchase, she engaged in casual conversation with the clerk. She left the store carrying a small case containing a legally purchased handgun, The receipt and payment records confirmed that she had made the purchase herself. After leaving the gun store, Micah drove toward Lambert National Park. Surveillance cameras captured her car along the highway leading to the park. Data from her mobile phone revealed several search queries for secluded locations and park areas, indicating that she had carefully planned her destination. Upon arriving at the park, Micah parked her car and walked toward the river. After some time, she made a call to emergency services. During the call, she stated her intention to end her life and requested that her location be shared with her family. The recorded call, later released to law enforcement, captured the somber tone in her voice, though it lacked any signs of panic or distress. Less than an hour later, a passerby fishing nearby reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Responding officers discovered Micah's body along the riverbank. Nearby, they found her belongings, including a backpack containing identification, a phone, a wallet, and a small Bible. The handgun used in the incident was recovered in the water close to the scene. The investigation concluded that the firearm showed no evidence of other fingerprints. Based on the collected evidence, authorities determined that the gunshot was self-inflicted. It was also confirmed that Micah had arrived at the location alone, and no other individuals were captured on surveillance footage trailing her. The official police report listed the cause of death as self-inflicted harm. However, this conclusion raised concerns among Micah's family, who argued that she had not exhibited any signs of depression and had maintained an active lifestyle. They pointed to her recent efforts to finalize her divorce as evidence of her determination to start anew, despite the official findings. Micah's tragic death stirred widespread attention and gave rise to numerous theories about what might have led to the event. With so many unanswered questions, the story resonated deeply, affecting both her loved ones and the public. The central argument raised by Micah's family was based on information she had shared with her sister Sierra shortly before her tragic passing. Micah confided in Sierra about the pressure and manipulation she faced from her husband John Paul. According to Sierra, Micah had even warned her that if anything happened to her, John Paul would be responsible. These claims were further supported by entries in Micah's journal discovered in her apartment after her death. The journal contained detailed accounts of her troubled relationship with John Paul. She wrote about emotional and psychological mistreatment, constant control, and threats. Micah described how John Paul frequently used her past mistakes against her and threatened to expose personal information if she attempted to leave him.
In addition, both her family and the community began to scrutinize revelations about John Paul's conduct, including potential inappropriate relationships with other women in the church and allegations of financial misconduct. Some members of the congregation claimed that the pastor may have misappropriated funds meant for missions, using them for personal purposes. These accusations fueled a wave of rumors and conspiracy theories on social media and in the press. Speculation about John Paul's potential motives became a heated topic of discussion. His history of questionable behavior, such as allegedly placing a GPS tracker on Micah's car and threatening to release private photos of her, intensified public criticism.
Some online users accused him of indirectly contributing to the tragedy, while others put forth more extreme theories suggesting a staged crime. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the accusations against John Paul drew the attention of both law enforcement and the public.
He became a focal point of widespread condemnation, even as authorities found no grounds to open a formal case against him. Micah's family's persistence and the details that emerged from her life kept the story alive, creating an atmosphere of tension and mistrust. After Micah's tragic death, the police immediately launched an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, it quickly became clear that local law enforcement would struggle to handle the case alone due to the widespread public attention, pressure from Micah's family, and numerous allegations against John Paul. The FBI stepped in to assist. Their involvement was driven by the complexity of the case and the need for an impartial examination of all aspects. The key focus of the investigation was the firearm found near Micah's body. Investigators confirmed that the handgun was purchased by Micah herself on the day of her death, supported by surveillance footage and financial transaction records. No evidence suggested that anyone else was involved in the purchase. Similarly, footage from the Lambert Park parking lot showed no suspicious vehicles or individuals who might have been following or accompanying her. Despite confirming that Mika had acted alone, the investigation expanded due to public accusations against John Paul. The FBI began a thorough review of his past, including his financial activities and interactions with church members. Evidence surfaced suggesting possible financial improprieties. While no formal charges were filed, these findings heightened suspicions surrounding John Paul and prompted further inquiries. One of the most discussed aspects of the case was John Paul's potential role in contributing to Micah's deteriorating emotional state. Her family provided investigators with her journal, which detailed instances of manipulation, threats, and psychological pressure allegedly exerted by her husband. While these entries did not lead to criminal charges, they raised serious questions about whether John Paul's actions might have played a part in the tragic outcome. The investigation also explored allegations of John Paul's inappropriate relationships with other women in the church community and his overall reputation. Several witnesses came forward with claims of questionable behavior by the pastor that may have negatively impacted those around him. However, none of these accusations were substantiated with sufficient evidence to hold him accountable. As of now, John Paul remains formally uncharged, though his standing within the church community has been severely damaged. He has been removed from his pastoral role, but reportedly continues to receive payments from the church's budget.
This decision has sparked mixed reactions among the congregation. Some have called for a complete severance of ties with him, while others argue that the allegations remain unproven.
This tragic story has also left a lasting mark on Solid Rock Church itself. The controversy surrounding Mika's case has eroded trust in the church's leadership, leading to a significant decline in attendance and casting doubt on the effectiveness of its internal structures.
Many former active members have publicly expressed their disappointment and ceased participation in church activities. By the conclusion of the investigation, many questions remained unanswered. The primary focus centered on the extent of John Paul's influence on his wife's emotional state and his potential responsibility in the events leading to her death. While law enforcement has not found sufficient grounds to press charges, the public continues to follow the case closely, debating new theories and emerging details. This story remains a deeply painful chapter for everyone involved, serving as a poignant reminder of how devastating hidden conflicts and unresolved injustices can be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In January 2024, a terrifying discovery was made in northern Chile, a vast, dead desert that stretches for hundreds of miles. Human remains were found beneath the sand. The site was close to the city of Calama, a remote, hostile area where the severe weather may prolong a body's life. Partially exposed bones were discovered by chance by a team of scientists examining the region's geological characteristics. The location was disturbing because there was no clothing or personal things that would have instantly identified the deceased, and the grave was shallow. They informed law enforcement of the discovery right away. The scene was visited by a rapid reaction team that included crime scene detectives and forensic experts. Upon further inspection, it became evident that the remains had been purposefully hidden. Someone had made the effort to dig a shallow grave despite the difficult-to-dig ground in this area. Authorities quickly concluded that a lady was the owner of the remains. A violent conclusion was suggested by preliminary forensic analysis. The fact that several of the bones were damaged indicated that the incident that resulted in her death had not happened suddenly. The media swiftly learned of the disturbing revelation. Local news outlets broadcast an urgent report the same evening. Reporters described the remains' discovery and speculated that they might be connected to a long-running missing persons case. On social media, the tale quickly gained traction and sparked heated debate. Many remembered a well-known disappearance that rocked the nation in 2022. Chile is where Javiera Jimenez was born and reared. She was raised in a loving and encouraging familial setting. She grew up with a great sense of duty because she was the oldest daughter. Her parents instilled qualities of drive and independence in their children from a young age by working hard to provide them a nice existence. Javiera soon discovered that she would need to rely on her own tenacity if she were to succeed. She has a reputation for being vivacious and motivated from an early age. She demonstrated a keen interest in academics throughout school, especially physics and math, but she found working with people to be the most fascinating. She was always willing to provide a hand and form connections because she had a natural ability to connect with others. She decided to pursue a career in dentistry as a teenager. Following high school, Javiera went to college to pursue a degree in dentistry. Her goal was to develop into a proficient practitioner and eventually start her own business. She put forth a lot of effort to juggle her academics with a part-time job because she was driven to succeed. She secured a job as a hostess at a pub, where she welcomed patrons and contributed to the friendly ambiance. In addition to giving her a paycheck, this work helped her improve her communication abilities. Javiera was actively expanding her social media following as well. She began by posting brief updates on her everyday activities, but soon a larger audience started to see her work. She worked with regional firms to market apparel, cosmetics, and other goods. Her ability to engage others and her personality helped her blog become well known very quickly. Javiera didn't confine herself to her academics and job. She was committed to being financially independent and spent a lot of time on personal growth. She left her family's house at the age of 18, paying for all of her living expenses on her own. Her early independence and capacity to overcome any obstacle made her loved ones happy. Javiera always found time for her family, even with her hectic schedule. She shared her future aspirations and frequently visited her mother and brothers, with whom she was close. She had no intention of living a life of stagnation. She was constantly trying to get better. She had enormous ambitions before she vanished. She was wanting to advance her social media profession and further her schooling while getting ready to move to a new location. In 2022, Javiera Jimenez met Andres Sutars. A group of common friends introduced them. She often spent time with Sutars. Andres Sutars initially expressed no worries. He came across as affable, self-assured, and adept at building relationships. He had a good first impression. He seemed genuinely interested in her life and was considerate and attentive. Their discussions quickly turned into a loving partnership. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. He expressed admiration for her independence, supported her, and promoted her goals. But as time passed, alarming symptoms began to appear. Javiera started observing Andres Sutars overtly. He was suspicious of her work at the bar, monitored her contacts, and often demanded answers on her movements. His actions grew increasingly invasive over time. Even when she told him she was busy, he would still show up without warning. He combed through her phone, asking questions about each new number. His jealousy became more and more irrational. Andres Sutars didn't like Javiera hanging out with friends, particularly when there were guys around. Other troubling information later came to light. Regarding his personal actions, Andres Sutars was frequently evasive. Despite not having a reliable work, he always appeared to have money. He evaded providing precise answers whenever she inquired about his work. Javiera eventually discovered that Andres Sutars' name had been brought up in some circles associated with illicit activity among a select few friends. There were rumors that he may have been involved in illegal activities. Rumor had it that he might have been involved in copper theft and illegal trafficking. Javiera was cautioned to exercise caution by some acquaintances, but initially she ignored their advice. When Javiera became certain that Andres Sutars was leading a second life, their relationship took a drastic turn. She didn't want anything to do with illegal activity, and she didn't want to be near people who could endanger her. She eventually decided to break up with him, stating that she didn't see their relationship going forward. Andres Sutars, however, didn't agree with her choice. He persisted in following her, calling frequently, unexpectedly showing up, and attempting to persuade her to return. Her rejection was not taken seriously by him. He had faith that she would reconsider. Andres Sutars grew more adamant when Javiera began to avoid him, telling her that he was aware of every detail about her and would not allow her to leave. Javiera was unaware that there would be permanent repercussions from her breakup. For Javiera, August 26, 2022 began as a typical day. Before her impending transfer, she had a get-together with her mother, Gladys Gallegos. They discussed the upcoming changes in Javiera's life while eating lunch in a shopping center. Since her parents were preparing to move, she had been anticipating this new chapter. In order to have more freedom and space, she planned to remain in the family house. Javiera expressed her ideas regarding the future during their talk. She discussed finishing her education, advancing her work, and boosting her salary on social media. She was vivacious and ambitious. Gladys was pleased to see how happy her daughter appeared. When they got home from their excursion, Javiera assisted her mother with housework. She was prepared to start this new chapter in her life and had already packed her things for the move. Javiera informed her mother she would be spending the night at a friend's house later that night, right before she left. It was not out of the ordinary. She frequently spent time with friends. She and her mother kept texting when she got to her friend's house. As usual, they exchanged ideas and talked about their plans to move. Everything appeared to be typical. However, as midnight drew near, a message arrived that altered everything. Javiera was overjoyed when Andres Sutars texted her, saying, "I found your dog." She had been looking everywhere for her dog Lucky, who had vanished a few days prior. On social media, she had shared the story and promised a reward to anyone who could assist return him home. She had been devastated by the loss of Lucky. Thus, there was a prompt reaction to Andres Sutars' letter. She never replied after sending her mother a text to inform her that she had reached her friend's house. All phone calls to her were not returned a few hours later. Javiera was expected to come home the following day, but she never did. No one knew where she was, so her family started phoning her friends. She vanished without warning. Her loved ones' last chat with her and the note that would later be a crucial component of the investigation were the only hints they had. Family and friends were extremely concerned about Javiera Jimenez's disappearance, but Andres Sutars was the only one who didn't seem to care. He responded distantly and without concern when Gladys Gallegos eventually reached him. With composure, he said he had no idea where her daughter was. He then started outlining his account of what had happened. He claimed that he had met up with Javiera that evening in order to assist her in finding her missing dog. Despite driving to multiple areas, they were unable to find anything. He proposed that they visit Calama, the city where he was raised, to help her forget about her problem. Javiera concurred with his version of events. She may have intended to spend the night at his house because she was packing to relocate the following day and had a suitcase with her. His story became more and more erratic from that point on. They got into an argument during their trip, he said. He claimed that Javiera became acutely aware that her suitcase was missing. It was said to have dropped from the trunk. She was upset and demanded that they go back and find it. According to Andres Sutar, he stopped and volunteered to assist in looking for her possessions. Javiera, however, would not return to the vehicle. She simply declared she didn't want to continue the journey and got out. "I left her there because that's what she wanted. I figured she'd find a way to get home," he said. This account of what happened didn't make sense. He didn't try to persuade her to get back in the car after Javiera allegedly found herself stranded on a highway in the middle of the night, far from the city, without a way to call for assistance or transportation. He never even looked to see if she was okay. Gladys knew from once that his tale was strange. Andres Sutars began contradicting himself as she prodded him for specifics. He first stated that he had dropped her off close to Calama, and then he stated that it was somewhere before returning to Antofagasta. The fact that he was unable to identify the precise spot where this had occurred only increased suspicion. Andres Sutars hesitated before answering Gladys's question about why he hadn't called her or any of Javiera's friends to inform them that he had left her alone at night. "I thought she was just upset and would get home on her own," he answered. But it didn't sound credible. He rewrote his story a few hours later. This time, he stated that he had been in a car accident after departing Javiera. He said he had gone to the hospital to be looked out after his automobile was struck from behind by another motorist. He claimed that this was the reason he never returned to find her. Gladys Gallegos, Javiera's mother, received an unexpected message late on Saturday night. over 24 hours after her daughter vanished. It was an odd-sounding call from an unidentified number. "Mom, it's me. I left. There was an accident. I need some time. Don't worry about me. I'll come back once everything is settled. Love you. Take care of Grandma and my brother." Gladys read it repeatedly. There was a strange feeling. The language sounded impersonal and remote, but it was the errors that worried her the most. Her daughter never abbreviated words, never made spelling mistakes, and always wrote with care. Typographical errors and language that didn't sound like her were present in this message. Calling the number that had sent the message was her first inclination. The call was unsuccessful. The telephone had already been switched off. Her concern grew. She contacted Javiera's pals right away and shared the text with them. They all responded in unison. This is something Javiera would never have written. They were familiar with her messaging style, tone, and typical facial expressions. This message didn't feel like her. It was robotic and frigid. Additionally, the content seemed oddly ambiguous. In what location was she? What sort of mishap had occurred? Why hadn't she explained the situation? Instead of calling, why send a brief, mysterious SMS from an unknown number? Gladys immediately rushed to the police. The message was recorded as a probable attempt to deflect suspicion away from a possible crime and mislead the inquiry. The case was promptly given to a task group. Initially, investigators were able to identify the SIM card from which the communication originated. The phone provider attested to the fact that the number had been linked to a fraudulent identity, which is a typical practice when buying anonymous prepaid cards. Law enforcement then made an effort to locate the phone. Although the device had been turned off soon after sending the message, they anticipated being able to locate a broad area. It was located close to Calama, where Andres Sutars had reported last seeing Javiera, according to the last known signal. Subsequent investigations showed that this was the only time the phone had been used for this message. This implied that the text had probably been prepared in advance to deceive her family and give the impression that she had departed on her own volition. Experts also looked at the message's actual substance. It was written by someone who was not familiar with Javiera's usual writing style. According to linguistic analysis, the errors and odd wording were obvious. Her voice wasn't this. This finding turned as the main defense of the message's falsification. Law enforcement was reassured that Javier had not chosen to go missing. Andres Sutars became the main suspect as detectives began treating the situation as a potential crime. There was no question that foul play was engaged once the police concluded that the communication sent under Javiera's name was fraudulent, but the probe proceeded slowly in the absence of hard proof. Andres Sutars could do as he wanted, because he was merely a suspect in the eyes of the law. Javier's relatives and friends began their own inquiry after realizing that each day that passed without answers diminished their chances of discovering the truth. They investigated Andres Sutars' past, talked to those who knew him, and looked for any indications that he had engaged in illegal activity. They soon discovered evidence that connected him to illicit activities. They discovered individuals who said Andres Sutars had participated in rail copper theft through mutual relationships. He allegedly belonged to a gang that engaged in illegal metal extraction and sales. Reports of his hostile behavior also arose. His short fuse was described by those who knew him. He had been in physical altercations, got into arguments often, and couldn't stand being contradicted. The family's anxieties were only increased by these facts. He was more than capable of committing a significant crime if he had a history of hostility, particularly when he was furious. Javier's friends remembered that she had told them about Andres Sutars' growing obsession and control. They discovered past texts in which she had complained that he was following her, contacting her several times a day, and requesting to know her whereabouts. The police performed a forensic analysis of Andres Sutars' vehicle while her family members persisted in their investigation. His car might contain important evidence because he was the last person to see Javiera alive. Investigators discovered blood traces. Stains on the passenger seat and the inside of the door were discovered at initial inspection. Additionally, they found fibers that seemed to be identical to what Javiera had been wearing. DNA analysis was performed on the blood samples. The greatest worries were confirmed by the results a few days later. It was Javiera Jimenez's blood. Andres Sutar's claim that he had just dropped her off on the highway was totally demolished by this discovery. Why was her blood in his car if she had voluntarily gotten out? Why hadn't he reported her injuries, assuming any had occurred? His car also provided GPS data to the police. According to the analysis, Andres Sutarez had in fact been traveling toward Calama the night before Javier vanished, but he had chosen a secondary road that led into the desert rather than the main one. His vehicle stayed in that isolated location for a long time before moving on. The case changed course as a result of this information. Investigators now thought that this place might have been the scene of a crime or a hiding place for evidence. Andres Sutarez knew he was going to be arrested as soon as he heard the police had obtained the forensic results. His attitude shifted. He no longer communicated with anyone he had previously trusted. He abruptly packed a bag and fled his flat the day before he was supposed to be questioned by the police. He was seen carrying a little rucksack as he left his building and got into a car on surveillance footage. Later, neighbors attested to the fact that he had departed in haste and never came back. A warrant for his arrest was promptly issued by the authorities, but he had already left. Upon more examination, it was discovered that Andres Sutarez had crossed the border using forged documents. He was now considered a fugitive. Although his name was added to a global criminal database, he had escaped detection. All that was left for Javiera's family was to wait and continue to seek for justice. One thing they knew for sure was that he would eventually make a mistake, and the law would then catch up with him. The initial efforts by law enforcement to capture Andres Sutarez failed. He was not there when his automobile was discovered abandoned on the outskirts of Antofagasta. It was obvious that he had meticulously prepared his escape route beforehand. His phone records were examined, and it was discovered that he had called a number of people who were already being investigated by the police for possible criminal activity in the hours prior to his disappearance. This supported the idea that he had vanished by using his contacts. Investigators soon verified that Andres Sutarez had escaped Chile by illegally entering Bolivia. He had used less well-known smuggling routes, which are frequently used by traffickers, to get via official checkpoints. He took on a new identity after arriving in a foreign nation. Even though he knew that authorities were constantly looking for him, he was able to remain hidden for months. Javier's loved ones persisted in their investigation despite its difficulties. Gladys Gallegos made sure Andres Sutarez stayed on worldwide wanted lists by persistently working to keep the case in the public glare. The family produced brochures using his picture, raised awareness on social media, and contacted the media. Somewhere, they hoped, someone will recognize him and call the police. However, their announcement of a reward for information leading to his capture proved to be the most successful move. Anyone with reliable information regarding his whereabouts would receive a sizable payment from the family. This strategy was successful. Soon after, in late 2023, the first leads appeared. Andres Sutarez was said to have been seen in a city in Bolivia. He was leading a solitary life, avoiding notice and interacting with locals only seldom. The Bolivian officials used information obtained from informants to start following his whereabouts. They learned that he had been working odd jobs, living under a false identity, and avoiding the use of official documents that would reveal who he really was. However, he had failed to fully vanish. Motivated by the incentive, a local citizen gave police his precise location in January 2024. In order to apprehend him, authorities launched a focused operation right away. The building where Andres Sutarez had been hiding was encircled by police on January 5, 2024, in a city in Bolivia. It was a quick operation. Without resistance, he was immediately placed under arrest. He didn't act aggressively or in terror when he was arrested. He seemed at ease, as though he had already come to terms with his lot. However, there was no way out this time. Officially in jail, Andres Sutarez would soon be brought to court in Chile. Bolivian officials started the extradition process after his capture was confirmed. Andres Sutarez was returned to Chile in a matter of days so that he might finally face justice. At last, Javiera's family was able to witness justice being served to the individual who killed their daughter. For them, however, this was just the start of a protracted battle. They were committed to making sure he was given the harshest punishment possible. Andrés Sutars was put in a prison center right away after being extradited to Chile. With the main suspect now in jail, the inquiry moved into a new stage. For almost a year and a half, authorities had a genuine chance to obtain the answers they were looking for. He initially remained silent. He consistently insisted that he had nothing to do with Javier's disappearance, avoiding direct queries. Investigators, however, were ready. His involvement was evident from the evidence they had collected. The pressure increased. He eventually gave up trying to hide the obvious. He added in a chilly, emotionless voice, "I killed her." His confession sounded emotionless, as though it were a factual statement. He made no effort to defend his behavior, and there was no regret. He didn't apologize. He didn't try to play the victim. He continued to speak in an unsettlingly composed tone, as though he were narrating a routine incident. His earlier claims were totally at odds with the information he supplied. He acknowledged that he had not originally wanted to hurt Javiera, but he made a decision he never intended to change after she refused to make amends and ended their relationship permanently. He enticed her in by claiming to have located her misplaced puppy. She agreed to meet because she trusted him and didn't know what was in store for her. He said the crime happened on an empty highway late at night. Under the guise of looking for a missing luggage that had allegedly fallen from the trunk, he stopped. He struck Javiera fatally as soon as she got out of the automobile. In the belief that the severe weather would destroy any traces, he then drove farther into the desert, excavated a shallow grave, and buried her bones. Investigators started looking for the burial place the day after he confessed. Andrés Sutars gave them the coordinates, and they used them to search the region. Human remains were found by officials in mid-January 2024. The location, a shallow grave covered with sand, was closely inspected. The identification process was started by forensic experts, although Javiera's family members were already aware of the facts. Forensic analysis a few days later validated their fears. Javiera Jimenez was the owner of the remains. The pursuit of justice was not yet ended, but the search was. Her family called for the perpetrator who did it to have the worst punishment possible. The case was turned over to the court after his confession. The question of his culpability had been resolved. There was no reason to reject his own statements, the proof, or the finding of Javier's body. The court now had to decide how to punish him. The maximum punishment, life in jail without the chance of release, was what Javier's family sought. They were positive that he was a threat to the community. There was no other meaning of justice for her mother, Gladys Gallegos. She was convinced that Andrés Sutars would conduct another crime if he were ever freed. The court was provided with all of the evidence by the prosecution. The premeditation of the crime was proven by experts. The choice to take her to an abandoned place, the false invitation, and the total lack of any effort to assist her all suggested a well-thought-out deed. Any assertion that this had been an accident was refuted by forensic experts who recorded injuries. Nonetheless, the defense made an effort to advocate for a lighter sentence. From a legal perspective, the lawyer contended that his client's voluntary confession and assistance in finding the remains may be regarded as collaboration with the investigation. On the basis of this technicality, they asked for leniency. Javiera's family was infuriated by this dispute. Andrés Sutars' confession was clearly not an act of regret, in their opinion. Only after being forced into a corner had he come clean. He wasn't guilty. He was just attempting to shorten his phrase. Several weeks passed throughout the experiment. Gladys watched the process take place at each session. Her unrelenting determination was evident in her eyes, but she never allowed her emotions to control her. The judge allowed her a chance to speak at the last hearing. There was silence in the courtroom. She raised her voice and said, "This man took my daughter from me. He ended her life, buried her in the desert, and then ran away, hoping no one would ever find him. He has not regretted it for a single second. He feels no remorse. If he is ever released, he will do this again. I ask this court to impose the only sentence he deserves: life in prison. I'm not asking for revenge. I am demanding justice." Before the court adjourned to render a decision, her remarks served as the last argument. The judge came back a few hours later and read the ruling. Andrés Sutars was convicted of Javiera Jimenez's premeditated crime. The court condemned him to life in jail without the possibility of parole in light of the seriousness of the deed and his attempt to elude punishment. Silent applause erupted in the courtroom as she embraced her loved ones. Gladys Gallegos started crying. This marked the conclusion of a protracted battle, but her suffering continued. At least justice had been done, even though her daughter would never come back. Andres Soutars would now be in prison for the remainder of his life, which is precisely where he should be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. At this precise moment, Kimberly made a mistake that gave the cops a significant lead in the murder of her boyfriend. The serious investigation that was about to commence began with the discovery of 31-year-old Gabrielle Montanez's body, shot just outside her apartment. Even though there were several hints that fit the murder's chronology exactly, what transpired next completely upended the case. It all began on July 25, 2017, when a troubling 911 call regarding a fatal gunshot was received by Michigan police at 2:05 a.m. EM. Several troops raced to the site, not knowing what they were getting into. But as soon as they got there, they saw that the shot man was having trouble breathing. Based on experience, this blood trail would show that the victim was not shot at the scene of his discovery. Look under his hat to see whether he has any firearms. In an attempt to save him, the officers performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Paramedics quickly stabilized him and hurried him to the hospital as they arrived. He was taken in for emergency surgery by the hospital's surgeons as soon as he got there. His identity was eventually revealed when they discovered his ID card. He tragically died during the procedure, and his death was formally declared a homicide in spite of the doctor's best efforts. A mourning family, including a mother, wife, and daughter who had always been by his side, were left behind when 31-year-old Gabrielle Juarez Montanez passed away. At the same time, the police began investigating the murder at the crime scene. After making sure nothing had been disturbed, they guarded the entire area and started closely inspecting the location where Gabriel had been shot. The officers thought the blood trail they discovered during their inspection of the area belonged to Gabriel. This trail implied that he had crawled to the location of his discovery rather than being shot. After realizing this, they began searching the area for leads that might enable them to pursue the investigation. They soon realized that there were a number of apartment complexes close by, raising the possibility that someone had heard or seen something. They made the decision to discreetly knock on people's doors and ask them if they knew anything about the shooting. There was also an apartment complex nearby. The cops made the decision to look there as well. One of the men they encountered while knocking on doors was a 911 caller who had actually seen the incident. He said that it was 2 shots. The man instantly ran away on foot, heading east, when he confronted the shooter. Even though this information was crucial, it was insufficient to identify the suspect. The pressure was on and time was running out. The officers were aware that they needed to apprehend the gunman as soon as possible to prevent him from killing anyone else. Following hours of research, the detectives focused on Gabriel's past in an effort to identify any adversaries or potential reasons why he would be the subject of their investigation. As they looked more, they found that Kimberly, also known as Kelsey, was Gabriel's ex-girlfriend. However, that wasn't the only item that caught my attention. They were particularly interested in a previous complaint that Kimberly had made against him. At Kimberly's request, the police had called Gabrielle a few days prior to the shooting. He had shown up unexpectedly and hung around while she was at work, which infuriated her so much that she phoned the police to have him removed. The police initially thought this would have been a minor occurrence, but now they started to question whether it could have grown into something much more serious. They had to talk to Kimberly to find out the truth. Their suspicions about her only intensified as they began investigating her past and located her current residence. They went to her apartment with a search warrant in hand, not knowing what they would discover there or what the results of the inquiry would show. After rapidly assembling a SWAT unit, detectives arrived to her flat. Innumerable options flooded their thoughts as they ascended the stairs warily. Was she the one confined inside the barred walls, or had Kimberly murdered Gabriel? They unlocked the door and started yelling to let everyone inside know they were there and to make sure they weren't going into an unexpected situation. They were shouting for any possible dangers when a woman's voice came from the bedroom. Kimberly was introducing herself. Kimberly stayed in bed when investigators arrived, strangely composed in spite of the commotion and the constant loud fighting. Her inability to respond in the mornings left them wondering if she had actually been asleep or if she was just acting. But finding a clue that could unlock the case was more important than asking Kimberly about her strange behavior. They had to inspect her home for this. The police searched the entire house, but they were unable to find any evidence that clearly connected Kimberly to Gabriel's death. Nevertheless, they had a gut feeling that there was more to the story. In an effort to learn more, they turned to Kimberly and asked her if she had any information. But not only did she discuss her relationship with Gabriel, they were surprised by what she disclosed next. It wasn't shocking that she mentioned that it wasn't the first time she had lost her boyfriend, even though police hadn't yet told her of Gabriel's passing. It caused some grave worries. It implied that she was already aware of Gabriel's killing. They asked her to come to the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety headquarters to be questioned in order to ascertain exactly how much she knew about the crime. The cops persuaded her to come in for the interview, in spite of her repeated denials. She finally caved and showed up for the interview at the downtown sheriff's office. Kimberly claimed that she had met Gabriel at approximately 12:55 a.m. immediately after she got home from work. Kimberly's interrogation had yielded no important clues, but detectives assumed she was not aware of Gabriel's death and told her watching her intently for the smallest hint that would disprove their suspicions. However, her response was quite different from what they had anticipated. After witnessing Kimberly sob after learning the news, the investigators decided she was not a potential suspect since they believed her feelings were sincere. But they needed a lead, and Kimberly was the only person who could help them discover it. However, obtaining information from her proved to be more difficult than anticipated. Kimberly denied having any knowledge of Gabriel's passing. She did, however, acknowledge having several extramarital encounters while dating Gabriel, which caused him to become deceived. The detectives became suspicious. Could her deceit have contributed to his demise? They questioned her about the night of the murder, after pointing out her adultery with Gabriel. It was implausible that she hadn't heard the gunshots because the incident happened directly outside her home, but when they questioned her further, they discovered that she appeared equally confused about the murder as she did about the house search. Given that Kimberly's lover had just been shot and murdered outside of her apartment, it looked odd that she claimed to have been asleep and had no idea why the police were at her door. They were aware, though, that she was not being completely honest. Investigators had a hazy suspicion that Kimberly's adultery was a crucial line of inquiry to follow in order to learn more about the other men she had been seeing. Karen Rivard, the lead detective, was called in to answer questions. In addition to Gabriel, Kimberly had already disclosed to the other two investigators that she had dated 3 other males. She felt more at ease disclosing that Gabriel had accused her of cheating now that a woman was in charge of the inquiry. The idea that her deceit toward Gabriel may have contributed to this murder is strong. Detective Rivard, however, gave her the photo of the crime scene to ascertain whether she was genuinely unaware of the shooting outside her home or if she was just attempting to avoid the police. Kimberly didn't say anything. When Detective Rivard saw that she would not cooperate, he released her. They turned their attention to other places and started looking for hints in the neighborhood's CCTV cameras. Shortly after, they discovered a CCTV camera diagonally across the crime scene at a petrol station. They wasted little time in going to the gas station in the hopes of making a breakthrough. But as they watched the video, they discovered multiple pieces of evidence that pointed to Kimberly's knowledge of Gabriel's murder. She had actually been present when the shooting occurred. She didn't disclose this information throughout the investigation, but they discovered in the video that her automobile was parked outside the gas station. However, it wasn't the only unsettling aspect. The fact that another man, whom they previously knew, was in her car that day startled the detectives. Considering that Ellis, Kimberly's friend, had a history of running afoul of the law, his location was easy to find. In Kalamazoo, they discovered him sitting on the stairs of a house on a busy block. He had his child with him. They encouraged him to come for an interview at the sheriff's office, but he declined. They had no choice but to question him there, even though it wasn't the best moment for an interview. In the hopes that he would turn himself in after being presented with concrete evidence, detectives began by playing him the CCTV footage from the petrol station where he was obviously caught. Rather, he took an unexpected action. He vehemently disputed that he was the man in the video. Detective Rivard tried to calm him down and encourage him to talk more, because he could tell he was afraid of being caught. Detectives were unable to extract any useful information from Ellis despite the reference. He did, however, offer an alibi for the murderous day. He maintained that he wasn't on the video and that he had been with his girlfriend Samantha at the time. Detectives now looked to Samantha to confirm his alibi in light of this knowledge. They called her in for interrogation after determining her whereabouts. Detectives found that Samantha and Ellis were no longer together shortly after she was brought in for an interview. In fact, they had met a month prior, which obviously contradicted Ellis's alibi. After then, Samantha was questioned by detectives regarding Gabriel's murder and told that she didn't know anything. They showed her the same CCTV footage from the petrol station where Ellis was caught to make sure she wasn't lying. She eventually said something at that point, stating unequivocally that Ellis was the man in the video. She acknowledged that Ellis was at the gas station, but she denied any knowledge of Gabriel's murderer. She retreated entirely when Detective Rivard urged her to talk to Ellis and get confirmation regarding the murderer. Detectives changed their strategy when Samantha failed to provide a reliable lead. After obtaining a search warrant for Kimberly's vehicle, they were shocked to discover more unsettling than they had anticipated. However, this was nothing compared to what they discovered next: a pile of traffic tickets belonging to Cornell Head, a 21-year-old guy. Given all of the evidence, it appeared that Kimberly knew the identity of the murderer and had full knowledge of the events leading up to the murder. Detectives summoned her in for an interview in light of this. Kimberly broke down and appeared frightened of any repercussions related to Gabriel's murder, but detectives decided to take a chance and pressured her a bit harder, forcing her to talk. Detectives, who were determined to locate the murderer, encouraged her to write down the murderer's name in the hopes that it would ease her into confessing, but what she revealed was a terrifying admission of a more sinister reality. Kimberly had cheated on Gabriel with a man named Cornell. She also said that he was the third person in the car that evening. She picked Cornell and Ellis up after work, and the three of them continued on to McDonald's, then to a gas station, and eventually to Kimberly's house, where they parked the car in the lot. Shortly after, she became alarmed when she noticed Gabriel driving toward her car from the passenger side, where Cornell was seated. She heard 2 gunshots as Gabriel opened the door. The next thing she noticed was Gabriel on the ground, dead. She then ran inside her flat and went into hiding. Detectives quickly located Cornell after confirming that he was the true murderer. They rushed to Chicago to interview him after learning that he had already been arrested there. Detectives discovered that Kimberly had cheated on Cornell in addition to Gabriel. After speaking with Cornell, all along she had been deceiving. Even worse, Cornell was completely unaware of her involvement with him. He was completely taken aback by the news. Cornell, however, changed his account after learning of Kimberly's treachery, asserting that Gabriel had struck him first and that he had only fired in retaliation. But he was not saved by the law. On November 6, 2018, he was found guilty of second-degree murder and given a sentence of 30 to 50 years in jail, plus 2 more years for each of the 2 felony firearm possession convictions. The sad tale of love and betrayal that Gabriel Montanez told ruined not only him but also everyone who knew him. Growing up, his daughter missed him more than anybody else, and each moment felt like a stolen memory that she would never be able to recover. The loss caused by Cornell's crime of passion was irreplaceable, shattering lives and leaving hearts in eternal sadness. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He was planning a massacre at his school, but before he could step through its doors with a loaded shotgun, he turned his rage inward on the people who loved him most. In the early hours of a quiet morning in Luton, while the town lay asleep, a nightmare unfolded behind the walls of a modest flat on Wallett's Bank Drive. 3 lives. His mother, his 13-year-old sister, and his 16-year-old brother were taken in brutal succession. A shotgun, a teenage hand, a plan that changed course in the most devastating way. The United Kingdom, still haunted by the memory of Dunblane in 1996, had not seen a school shooting in nearly 3 decades. There had been warnings, close calls, arrests, but never the act itself. Until now, that line had not been crossed. But evil doesn't always begin in public. Sometimes it grows quietly, inside homes that feel warm, safe, and familiar. Juliana Prosper knew about starting over. Born Juliana Falcon in June 1976, she was raised in the coastal city of Mar del Plata, Argentina. It was a place where the ocean met hardship, where people learned to be both resilient and hopeful. Juliana was one of those people. She was the kind of woman who pushed forward, no matter how steep the climb. Years later, she left behind her home country and began again in England. It was more than a move. It was a reinvention. She married Ray Prosper, and together they built a life. 4 children, a simple home, a future. Juliana wasn't loud, wasn't flashy, but she was present, devoted, a quiet force who centered her world around her kids. By 2024, she lived in that small Luton flat with 3 of them. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was full of purpose. She kept routines, celebrated the little things, and did what so many mothers do, sacrificed in silence, loved without condition. What she couldn't see, what no one could have seen, was what was growing beneath the surface. Behind one bedroom door, darkness had begun to take root. And when it finally erupted, it didn't just shatter a home. It shattered the fragile illusion that tragedies like these couldn't happen here. Not in the UK. Not again. Not until now. There was a storm brewing within those walls, in disguise of a boy who seemed too meek to even hit an object in his path. Nicholas Prosper was the kind of boy who didn't just fade into the background. He clung to it. A December child born in 2005, he came into the world quietly, and for the most part stayed that way. Diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder early on, he walked through life a few steps apart from everyone else. Not always alone, but always slightly removed, as though he were watching the world through a speck only he could see through. In his younger years, he had friends, not many, but enough to keep him anchored. He wasn't a troublemaker, not in the traditional sense. He was geeky, they said, soft-spoken, obsessive about computers, the kind of kid who could disappear into a screen for hours and still not feel like he'd scratched the surface. Teachers remembered him as bright, even promising. But what they couldn't see, or maybe chose not to see, was the slow erosion happening beneath the surface. The way isolation began to calcify into something harder, something darker. By the time he reached his late teens, that gentle geekiness had twisted into something far more unpredictable. He stopped trying to connect. The friend group dissolved. The screen stopped being a sanctuary and became something else entirely. A tunnel with only darkness at the end, only reflections of death, hatred, and perversion. He spiraled down corners of the internet where empathy dies, where violence is glorified and human suffering is cataloged like some kind of collectible. At some point, he was banned from one such site, a morbid database where real death was archived and dissected like entertainment. But even there, even in that graveyard of humanity, Nicholas had crossed a line. He made comments in support of pedophilia, vile and unfiltered, as though empathy had been surgically removed from his vocabulary. He wasn't just watching the darkness, he was absorbing it, he was becoming it. And no one knew just how far that darkness had sunk, how deeply it had planted itself in his bones, how it was growing, feeding, waiting. Because Nicholas Prosper wasn't just withdrawing from the world, he was preparing for war. By the time September's Friday the 13th crept into the calendar, the plan had matured into something monstrous. No longer a passing thought or a twisted fantasy confined to the corners of a screen, but an intention, rehearsed in silence and fed with obsession. Nicolas Prosper had immersed himself so deeply in the world of school shootings that his fascination had eroded whatever boundary there might have been between watching and committing. His mind was absorbed in the details of Sandy Hook, the timelines, the methods, the body count, not from a place of grief or horror, but from an ambition to create something even more devastating, a spectacle of violence that would end with him turning the weapon on himself, leaving behind a trail of bodies and questions that would never quite be answered. His choice of target spoke volumes about his mindset. He didn't pick his old primary school because he had suffered there or because of some open wound from childhood. He picked it because he knew its insides, the security system, the classroom layout, the way the corridors turned, like someone choosing the most familiar battlefield for the most calculated slaughter. There was no emotional trigger, no personal vendetta, only cold strategic advantage. When he tried to acquire a firearm in August, the attempt failed. But rather than derail his plan, the setback only seemed to strengthen his focus. He had already been preparing for over a year, building the idea piece by piece in his mind, layering it with research, false starts, and obsessive planning. A delay didn't shake him. It gave him more time to refine the vision. On 12 September, just hours before he would destroy his family, Nicholas finally secured the weapon. He purchased a double-barreled shotgun and 100 cartridges for £650 sterling, 0 pence, from a local dealer, using a forged firearms license that mimicked the real thing with disturbing accuracy. He had spent time studying every element of a UK license, the paper's weight, the seals, the placement of the official signatures, and had replicated it with extreme meticulousness. The dealer, though uneasy, believed the documentation to be genuine and notified police, but the warning came too late. The weapon was his. His timeline had locked in. As night took hold and the town around him drifted towards sleep, Nicholas wasn't winding down or hesitating. He was finalizing. His browser history from that night became a window into a mind that had spiraled beyond recognition. Search after search for methods of killing with a shotgun, anatomical specifics, outcomes, the kind of blunt force horror usually reserved for war zones and nightmares. Mixed in were searches tied to necrophilia and to the murder of Sarah Everard, as though his appetite for violence was expanding, even as the clock ticked toward morning. Then came the video, a final digital confession broadcast from his bedroom into the world. He described himself as a follower of Clementine, a fictional character from the Walking Dead video game series, latching onto her image, not for her humanity, but for some twisted symbolic allegiance that only made sense in his fractured reality. He spoke poison about his sister Giselle, referencing a choice she had made in the game months earlier, a moment so trivial that it might have been laughable had it not been spoken with such vile certainty. He said her face would be mutilated further than necessary, delivering the line with a coldness that felt rehearsed, devoid of any trace of human feeling. Though prosecutors would later argue that this reference was irrelevant to the murders, it felt like a sign that nothing, not even a game played with family, was safe from the rot that had taken hold of his mind. As the hours passed and darkness deepened, Nicholas Prosper stood on the edge of his own carefully constructed horror, armed, ready, and emotionally removed from everything that had once tied him to normalcy. Behind him was the quiet of a flat where his family slept, unaware that the boy they had raised, the brother they had laughed with, the son who once played video games in the next room, was preparing to become a vicious monster. Under the thin veil of early morning silence, as the world outside remained unsuspecting, Nicholas Prosper sat alone in his room, watching violent, animated pornography while continuing the same heinous research he had started the day before. It was well past midnight. By 4:32 a.m., he had already test-filled the double-barreled shotgun once into a teddy bear. His plan had been to kill 3 people, his mother and 2 younger siblings, in under 30 seconds. He thought the timing would be tight enough to escape detection by the neighbors, but Juliana woke up early. She wasn't supposed to. She saw her son with the gun. There was panic, there was shouting, and a struggle followed. Prosper attacked her with a knife first, slashing and stabbing her hands and arms as she tried to fight him off. He then shot her in the head at close range, killing her. Her body would later be found sprawled in the hallway. Giselle heard the chaos and got up. She was shot at, the bullet grazing the back of her head. She ran, trying to hide under the dining table. He followed. He shot her in the face. Kyle tried to resist. He grabbed a kitchen knife. He tried to fight. Prosper shot him in the chest from across the room. Then he walked over and stabbed him more than 100 times while Kyle begged him to stop. His lung was punctured. He still got up and ran. He made it to the hallway. Prosper shot him in the head. 7 cartridges were fired. He reloaded at least twice. Neighbors heard it all, the shouting, the fighting, the crashing sounds. One of them walked to the door to complain about the noise. She heard ruffling, a boy groaning, and then a shot. She turned around and ran. The first emergency call came in at 5:29 a.m. CCTV footage until 4:47 captured Prosper's eerily calm walk out of the flat at 5:33 a.m. Almost 20 minutes later, the police had reached the scene. They entered the flat at around 6. They found Juliana, Giselle, and Kyle, blood streaks across walls, bloody handprints, bloodied knives scattered. A copy of How to Kill Your Family was placed on Juliana's body. Nicholas had packed the shotgun and 33 cartridges in a large bag. He started walking towards St. Joseph's primary school, the same one he had attended, the same one he had planned to attack. But the school was still closed. Police activity was increasing. He didn't go through with it. He hid in a nearby wooded area for 2 hours. He shared the video he'd recorded earlier, the one about the Walking Dead. He tossed away 2 mobile phones, hoping to protect a group of pedophiles he had spoken with online. Nicholas also left the shotgun and ammunition in a bush near a playing field. At 7:55 a.m., he walked out from the woods and down Birmingham Road. He raised his hand to a passing police car. The officers were returning from the crime scene. They stopped. They saw the blood on his face and arrested him. "It's not murder," he kept repeating. "He didn't want to show up." The courtroom was ready. The families were waiting. The hour was set, 10:30, IM sharp. But Nicholas Prosper, triple murderer, self-styled executioner, failed school shooter, was refusing to step back into the dock. Not out of fear, not out of remorse, because he simply didn't want to. At 8:45 IM, word reached the judge. The convict was refusing to appear. Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb wasn't having it. There would be no sentencing in absentia. He was to be dragged in if necessary. Not for his sake, for the sake of the mother, the sister, the brother, the people whose blood he spilled, for those who had come to see the face of the boy who had torn their lives open. "You do not want to be here," she said from the bench, "but it is not your choice." She had him brought in and he sat there in silence, staring straight ahead. Prosper had always rejected what the world had tried to give him: help, assessments, understanding, structure. His parents and teachers knew something wasn't right. They saw him withdraw. They watched him lose interest in the living and wrap himself in shadows. They had begged for an evaluation, reached out to child mental health services, tried to get him diagnosed for autism spectrum disorder. He refused it all, shut every door, sidelined every attempt. A psychiatrist would finally look into him, but not until after the murders. In the cold, clinical light of custody, a diagnosis came: mild ASD traits. A report detailed the hollow space where empathy should have been. It was not just a lack, it was an extreme lack, the kind that echoed through every corner of this case. He wasn't unreachable, but he was uninterested. There were no friendships, no real connections. Only deep obsessive spirals about serial killers, about school shootings, about death as a spectacle. The judge laid it bare. These weren't just odd fixations. They weren't just dark corners of the internet. They were what shaped his identity. A boy who had failed to hold even a thread of ordinary social interaction, had built himself a sanctuary in violence. The internet had opened the floodgates. He waded in freely, every disturbing image, every cold commentary. every headline soaked in blood. It all fed him. Yes, there was an indirect link between his autism and the way he moved through the world, but as the judge made clear, ASD does not make one violent. It doesn't instruct a person to plan a massacre. It doesn't teach someone how to craft a fake firearms license. It doesn't guide their hands when they aim a shotgun at their own mother. That was Nicholas, and now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to listen to the law, to the families, to the judgment. Because monsters do not get to vanish quietly. They must be seen, they must be named, and they must sit shackled in silence while justice carves its final word. The courtroom was silent when the full story came out in March 2025. These weren't spontaneous acts of violence. They were planned in detail with a clear goal to become infamous. Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, sister, and brother as the first stage of a broader scheme to carry out a mass shooting at St. Joseph's Catholic Primary School. The preparations had been ongoing for months. Prosper picked St. Joseph's because he knew it well. He had studied there, as had his siblings. He searched the school's website for photos of students and teachers and noted the timing of assemblies and classes. Everything was methodical. He chose Friday the 13th deliberately, hoping the date would add weight to his actions. His plan was to kill his family early in the morning, leave home by 8:30 a.m. and arrive at the school during assembly to carry out a mass shooting. Earlier that night, he researched how to use the weapon and searched for disturbing content related to violence, including the murder of Sarah Everard and material connected to necrophilia. Neighbors heard the noise. Some reported shouts, banging and groaning, followed by what sounded like gunshots. One went to the door to complain but fled after hearing a loud bang. A police call was placed at 5:29 AI Muse. A chase of cat and mouse followed, which ended with Nicholas being found with the blood of his family on his face and clothes. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. He was also charged with possessing a shotgun and a knife in public, as well as acquiring a shotgun without a certificate. Child abuse images were later discovered on his phone, but no charges were filed for that. When the police found him, Nicholas Prosper stood in black and yellow. It wasn't a random outfit. He had chosen the colors on purpose. This was the look he wanted to be remembered by. The judge sentenced him to life with a minimum term of 49 years. Now, this does not mean that Nicholas will be out in the world in 49 years. A life sentence with a minimum term of this many years means that the person will spend the rest of their life in prison. But they must serve at least 49 years behind bars before they can even ask to be released after the decided tenure. They can apply for parole, which is a formal request to be let out of prison. However, being eligible for parole does not guarantee release. A special board will review the case to decide whether the person is still a danger to the public. If they believe it is unsafe to let the person out, the person will stay in prison. Even if parole is granted, the person will remain under strict supervision for the rest of their life and can be sent back to prison at any time if they break the rules or commit another crime. Going back to the heinous crime that Nicholas committed, it didn't just shake a courtroom. It sent waves through an entire system that many believed was working just fine. But behind the horror of what Nicholas Prosper did was a quieter, more troubling truth. It had been far too easy for him to get his hands on a gun. Law enforcement knew it, and they weren't subtle about it. They pointed out how shockingly simple it still was for someone to sell a firearm private. All a person really needed was a certificate, real or fake, and a willing seller. And that was it. No double-checking, no verification, no questions. Just a deadly loophole wide open. In response, police and safety officials started calling for changes that felt long overdue. One of their key suggestions was to build a national database for firearm license holders. Something clear and central, where every certificate could be checked against real records. And not just that. They pushed for a rule that would force sellers to get clearance from the police before selling a weapon, to make sure the buyer had the right paperwork, real ID, and a legitimate reason to own a gun. But the danger wasn't only in how Nicholas got the weapon, it was also in what had been building inside his head long before he pulled the trigger. Officials spoke of an obsession, rooted in endless hours online, wrapped in disturbing content, soaked in stories of mass murder, brutality, and control. What happened wasn't just a crime. It was a slow-growing sickness that had fed on unfiltered violence found in dark corners of the internet, completely unbothered, and those watching this unfold didn't hold back. They saw this as a warning, one that wasn't just about guns or loopholes, but about the growing storm of violent content reaching young people and changing the way they think, feel, and act. And the message from the government was clear. This couldn't be ignored anymore. They promised to act, to make the laws stricter around private gun sales, to close the cracks in background checks, and to do more to protect communities from the kind of thinking that leads to something like this. It wasn't about just one tragedy. It was about making sure no one else walks the same path, with a weapon in their hands and a plan built from hate. Even after the government of the UK has promised change, it takes time, and time is something we can no longer afford to waste. The next Nicholas Prosper may already be watching, waiting, learning, just as quietly, just as patiently. And as the world spins forward, more connected and exposed than ever, the real question lingers in the quiet. What happens when the next warning sign goes unnoticed? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. There is a thin line between trust and risk in relationships. Sometimes they start off with mutual adoration and passion, then proceed in an exciting whirlwind. However, cracks begin to show with time. It's simple to ignore the initial warning signs, writing them off as poor timing, stress, or fatigue. People don't merely bring themselves into a relationship when they get together. They carry their worries, hidden challenges, and prior experiences. This connection becomes a source of strength for certain people. Others experience devastation as a result. We're looking at a complex case today that began as a personal relationship, but turned into a terrible crime. A tale of passion, delusion, reliance, and deadly errors that had a terrible price. What caused a routine introduction to turn into a nightmare? When did it become out of hand? And was there anyone who could have stopped what was about to happen? We must return to the starting point in order to comprehend what transpired. 1991 saw the birth of Herline DeLay in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was raised in a loving household under the watchful eye of her sisters and parents. Being extroverted by nature, she found it simple to connect with others and was well known for her capacity to listen, encourage, and uplift others. Herline had a natural curiosity and a desire to learn about many subjects from an early age, but she was particularly interested in science and medicine. In an attempt to pursue a profession in research or medicine, she enrolled in college to study biological sciences. But after graduating, she came to the realization that she wasn't cut out for a career in an office or a lab. She took a risk because she was desperate for change. She relocated to Las Vegas, a city renowned for its fast-paced lifestyle and limitless chances. For Herline, Vegas was more than simply a new location to live. It was a new beginning. She developed a strong interest in exercise shortly after moving. She underwent a significant physical metamorphosis in a few months. She not only grew stronger, but also became much more confident. She became certified as a personal trainer as a result of her newfound interest. Her profession took off swiftly because she was determined to help others achieve their ambitions. Her inspiration, support, and sincere dedication were valued by her clients. Beyond simply creating exercise regimens, she encouraged others, assisted them in overcoming their fears, and developed into a reliable companion on their paths to self-transformation. Her enthusiasm, optimism, and ability to relate to everyone she worked with were all praised by her coworkers. On the inside, though, she was fighting her own internal battles. Herline frequently found herself wondering about life's purpose and looking for something more profound after moving. She discovered spiritual practices as a result of her search. She developed an interest in meditation, alternative medicine, and other philosophical stances. She grew increasingly enthralled with concepts of energy work, inner balance, and non-traditional worldviews as she continued to study. She moved to a new social circle as a result of this new interest. One of the individuals she started hanging out with shared her fascination with self-discovery. They discussed spiritual development, vitality, and the pursuit of a greater purpose in life. It was motivating at first, but gradually things began to shift. Ash Armand was a gregarious, self-assured, and well-spoken individual. He had a gift for language, fitting in with any discussion and giving everyone around him a sense of understanding and attention. He seems to have had a lot of life experience and deepened his understanding. He eagerly shared his personal opinions with individuals who were looking for clarification on energy, consciousness, and the basis of existence. His ideas captivated Herline. She had the impression that he was aware of her goals, and that spending time with him would enable her to find something more. Their conversations swiftly evolved into a closer bond. They looked for methods to purify the mind, overcome internal obstacles, and defy the social conventions they felt were preventing them from moving forward. He eventually started presenting novel concepts, arguing that conventional approaches to self-improvement were overly constrained and that real enlightenment necessitated letting go of fear, extending one's perspective, and moving beyond the familiar. He talked about how pushing past conventional reality and releasing mental restraints were the only ways to attain true consciousness. Their travels started at that point. They left the city in search of isolated spots where they could escape the outer world. Herline explored with novel methods of self-discovery in these isolated locations. As time went on, these practices changed. The encounter began to involve restricted substances. She was informed that they were necessary to transcend the confines of reality and achieve a higher state of awareness. She had sensations that seemed like steps toward a deeper truth as she entered altered states of consciousness while under their effect. Every session appeared to be a path to deeper comprehension, but with time, the distinctions became less clear. Perception became erratic, and it became more difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. These encounters were euphoric, yet they took her farther from the world she had known. Eventually, the pursuit of harmony was no longer the focus. It had changed into something else. She might not have realized how far she had gone, but her life was gradually taking a turn that she could never turn back. Ash and Hurley's friendship progressed rapidly, and they became close very quickly. But gradually, oblique warning indicators appeared. They appeared to be minor behavioral shifts at first, and she didn't immediately notice them. Ash had the capacity to be loving and caring, yet occasionally he would abruptly turn a leaf and reclusive. His moods fluctuated wildly. At times he spoke with enormous inspiration, as though he were telling her the greatest secrets of the cosmos. At other times he became agitated over little matters and would go for extended periods of silence. Sometimes he would completely vanish, not answering calls or messages, then come back as if nothing had happened. He clarified that in order to balance his internal energies and clear his head, he required time. He asserted that he was able to detect the emotions of others, and that, in order to escape their impact, he occasionally had to withdraw. Despite Herline's best efforts to be empathetic, these occurrences made her uncomfortable. Ash grew more adamant that she had to abandon her conventional views and alter the way she saw the world. He advised her to trust her instincts and pay attention to her inner voice, because reasoning prevented individuals from realizing their full potential. His chats grew more peculiar with time. He talked of higher creatures and individuals who were unable to evolve because of their connection to dark energy. Herline was particularly disturbed by his assertion that she needed to purify something within of herself. Ash maintained that he was able to detect an imbalance in her energy field, which was preventing her from reaching complete consciousness. He claimed that this was preventing her from realizing her full potential and finding harmony. His actions become increasingly erratic over time. On certain days he would claim to be able to read her mind or predict her future. At other occasions he got upset and said she should only trust him. The intensity of these mood swings increased. One day he was a motivating mentor, and the next he was suspicious, reclusive, and short-tempered. Rituals were among the most peculiar subjects he introduced. He asserted that there were age-old techniques for achieving enlightenment and removing internal obstacles. He believed that a person could only be liberated from the things that were keeping them from fully comprehending life through unique ceremonies. Herline initially dismissed it as just another intellectual idea. He gradually persuaded her to engage in these activities. Nevertheless, he informed her that she needed to get over her fear of the unknown. He maintained that she could only achieve true harmony if she had total faith in him. It took Herlin a while to recognize that these discussions had become harmful. To her, it appeared to be nothing more than his private interests, his outlandish opinions. But as time went on, it became evident that his views were influencing their relationship in addition to his own behavior. He insisted more and more that she listen to him alone, have total faith in him, and never question his strategies. Ash Armand and Herlin Kaur-Dulai were in his Las Vegas condominium on the evening of July 15, 2020. Together, they had intended to spend the evening in a spiritual cleansing session. According to Ash, the time had come to finally overcome all internal obstacles after discussions about achieving a higher state of awareness had been going on for a while. Ash insisted on utilizing banned drugs as part of the preparation. According to him, one could only get total clarity and a connection with actual reality while under their effect. Although Herlin had previously dabbled with these medicines, something felt different this time, so she finally accepted. After some hesitation, it was a higher dosage than normal. Intense hallucinations started within minutes. Her surroundings distorted, sounds vibrated in eerie waves, and things lost their familiar outlines. Her sense of reality was changing quickly. Ash grew increasingly angry as the consequences worsened. He spoke more rapidly and incessantly asserted that he was seeing beyond the material world and that his mind had become open to more profound realities. Herlin, meanwhile, was having trouble. There was no serenity in her images. Rather, they made her more nervous. Her body felt unresponsive as she attempted to concentrate. Ash started acting more and more strangely. He once went up to Herlin and informed her that he felt something strange about her. His eyes were heavy and his voice became sharp. He insisted that she needed to be cleansed because she was surrounded by a bad vibe. Tension increased when she attempted to argue. Ash said she was obstructing the flow of negative energy and was rejecting the process. His voice became irritated. He repeated himself, saying that he sensed a dark power within her that needed to be exhausted. The more time went by, the more disturbing his statements became. The incident rapidly got out of hand. Herlin tried to soothe him, but her words were no longer registering with him. The drugs confused his judgment, and he became obsessed with the notion that something had to be done now, that there was no more time to delay. Abruptly, he took hold of her wrists. She tried to escape, but she had little chance because of his strength, which was increased by adrenaline and a frantic mental condition. He pushed her with a violent motion, sending her crashing to the ground. However, it didn't end there. The pace of events was frightening. Ash didn't think one violent act was enough, so he snatched a large glass candle holder from the area and struck several times. Even when Herlin's head drooped and her body trembled a little, he continued to move forward. The nightmare then became worse. Deep wounds were caused by the use of a knife and other objects. Only when the victim's breathing ceased, when life had entirely departed her body, did it come to an end. There was a chilly quiet in the apartment. At last, Ash started to realize what had happened. He was in a state of shock as the effects of the drugs wore off and the adrenaline rush gradually subsided. His hands, clothes, and floor were all covered in blood. The metallic smell of what had just happened filled the air. He struggled to comprehend what he had done for the next few hours. He repeatedly approached the body, as though hoping something could be done to reverse it, but there was nothing more that could be done. Emergency services received a call on the morning of July 16, 2020. The other person's voice sounded shaky and tight at times, but it didn't have the obvious terror that one would expect in those circumstances. Ash Armand informed the dispatcher that his companion had passed away. He said he had attempted to assist her, but it was too late and that it was an accident. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. When Ash himself opened the door, they were instantly drawn to his appearance. Despite the crusted blood all over his body, he appeared more worn out than afraid. No obvious signs of shock or anguish were present, none of which are common responses from those who have recently seen a catastrophe. Officers saw a chaotic situation as soon as they entered. The body of Herline Dulai lay still in the middle of the room. Her face and neck had heavy bruises, yet her skin had gone pale. There were dried blood spots all around the scratches on her hands. The condition of the room suggested that there had been a bloody conflict, but the bathroom was a sharp contrast. It seemed suspiciously clean. The tiles still had faint lines of blood on them, but the majority had obviously been cleaned. Officers discovered blood-stained garments in the washing machine. Ash's own attire also seemed freshly laundered, which immediately raised suspicions. 2 candles stood unlit near the bed. Herline's skin had melted wax residues, which investigators found to be an unsettling and inexplicable feature. They discovered 2 knives, a folding utility blade and a kitchen knife, stained with dried blood on the nightstand. It was obvious that an effort had been made to conceal the events. A luggage that was placed close to the entryway was also inspected by the officers. They discovered documents, money, and personal stuff within. Ash appeared to have been getting ready to leave the scene, but he had either run out of time or changed his mind for some reason. He made contradictory comments when detectives started questioning him. After denying any memory, he maintained that Herline had attacked him initially and that he had defended himself, but there were no wounds or scratches on his body, no evidence of a struggle to corroborate his account. Officers watched Ash's actions closely. He showed no signs of emotion. He didn't appear shocked by what had transpired, nor did he seek for assistance. The location was still being examined by forensic specialists. They discovered bottles of booze in the refrigerator. Traces of a powdered material that was later determined to be a banned substance were found on the table. The image was starting to take shape. There were indications that someone had made a haphazard attempt to hide the evidence. Everything suggested that the crime had been committed while under the influence of drugs that affect cognition. Investigators put Ash in the back of a patrol cruiser as they recorded the evidence. He didn't argue or resist. All he said was, "I didn't want it to end this way." Although the inquiry was just getting started, investigators were very certain at this point that his claim of self-defense was not credible. Detectives turned their attention to Ash's past as soon as he was taken into custody. What had brought him to this point was now more important than whether he was at fault. The inquiry soon turned up information from his past that could help explain what had transpired. Ash was Akshaya Anthony Dixit Kubiak in real life. After being born in India in 1981, he grew up in Japan and the United States. At a young age, his parents exposed him to meditation, alternative medicine, and spiritual practices. He studied Eastern philosophy as a youth, developed an interest in esoteric teachings, and experimented with energy healing and massage therapy. The pivotal moment occurred in 2011 when he attracted the interest of upscale escort business owner Garen James. Ash was a perfect fit for the upscale companionship market because of his attractive appearance. This brought him to Las Vegas, where he soon found himself enmeshed in a world of affluent customers, elite social circles, and rapid cash. He was selected to participate in the reality show Gigolos in 2012, which helped him become well-known and successful. But fame also brought with it new difficulties. Ash was driven to look for methods to uphold the image of a successful and attractive guy by the demands of the industry, the need to remain in the spotlight, and ongoing competition with colleagues. To improve his physical look, he started taking steroids and eventually progressed to more potent drugs. Soon, his increasing reliance on these drugs exacerbated his need for external validation. Aggression problems increased as a result. He was detained for driving under the influence, got into several fights in nightclubs in Las Vegas, and his behavior became more and more unpredictable. Ash's fame began to wane when Gigolos concluded in 2016. His attempts to remain relevant in the entertainment world failed, and his income decreased. He had lived a glamorous existence, complete with expensive indulgences, parties, and cars. Thanks to the money he had made during his television days, by 2020, he found himself in a challenging situation. Formerly a popular public person, he now lived in a leased flat and earned money by occasionally meeting with show enthusiasts who were prepared to pay for his presence. His life had already gotten out of hand by the time he met Herline Dulai. In pursuit of meaning, he resorted to spiritual activities, developed an interest in mysticism, and persuaded himself that he could change the course of events. However, these views turned into an obsession while under the influence of drugs that affect the mind. He was able to regain a sense of authority through his friendship with Herlene. He viewed her as someone he could influence, not just as a collaborator. His faith in his ability to influence her life gradually evolved into a strong conviction that he could influence not just her thoughts, but also her fate. His mind, already shattered by years of chemical abuse and self-delusion, finally broke on that fateful night. His life was gradually put together by investigators, and the more information that came to light, the more obvious it became. It was not a random crime. This was Ash's journey for years. In 2021, the trial got underway. He was charged with first-degree intentional harm by the prosecution, who claimed that Herlene Dulai had been brutally attacked and that the self-defense allegation was not supported by the facts. Claims of transient mental illness served as the foundation for the defense team's argument. Ash maintained that substance abuse and emotional misery were the reasons he had lost control of his behavior. His lawyers tried to claim that the events of that evening were not intentional. He insisted in his claims that he had loved Herlene and would never have done her any harm on purpose. The public's response was split. After discovering the case's specifics, many people demanded the strongest punishment imaginable and denounced the crime's savagery. Some Gigolo's fans stood with Ash, thinking he was a victim of his circumstances. Groups were established to gather money for his legal defense, and supporters sent comments on social media. Herlene's family put up a valiant fight for justice. In interviews, she was described by her parents and sisters as a clever and loving person whose life was sadly cut short by someone who betrayed her confidence. They stressed that the blame for what had been done could not be diminished by any excuse. The court's decision was delivered in December 2021. Ash Ahmed received a 20-year prison sentence after being convicted guilty of the crime against Herlene Dulai. After serving 8 years, he would be allowed to seek for parole under the legislation. The decision was met with disappointment by Herlene's family. Given the seriousness of the offense, her loved ones thought the punishment was excessively light. Nonetheless, the court's final decision was impacted by the defense's contention about his mental condition at the time of the occurrence. Ash may be eligible for early release as early as 2029, but the sentence stipulates that he will be imprisoned until 2041. It's still unclear if he will be given parole. There are still some unresolved issues in the case. What was going through Ash's head that evening? Did he have a purpose in mind, or was it just the effects of drugs? Why did he call the police after trying to hide his identity? Does he understand the full extent of his guilt? The inquiry is over. The penalty has been imposed. However, years later, the conversations are still going on. There are still differing views on this case, with some considering him a criminal and others still holding the view that he was a victim of his own troubles. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Angie Diaz was more than just a name in the headlines. She was a vibrant young woman, a devoted wife, and a daughter who brought light into every room she entered. But what began as a seemingly happy love story ended in one of the most gruesome crimes imaginable. The voice you just heard on that call, the laughter during a murder investigation, came from the very man who once vowed to love and protect her husband, the same man who would later be accused of taking her life in the most brutal way. Just 3 months before the tragedy, Angie and Jared stood hand in hand, smiling for wedding photos. They looked like any other couple starting a new chapter, filled with hope, laughter, and dreams for the future. But something went horribly wrong in the days that followed. What happened between their "I do" and the unthinkable moment Jared took everything away? The horror came to light on January 11, 2023. Until that day, everything on the surface seemed normal. Friends and coworkers described Angie as gentle, cheerful, and full of life. She was the kind of person who left a mark on everyone she met. But now, her absence left a haunting silence behind. As the community mourned, her loved ones struggled to understand how could someone so full of warmth meet such a violent end? And how could the person she trusted most be the one responsible? This is the story of a beautiful soul lost too soon, and the dark truth that tore her world apart. The nightmare had unfolded in the rural outskirts of Magnolia, Texas, a peaceful community known for magnolia trees and small-town charm, where violent crime was nearly unheard of, until now. The first medic on the scene paused, unsure whether they were walking into a suicide, an accident, or something else entirely. As he stepped inside, a realization hit. They weren't there to save a life anymore. Angie was gone, decapitated, and her head was mercilessly dumped in the bathtub. The living room floor was soaked in blood. Cigarette butts were scattered around the body. Blood-stained clothes were tossed carelessly near. This wasn't just a killing, it was rage. It was personal. It was deliberate. What happened in that house between two people who once vowed forever? And what drove Jared Dicus to commit one of the most brutal acts in recent Texas memory? In fact, if anything, people might have pointed fingers at his older brother Wayne. He had long battled meth addiction and had tangled with the law more than once, starting back in 2018 when he was only 20. Jared, on the other hand, was the responsible one, the quiet one. He played football in high school, held a steady job as an electrician, and had a reputation for looking out for his troubled brother. He'd even called the police on Wayne once for stealing copper wire, though he later expressed regret. Now, Jared had lived in the Houston area all his life. There was nothing about his background that hinted at the horror he would eventually unleash, but perhaps the cracks were there, small fractures, waiting to split wide open. Then came Angie. Their paths crossed in 2022 at Cheap's Meat Market, where Angie worked as a cashier, a chance meeting that turned into a whirlwind romance. To outsiders, it looked like fate. They moved fast, too fast, and by October of that year, they were married. Angie Diaz had her own story. Born in Nicaragua in October 2001, she was raised by a single mother who often left the children in the care of relatives while working in Costa Rica to support them. Angie was smart, driven, and deeply loyal to her family. She studied accounting at the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua at León and was known for her work ethic and maturity beyond her years. But life took a sudden turn when her aunt, the woman who had raised her like a daughter, was diagnosed with cancer. That's when her biological mother, now in the U.S., paid smugglers to bring Angie and her siblings across the Mexican border. They arrived undocumented, seeking hope in a place that promised more than what they'd left behind. Angie quickly found work at the meat market and began promoting herself online as a personal trainer. Her posts brimmed with optimism and resilience. Reminders to celebrate your own victories because no one else truly knows what it took to earn them. But not everyone shared her urgency. Her mother, cautious and protective, told her to have patience, reminding her that things would come with time. Finances were tight, but Angie didn't want to wait. She wasn't going to sit behind a cash register forever. She had dreams, and in those dreams, Jared Dicus was suddenly front and center. He came across as charming, a former football player with small-town charisma and enough edge to feel exciting. Angie was smitten. Their social media feeds became a showcase of their young love, filled with laughter, road trips, and a carefully curated intimacy for their online audience. They got married just before Angie's 21st birthday, but not everyone was convinced this was her fairy tale ending. According to one of her closest friends, Angie had previously been in a serious relationship with a man named Jose. She had been planning to marry him in the U.S., a future that never came to be. But then she grew distant with everyone else in her life. Almost around the same time she met Jared, the boy she thought would save her from the misery of a mundane life. Somewhere between letting go of that past and clinging to this new love story, Angie had rewritten her future in Jared's name. It was more of a fast-forwarded romance, so much so that Jared's family didn't even fully know who Angie really was. And maybe that speed wasn't just about love. There were whispers that immigration concerns played a part. Angie had once been in an accident, and rumors were there that it sparked fears of deportation. In Angie's mind, the timing of their wedding, just a few months into their relationship, suddenly seemed less about fairy tale endings and more about paperwork and panic. Even her friend urged her not to rush, to slow down and truly get to know Jared before binding herself to him legally and emotionally. She'd seen too many women fall into rushed, controlling relationships and suffer quietly behind closed doors. She didn't want her dearest friend to become one of them. But Angie didn't listen. Her uncle, who was a witness at her wedding, had noticed how quickly things were moving between her and Jared. Like her mother, he grew concerned. He sat her down one day and gave her the kind of advice someone gives when they've seen too much of how the world works. He told her not to make a decision out of desperation. Not for papers, not for a green card, not for legal status. And Angie insisted. She loved Jared deeply, that they were doing fine, and all of this was real. Her family was worried. They weren't convinced that the timing was right. And when they found out Angie and Jared were getting married, it felt like it had all happened too quickly. It was hard not to wonder if their fears were being ignored, or worse, if Angie was ignoring red flags she couldn't or wouldn't want to see. Because not long after the wedding, the cracks in that fresh start began to show. Maybe Angie truly believed this was her fresh start, that this love, this man, this marriage could be her new beginning, a clean break from the sacrifices and hardships of her past. But whatever happiness she clung to was built on shaky ground, because while social media told one story, a blissful young couple glowing with affection, the reality was much darker. Behind the smiles, there were cracks, patterns, red flags. People close to her urged caution, asked her to set boundaries, to make sure Jared treated her with the respect she deserved. But sometimes, when you're in the middle of something that feels like love, it's hard to see where adoration ends and obsession begins. And all too soon, Angie would find out, when it was already far too late. When Angie first introduced Jared to her circle of close friends, it was supposed to be a casual get-together, just some laughs, shared drinks, and good company. But something about it felt off, even then, though no one fully grasped it at the time. They were a tight-knit group, mostly Spanish-speaking, and Angie had always fit right in. That night, one of her friends brought some beers, thinking it would help Jared ease into the group. Instead, it seemed to make things worse. Jared didn't speak Spanish at all. As the conversations flowed in a language he couldn't understand, frustration began to flicker across his face. Angie, trying to bridge the gap, kept translating back and forth. Her friend noticed how tense she got, always looking to Jared, as if checking whether he was okay, whether he was angry. They started calling him Rojo, red for his hair. It was a light-hearted nickname among friends, but Jared didn't laugh along. He didn't smile. He sat stiffly, disconnected. And sometimes, without saying a word, he'd just leave. No goodbye, no explanation, just gone. What seemed like awkwardness at first, in hindsight, began to look a lot more like resentment. Jared wasn't just irritated that he couldn't follow the conversations. He was alienated. He felt like an outsider around Angie's people, in her world. And the way he handled that wasn't with curiosity or patience. It was with cold detachment, maybe even simmering anger. After the wedding, things got worse. Angie's friend remembered the shift, how Jared's discomfort turned into distance, how he stopped making any effort. The gatherings became fewer, the joy dimmed. Angie became quieter, and when she did show up, she never really seemed fully there. Looking back, her friend could trace the moment the light in Angie's eyes started to fade. The pressure of trying to make two worlds fit together was falling squarely on Angie's shoulders, and she was doing all she could to keep it from breaking. But sometimes the cracks are too deep to hide. As 2023 rolled in, Jared Dicus was unraveling fast. By November, his volatility had reached dangerous heights. He'd been arrested for driving while intoxicated after causing a scene at a local restaurant, shouting, acting aggressively toward the staff. When police arrived, they found him belligerent, punching windows. He was so out of control, they had to strap him into a restraint chair just to draw a blood sample. It wasn't just alcohol. The police suspected meth was coursing through his veins. By January, Jared was out on bond, but nothing about him had stabilized. Behind closed doors, Angie was growing more and more afraid. She asked Jared's mother, Lynn, directly that Jared stop sleeping in the same house as her. In the final week of her life, Jared had started asking to move back in with his parents, into the house he'd just spent money fixing up for him and Angie. Why? No one could quite understand. But it was clear he didn't want to be in that house with Angie anymore. And maybe, just maybe, Angie didn't want him there either. You know things are serious when your boss notices it too. Ruth Almendaraz had worked closely with Angie at the meat market. To her, Angie wasn't just an employee, she was like a daughter. The two shared a quiet closeness built over time. Ruth had seen her through cheerful mornings, long shifts, and bursts of laughter behind the counter, and it was at this very counter where Angie had first met Jared. But things changed after the wedding. Slowly. At first, Angie, once so warm and full of light, started retreating into herself. She grew quieter, more nervous. She wasn't as quick to smile, and she was always looking over her shoulder. Jared had started showing up at the market too often, just standing there looking for her, hovering around the counter. It made people uncomfortable. Then came Tuesday, January 10th, the day before Angie's murder. Ruth walked in around early afternoon and immediately sensed something was off. Her staff flagged her down, urging her to talk to Angie. At first, she assumed it was a work issue, maybe a customer complaint or a mistake, but they said, no, it was more serious than that. Angie didn't look well. Her eyes were distant, her energy drained. She looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying too much. Ruth pulled her aside gently, asking what had happened. That's when she noticed it. A bruise on Angie's shoulder. Not the kind you get from bumping into a door. This was something else. Another coworker, Erica, joined them in the back kitchen. Together, they sat with Angie for a few quiet minutes. That's when she opened up. She told them she was planning to leave Jared, not maybe, not one day, she was sure. And then Angie said something else. Things that went beyond just hitting. She told Ruth they had been arguing all night, which Ruth would later tell the cops. That Sunday, Angie had gone to the movies with her aunt. Just a simple outing, something completely normal for her. But Jared hadn't wanted her to go. He didn't want her seeing anyone. Didn't want her to have even a sliver of independence. When she got back home that night, it all exploded. Jared kept her up all night, refusing to let her sleep. Angie looked drained when she showed up at work the next morning, pale, hollow-eyed, like someone who had been pushed far past the edge. And then, as she tried to shower and get ready for the day, the argument escalated. And then Ruth would tell the officer that Jared had assaulted Angie while she was in the shower. It wasn't a matter of if anymore. Angie had been living in fear, and now it was written across her body. As Ruth gently pressed, Angie confessed even more. This wasn't just one fight. This wasn't a bad night. It was a pattern. And she was ready to break it. She told Ruth she had made up her mind. She told Ruth that it was time to leave. Angie didn't tell Jared she was moving out, not exactly, but she did tell him that she wasn't going to keep living that way. She wasn't going to tolerate the control, the fear, the violence. It was the first real declaration of her intent to escape. But what no one knew then was that this small act of resistance, this whisper of freedom, might have been what sealed her fate. And when Angie paused while telling the horrors she had faced, Ruth put a stop to the conversation, saving it for later. They made plans to talk again. Angie had Friday off and told Ruth she wanted to go for coffee somewhere quiet, away from the market, where she could finally say everything without people overhearing. But that coffee never happened. Tuesday was the last time Ruth saw her alive. After the murder, Ruth checked the security footage, desperate to find proof of that final conversation. The cameras had captured them talking at the register, but there was no sound, no microphone, just a silent video of a young woman, bruised and broken, sharing what she could before she ran out of time. And that silence would haunt Ruth forever. Then, on the night of January 8th, just 3 days before Angie's murder, something unsettling happened. At nearly midnight, Jared made a strange call to 91011. He was disoriented, paranoid, barely coherent. In a shaky voice, he claimed he'd taken drugs and needed help. He didn't seem sure of anything. Not where he was, not what he had taken, not why he even called. But he did ask for an ambulance. Paramedics were dispatched immediately, but just a few minutes later, Jared called again. Still confused, still mumbling about feeling unwell, unsure whether he meant what he said. It was clear something had altered his state of mind. Something strong. When the medics arrived, they transported him to the hospital, where it was confirmed Jared had been using methamphetamine. It was a devastating blow to his family. Jared's older brother had struggled with meth for years, tearing their family apart in the process, but Jared had never been that kid. He was the other son, the one who stayed away from the actions that would put his parents down, or so they thought. Jared had admitted to his parents briefly and in passing that he'd taken meth, only to deny it moments later. He flipped between admissions and deflections. One second he was crying, the next he was lying. The moments between might be uneventful for those who did not witness what happened between this couple, but it became evident on January 11 how deep trouble ran through in those days. It was a Wednesday morning, quiet, uneventful, and eerily still, but the silence was about to be shattered. Jared had returned to his home around 4 a.m. after what seemed to be a typical shift. His house, nestled in the back of his parents' property, sat dark and isolated. He slipped inside without much notice. No one saw him again for several hours. It wasn't until 12:30 p.m. that his mother, Lynn, caught sight of him again. He came back into their house, but something was off. He seemed nervous, unfocused. And then she heard it. A phone ringing. Not his usual ringtone. Not even his usual phone. It was a device she didn't recognize. Curious and concerned, Lynn questioned him about the unfamiliar phone. Jared casually claimed to have multiple phones, but the story didn't sit right. Something about the device, the look, the feel, it wasn't his. And when he finally pulled it from his pocket, the screen was in Spanish. That's when Lynn's heart dropped. She knew immediately this was Angie's phone. Angie, who never left her phone behind. Angie, who had been growing increasingly distant and afraid, who just days earlier had been bruised and exhausted from yet another sleepless, violent night. Lynn didn't wait. She bolted out of the house with her husband, Rodney, heading straight toward Jared and Angie's home. Deep down, she already feared the worst. There was only one entrance, the front door. As they pushed it open, a wave of darkness met them. At first, they couldn't see anything. But with a single step inside, Rodney froze. What he saw would haunt him in his sleep forever. He turned to his wife and told her not to come in, but it was too late. Lynn stepped inside and saw the horror for herself. Angie's lifeless body lay inside. Her young face, once vibrant, was now still, brutally silenced. Panic set in. Lynn fumbled with her phone, unable to think, unable to act. Rodney grabbed it from her and made the call, not just to report a death, but to report their own son, the boy they'd raised, the man who had once promised to protect Angie, now suspected of ending her life. Lynn would then brief the officer about her son's issues. The police were called, and when they arrived, there was no question who they would arrest. Jared had been the last person with her. He was in possession of her phone. He had a documented history of violent outbursts and drug use, and Angie had told those closest to her that she didn't feel safe anymore. This, according to investigators, was the final tragic act in a toxic, unraveling relationship. A young woman who wanted out, and a man who couldn't bear to lose control. Jared was taken into custody, but that was only the beginning. The interrogation tapes would reveal even more unsettling truths about what really happened between Jared and Angie. Because when police sat Jared down and started asking questions, a new, disturbing narrative began to take shape. At first, Jared dissociated himself from the situation. Then he cracked under pressure, telling the officers that he had used the same knife against his wife that she took out for her self-defense against him. In the months that followed Angie's death, the case against Jared Dykus moved swiftly. The evidence was overwhelming. His erratic behavior, the bruises Engi had tried to explain away, the phone in his pocket that wasn't his, and most damning of all, the scene inside their home. Prosecutors argued that this was no sudden outburst. It was the tragic culmination of months of escalating violence, fueled by substance abuse, control, and a refusal to let Engi leave. Jared's defense tried to shift the narrative, claiming he'd only used meth once, that he was confused, overwhelmed, not in his right mind. But the jury didn't buy it. On July 31, the trial came to a close. Jared Dykus was sentenced to 40 years in prison, 4 decades behind bars, for the brutal murder of Engi. For Engi's family and friends, the sentencing brought some sense of justice, but no sentence, no number of years could ever bring her back. The young woman who dreamed of freedom, who was trying to find the courage to start over, had her life stolen before she ever got the chance. How many more women have to die after asking for help before someone listens in time? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most dramatic crimes in recent history occurred in Samara in 2025, when a startling and unsettling crime rocked the city. A prominent political person, a former mayor, and his spouse inexplicably disappeared. People who were close to them became very concerned when they vanished, which led to a thorough search. Investigators soon discovered, however, that their own granddaughter was the main suspect. She was seen touching a suspicious barrel on security cameras. Chemical traces were discovered in the flat, and the victim's money started to show up in suspicious transactions. All the signs pointed to a well-planned performance. But what? Financial difficulties, growing debt, or something far more sinister could have pushed her to this point? Was she truly acting alone? And why has she not spoken since being arrested? Situated strategically along the Volga River in Russia, Samara is a city rich in history. It is a significant industrial center where politics, business, and exclusive elite circles are closely entwined. A special equilibrium between the power of the government, large corporations, and underground networks emerged in the 1990s. The local elite's wealth was frequently derived from oil profits, secret transactions, and behind-the-scenes political scheming, and they had influence much beyond the area. Viktor Tarkov was a major member of Samara's aristocracy. Everyone knew his name, from powerful criminal types to government officials. He was more than just the city's leader. A large portion of its economy was under his control. Tarkov, who was born in Kubyshev, rose through the ranks from chemical engineer during the Soviet era to prosperous businessman, high-ranking official, and finally Samara's mayor. His influence grew as a result of this role, but he also made strong opponents. In addition to being rich, the Tarkov family was a dynasty used to luxury and power. Viktor Tarkov possessed a fleet of luxury vehicles, large land holdings, and upscale real estate, and his family benefited from all the perks that accompanied his position. However, there were significant problems hiding under the prosperity's surface. Viktor's granddaughter, Ekaterina Tarkov, was born in Samara in 1995 and grew up in a society where having money and power was just accepted. From an early age, Ludmila was lured to dubious circles since her father, Sergei Loganov, was referred to in some quarters as Lord. Her mother, Ludmila Tarkov, was brought up as the heir to a wealthy family. Even though her father gave her the best education and a wealth of chances, she opted for a luxurious and carefree lifestyle. She was firmly enmeshed in the underground world by the 1990s, surrounded by people from organized networks with whom she was quite comfortable. Konstantin Cherbuk, her first husband, was killed in 2001 after having connections to a notorious Samara criminal organization. Following his death, Ludmila started dating Sergei Loganov, who was not only associated with clandestine activities, but also a major figure in massive oil fraud schemes that generated millions of dollars. He was imprisoned in 2010 after being apprehended for allegedly planning an attack on a federal agent. However, Ludmila stayed close to his course. She participated in fraudulent operations, formed close relationships with organized groups, and ultimately faced legal repercussions. Lyudmila Tarkov was at the focus of a well-reported judicial case by the summer of 2021. She threatened to make false personal information public and attempted to extort a sizable quantity of money from Alexander Malev, a deputy in the regional parliament. But her scheme fell apart in an instant. Malev called police enforcement right away. The arrest of Tarkov occurred in December 2022. She was sentenced to 7 years in a general regime penitentiary facility when the court found her guilty shortly after. Katerina Tarkov, on the other hand, experienced total independence and no supervision during her adolescent years. She never experienced financial hardship and had no appreciation for the actual worth of money because she was the granddaughter of a prominent political figure. She was never subjected to rigorous regulations, pressure to perform well in school, or spending limits like her peers were. A sense of entitlement was fostered by this lack of boundaries, and it only got stronger with time. Ekaterina adopted a life of luxury from an early age. High-end fashion labels, invitation-only events, and relationships with powerful individuals drew her in. Tarkov soon found herself encircled by the city's elite youth, the sons and daughters of wealthy families for whom extravagant entertainment was a way of life, as Samara's nightlife scene flourished during those years. Alcohol and illegal drugs were ubiquitous in this setting. Ekaterina was never worried about the future. Everything she needed was supplied by her grandfather, and her mother never got involved in her life since she was too busy committing crimes of her own. When Ekaterina started using illegal drugs heavily, and her behavior started to change, that's when the real issues started. Her need increased over time, and she found it more and more challenging to operate without consistent access. Her social circle also shifted. She found herself surrounded by people who would give her anything in return for cash, favors, or power. Her grandfather provided her with substantial financial support, but her spending habits became unmanageable. She met an Israeli citizen in Cyprus in 2016, when her reputation in Samara was already far from perfect. They quickly get married as their relationship blossomed. Ekaterina became Belskaya by adopting her husband's last name. They have a kid in 2017. Family life, though, did not alter her way of living. She struggled to control her emotions, drank a lot, and kept causing scandals. After 2 years, her spouse filed for divorce because he could no longer stand it any longer. Ekaterina left her baby in the custody of his grandparents and went back to Samara after the separation. Her family once again gave her their whole support. In spite of her actions, her grandfather, Viktor Tarkov, kept giving her money, but even it was insufficient for her. Ekaterina spent enormous sums of money on illegal drugs and pleasure, but when her income started to decline, she started to run into financial problems for the first time. By 2020, she was in a dire predicament. She made an effort to undergo therapy, but she quickly relapsed and resumed her old way of life. She started acting even more strangely. Her costly habits persisted, but she was no longer able to afford them. She began selling everything she owned out of desperation, including phones, jewelry, fancy handbags, and even religious icons that her grandparents had given her. She had no interest in family treasures at the time. Money was her top concern. Ekaterina gradually started taking out loans from friends, but people soon stopped believing in her. Her debts increased, and her creditors' demands for repayment got more tenacious. She had reached a dead end. She didn't want a job and didn't have any lawful income. Viktor Tarkov began reducing his granddaughter's financial assistance to Ekaterina after he saw that she had no plans to change. This was not an effort to assist. It was a betrayal. As far as she was concerned, he had to keep supporting her. Arguments became openly hostile, and family tensions increased. Ekaterina publicly blamed her grandparents for all of her issues and no longer concealed her disdain. Her rage only became stronger with time. She eventually came to the terrifying conclusion that eliminating the individuals preventing her from receiving her inheritance was the only way to permanently resolve her financial issues. Ekaterina's financial condition had significantly worsened by 2023. She had borrowed money from a number of places, including friends, high-interest lending firms, and people who weren't known for being patient when it came to return, and her debts were growing. She assured a number of lenders that she would pay off her obligations quickly, But in practice, she was unable to do so. The calls and threats intensified, and the pressure from creditors increased. Ekaterina started trying to sell her family's possessions at this point. She began searching for purchasers for her relatives' expensive belongings, since she was in dire need of money. Her attention turned to jewelry, old religious artifacts, and even her grandmother's automobile. The investigation found that she was able to sell some of these products. However, even that was insufficient. At that point, Ekaterina started thinking about selling properties that were registered in Viktor Tarkov's name. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was a wise and cautious guy who kept tight control over his possessions and would never let her handle it without his consent. She understood that she would never have complete access to his fortune as long as he was living. Viktor and Natalia Tarkov abruptly stopped returning calls at the beginning of January 2025. Their phones were off when friends, family, and business acquaintances tried to contact them. Concerns were immediately raised when they vanished. These individuals, particularly Viktor Tarkov, who maintained constant communication with former co-workers and business associates, were not the kind to abruptly go. Those close to him became very concerned when he did not reply to birthday greetings on January 3, 2025. Tarkov's former deputy was the first to sound the alarm. When he tried to phone Viktor several times without success, he got the odd message, "All questions to Katya." This appeared very suspicious. Although Tarkov was renowned for using correct grammar and punctuation, this message's writing style was entirely different. Efforts to contact the couple persisted without success. Tarkov's assistant was so alarmed that she eventually reported a missing individual to the police. The police quickly began an investigation once the report was lodged. First, detectives examined the Tarkovs' home, looked over their most recent financial records, and examined security footage. Unsettling information soon surfaced that pointed to Ekaterina Tarkov's peculiar actions. After police looked into her financial activities in the days before her relatives vanished, suspicions grew. After making dubious purchases, she made an effort to hide any signs that they were in the residence. An eerie scene greeted the investigative team when they got to the Tarkovs' house. The inhabitants were strangely clean, but there were no overt indications of a conflict. Chemicals that are frequently used to destroy biological evidence were found by forensic experts. Forensic experts employed cutting-edge equipment to find concealed traces that were invisible to the human eye. During a comprehensive examination of the apartment, they found biological residue in the kitchen and bathroom, which was later determined to include blood through laboratory investigation. The traces were determined by DNA testing to be those of Viktor and Natalia Tarkov. Investigators concluded that there was no considerable blood loss as the cause of death based on the minimal amount of blood found. Ekaterina's purchases in the weeks preceding the disappearance of her relatives also caught the attention of investigators. Transaction records show that she had ordered protective jackets, heavy-duty bags, chemicals, and plastic containers. Due of their unclear domestic aim, these transactions struck out as suspicious when made online. Furthermore, these significant expenditures were out of line with her typical spending patterns, and her financial status at the time was precarious. A closer look at her recent behavior showed that Ekaterina had also been quickly selling off her grandparents' possessions. She quickly advertised a number of important items for sale, including as jewelry, a Toyota RAV4 that had belonged to Natalia Tarkov, and antique religious symbols. Investigators were alarmed by the speedy sale of such costly goods because there was no proof that the property's legitimate owners had voluntarily given her control of it. Law enforcement also acquired comprehensive call and message logs of Viktor and Natalia throughout this period. Even after their alleged disappearance, analysis revealed that their cell phones were still operational. Friends and family received reference messages from their numbers stating that the pair had left town. Investigators suspected that someone else had been using their devices after a linguistic analysis of these texts showed inconsistent wording and phrasing. Ekaterina's use of her grandfather's phone to access his online bank account was another cause for concern. Despite not having complete access to the money, investigators found that there had been several attempts to conduct financial transactions from Viktor Tarkov's accounts following his disappearance. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the fact that she attempted to utilize his money while his location was unclear. Following the collection of sufficient evidence, authorities took action to place Ekaterina Tarkov under arrest. Her grandfather's flat, where she had remained even after his disappearance, served as the site of the operation. Ekaterina was remarkably composed during her arrest. She didn't object, protest, or even inquire as to why she was being held. Unlike someone suspected of a severe crime, there were no outward indicators of distress or concern. She was brought to the police station and questioned. Ekaterina declined to testify during the first round of interrogation, saying she was feeling ill. Investigators kept working and showed her the material they had collected. However, she started altering her version of events rather than providing precise reasons. Her claims were in conflict with one another, and her logic was not convincing. More evidence was found as the inquiry went on, which helped put together a potential time frame of the crime. Investigators examined witness accounts, CCTV footage, and digital footprints on her computer and phone. These discoveries helped to clarify the events that had taken place. Complete denial of involvement was Ekaterina's main line of defense. She asserted that she had sold her relatives' possessions at their request and maintained that she had no knowledge of their location. But there was another picture that emerged from the facts. As they worked to piece together the events, investigators found more evidence that implicated her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Pretending to be in love can be done for a variety of reasons, but it usually occurs when someone has a specific objective in mind, such as gaining money, wanting closeness, or trying to influence events to their advantage. However, everything seems very real to the person on the other side of the deceit, and the more this emotional game is played, the more unexpected the result can be. Nobody could have predicted that an apparently innocent romance between college students would take such a fatal turn. Yet the case of Brenda Michele Gordillo shocked Argentina with its unfathomable cruelty. On May 16, 1995, Brenda Michele Gordillo was born in the Catamarca province of Argentina. Raised with her two elder brothers, Federico and Ivan, she was the only daughter and youngest of three siblings in a middle-class household. They took care of her and protected her at all times. Additionally, she was especially close to her mother, Florencia. Brenda was an intelligent student who was organized, responsible, and tenacious. She got along with others, avoided confrontations, and settled arguments amicably. She flourished in social situations. Her early decision to seek a career in psychology to assist people was not surprising, as she had a natural aptitude to mediate conflicts. Brenda enjoyed being on stage, participated in school theater performances, and was active in dance and gymnastics. People were drawn to her since she had a wide circle of acquaintances, and they frequently sought her guidance and valued her viewpoint. She was admitted to a prominent university in the capital after high school, where she studied psychology with an emphasis on conflict resolution and negotiation. Professors predicted that she would have a bright future, and she soon rose to the top of her program. Prior to a sad incident that occurred during her second to last year of college, Brenda had intended to remain in the capital and pursue a profession there. Her brother called her one evening with the heartbreaking news that their father had died unexpectedly after a heart attack. Their mother, who was now left alone at the family home, was particularly shocked by the loss, but the whole family was as well. Brenda's brothers had already gotten married and moved out before then. Following her studies, Brenda went back to her homeland of Catamarca to be with her mother while she was still in Buenos Aires getting her degree. In addition to finding employment, she made the decision to continue her education by enrolling in a nearby university's law school. She once again became fully involved in school life and met new acquaintances, including a young man named Naim Vera. On June 11, 1999, Naim Vera was born in Catamarca, and he was the youngest of two sons in a wealthy and well-known family of renowned physicians. His mother was a pediatrician with a private practice, and his father was a renowned cardiac surgeon. Growing up, Naim was surrounded by his elder brother Jaime, who was the total antithesis of him. The best opportunities were given to them by their parents. However, Naeem was different from a young age. Whereas Jaime was driven and aspired to become a doctor like them. He was attractive and naturally charming, but he was also sluggish, entitled, and self-centered. He was well-liked because he constantly wore stylish, high-end clothing and exuded confidence. He knew how to make an impact, and the girls at school were smitten. Naeem started dabbling with illegal substances in his later school years, which frequently got him into problems. But because of his family's influence, he never really suffered any repercussions. With multiple instances connected to bullying, physical altercations, and aggressive behavior, he gained a reputation for being conceited and hostile. His disposition frequently eclipsed everything else, even though he had a fortunate background. After graduating from high school in 2018, Naeem made the decision to change his ways and break his bad habits and careless choices. After receiving therapy for his substance abuse problems, he was eventually admitted to law school. He met Brenda there, and he fell in love with her right away. Brenda was likewise immediately drawn to the assertive and self-assured young man. When they first met, he had just turned 19 and she was 23. She appreciated his attentiveness, despite the obvious age difference. They talked for hours at a pub on their first date together, and later that evening they visited Naeem's parents' apartment, which he had the key to. They developed an intimate relationship that evening and started going out on a regular basis after that. Brenda felt genuinely in love for the first time in her life, and everyone could see it. The shift was noted by relatives and friends. She appeared to be happier than before. But in reality, none of them had ever met the man who had captured her heart. Brenda casually mentioned that Naeem was her future fiancé, but she only showed her mother and brother photos of him from social media, despite the fact that she talked about him frequently. As time went by, it became evident that Naeem had no plans to introduce Brenda to his friends or family. They never made public appearances together as a couple, and their connection was limited to the same apartment. Brenda told herself that he just needed more time, even though it seemed odd. She secretly feared that Naeem's hesitation stemmed from their age gap. Even though Naeem was getting farther away from Brenda over the course of the months-long secret meetings, Brenda stayed devoted to the connection. She clung to the belief that their relationship was still solid and refused to accept the change in his behavior. Brenda got a call one day from an unknown number. The man on the other line warned her and identified himself as Naeem's cousin. He warned her to exercise caution. According to him, Naeem has a violent background and would have already faced harsh judicial repercussions for his prior deeds if it weren't for his powerful parents. Brenda refused to heed to the caller's advice to break up with him before it was too late. In the middle of February 2019, Brenda found out she was expecting. Although she was completely taken aback by the news, she felt very thrilled, despite her first disbelief. She thought that Naeem would be compelled to take things more seriously and commit to her at last, and that this would be the pivotal moment in their relationship. Brenda broke the news at their next meeting. Naeem was stunned at first, but then his expression changed dramatically. He became enraged and insisted that he was not prepared to be a parent and that he had no immediate plans to have a child. With the promise of paying for everything, he coerced Brenda into ending the pregnancy. Brenda flatly refused. She clarified that she had health issues and that it was truly miraculous that she was pregnant. As their disagreement got more heated, Naeem advised Brenda that it would be best if they broke up permanently. They stopped dating for a period, but they kept messaging one another on social media. During this period, Brenda confessed in a close friend that she still wanted to see him again and that she missed him deeply. She went so far as to claim that she had never loved someone as much as she did him. Finally, at the end of February, Naeem gave her a call. He recommended that they have a calm conversation in person. Brenda was ecstatic, certain that he had reconsidered. Her best friend, with whom she had shared the news, assured her that everything would be fine. On the evening of February 28, 2019, the meeting was scheduled. Brenda had received an invitation to a classmate's birthday celebration that evening. She went to Naeem's flat after the celebration and didn't leave again. Brenda did not attend her university courses the following day, Friday, March 1, which was very rare for her. No one could get in touch with her, and she had never missed a lecture without a good reason. Nobody was aware of her location. Brenda's daughter had informed her mother that she would not be returning home that evening, and her mother was aware of the birthday celebration. She did not, however, say if she would remain with her partner or a buddy. At first, her mother wasn't concerned because she had intended to go directly to class in the morning. Brenda didn't know something was amiss until the university called later that afternoon to inquire about her location. Family and friends began looking for her right away. She wouldn't simply vanish without telling anyone. Everyone knew. Nevertheless, there was hope now. Maybe she had just been with Naeem and had forgotten the time. However, while her loved ones were desperately phoning for any information, something else happened that completely altered the situation. In a moment, whatever last hope was gone. Brenda had left. Naeem Vera, his father, and 2 lawyers entered the Catamarca police station early on the morning of March 1, 2019. "I wanted to confess and tell the authorities about a tragic event that had happened the night before," the young man said. After being led to an interrogation room, he quietly gave his account of what had happened. Despite his obviously troubled appearance, he spoke confidently and remained composed. Naeem asserted that he had planned to have a sexual encounter with a female acquaintance at his flat that night. He claimed that they had previously spent time together in this manner, devoid of obligations or demands, but this one night they got into a fight, and he asked her to leave right away. A staircase connected the apartment's 2 levels. Naeem claimed that during the intense argument, Brenda retreated a step, stumbled, and fell down the steps. He maintained that it was too late when he attempted to apprehend her. She was not responding when he got to her. There was nothing he could do to help. The fall had caused Brenda to sustain a catastrophic neck injury. Naeem became terrified when he learned he was responsible for the incident. He decided to get rid of the evidence out of desperation and fear. There was nothing else he could do but try to eliminate the remains. He retrieved lighter fluid from a cabinet, poured it over Brenda, and sparked a match using a big outside grill on the terrace. The fire started right away, but the heavy smoke became unbearable as the flames rose too high. He became aware that things were getting out of hand at that very moment. Surprised to see someone grilling meat in the middle of the night, a man from a nearby flat peeked out, but as Naeem caught sight of him, he waved and smiled with a welcoming attitude. This neighbor later testified in court that Naeem seemed quite calm, if not content, and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He didn't consider calling the police. Naeem quickly came to the conclusion that his scheme was failing and that a grill was not a crematorium. He dragged the remains back inside, knowing he would never be able to get rid of them entirely. He cut off the lower and top parts of the corpse with a big knife. Then, still not knowing how to get rid of them, he put everything in boxes, put it in garbage bags, and put everything in his car. In a moment, he decided to drive without direction. He threw out the bottom half in whatever dumpster he happened to pass. Regarding the top part, he left the city and pulled over close to a little gully a short distance off the road. The corpses were thrown into the ditch and covered with rubbish, branches, and mud. A passing patrol unit almost nabbed him as he was making his way back to his car. To find out why his car was parked on the side of the road, officers pulled over. Naeem thought quickly and made up a narrative. He said he simply got a call from his girlfriend and stopped to chat. He was taken seriously by the officers, who departed without asking any further questions. Naeem tried to clean up the mess after he got back to his flat, but he soon realized it was too much for him to do by himself. He made the decision to give his cousin a call. He acknowledged everything. His cousin initially believed that Naeem was hallucinating or under the effect of illegal drugs, but after reconsidering, he called Naeem's father. From then on, Naeem had no control over the situation. In an attempt to lessen his punishment, his father coerced his son into turning himself in after speaking with lawyers. Naeem revealed the places where he had disposed of the bones during his confession. Even if he had attempted to alter his tale, the evidence was indisputable. Surveillance film from a nearby building also showed him throwing bags into a garbage, with his car in the background. The second box was soon found in the ravine by investigators, and forensic specialists were dispatched right away to inspect the remains. But the truth they discovered was startling and totally at odds with Naeem's account of what happened. There were no injuries that would have been expected from a fall down the steps, even though the body had been badly charred and later mutilated. The victim's neck was completely intact, and there were no major bruises or broken bones. Rather, a much more unsettling cause of death was discovered during the autopsy. Brenda had suffered a forceful, not accidental, crushing of the cartilage in her throat. Bare hands had been used to apply the pressure. Mechanical asphyxia was listed as the official cause of death. Brenda had fought back frantically, as evidenced by the new scratches that were apparent on Naeem's hands. Fabric threads discovered in Brenda's mouth by forensic specialists were eventually determined to be from her own scarf. This implied that something had been pushed into her lips to silence her before she was strangled. The facts presented a sobering image. This was a purposeful act of cruelty rather than an accident. Brenda's purported pregnancy came to light as soon as her friends and relatives were informed of the tragedy. When detectives questioned Naeem about it, he decided not to bring it up. He acknowledged that Brenda had been manipulating him with the pregnancy for weeks. Naeem claims that their relationship was never romantic and was just ever physical. He asserted that no talk of a future together, much less a family, had ever taken place. He offered to pay for the pregnancy termination as soon as Brenda told him she was expecting, but she declined. Heatful fights had resulted from this dispute, and on the night of the event, Brenda allegedly requested that Naeem marry her in addition to insisting on keeping the baby. He claimed that this infuriated him, and he killed her as a result. But there was a serious problem with his story. Brenda had not been pregnant, according to an autopsy. It was a meaningless threat if she had been using this as pressure against Naeem. However, after more investigation, researchers discovered an unexpected fact. Brenda was unable to conceive due to a medical problem she had been diagnosed with. Since she was a teenager, she had been aware of this. Why, then, had she told Naeem that? Later, when being questioned, Virginia, one of Brenda's closest friends, offered insight. Brenda had honestly thought she was pregnant, she explained. She had experienced symptoms, missed her period, and was ecstatic that the physicians had misdiagnosed her illness. Rather than responding with enthusiasm or encouragement, Naeem disregarded her and severed their relationship as soon as she told him the news. Only 2 of Brenda's closest friends were informed of her pregnancy. She never told her mother about it and never had the opportunity to consult a doctor to confirm it. Virginia claims that Brenda had no desire to mislead or control Naeem. She had begun to envision a future with him and had genuinely thought she was going to become a mother. The day Naeem turned himself in and provided his version of events, he was taken into custody, but he maintained that the incident was an accident. He said that because he had been in shock, he had not asked for assistance and instead had decided to kill Brenda in such a cruel way. Most significantly, he persisted in claiming that their relationship had never been genuine and had only ever been a casual arrangement devoid of any obligations. Crimes committed in the course of a love or domestic relationship are categorized as aggravated offenses under Argentine law. This is due to the fact that the victim is thought to be in a vulnerable situation. They may have a weakened sense of self-preservation, trust their spouse, and do not see them as a threat. Naeem would face a harsh punishment, possibly life in prison, should the court find that he and Brenda were romantically involved. However, his sentence may be lowered to no more than 15 years if he could persuade the judges that their meetings were entirely informal and devoid of any emotional connections. This was the main defense put forth by Naeem and his father's legal team. They made a concerted effort to demonstrate that he and Brenda were not actually related. They made it clear that the two had never been spotted together in public, had never exchanged pictures, and had never identified themselves to their friends or family. Brenda's loved ones, however, presented a quite different image. She was genuinely in love with Naeem, according to her friends and family, and they firmly believed that their sentiments were reciprocated. She assumed he simply needed more time, so she never pressed for a formal introduction to his parents, so as not to put any pressure on him. Naeem had never taken Brenda seriously, according to a later admission from one of Naeem's classmates. He had been dragging her along, giving her false hope, but he really liked to spend time with her. He reportedly panicked and became anxious to find a way out when she told him about the pregnancy. The classmate claims that Naeem once threatened to commit suicide or to not have the baby. Nobody paid any attention to what he said at the time. However, Naeem allegedly asked his cousin if he knew of someone who would be prepared to solve a problem for money barely a week before to the murder. Assuming Naeem was simply ranting, his cousin brushed it off as bullshit. He didn't grasp how bad the issue was until that fateful night when Naeem called and asked for his assistance in covering up the crime. Following the incident, Brenda's loved ones received public condolences from Naeem's family, who said that the tragedy had also ruined their life. His legal team, however, persisted in fighting for his defense and trying to downplay his accountability. They attempted to portray Brenda as someone who had been coercing and controlling Naeem, saying she had fabricated the pregnancy in order to compel him to get married. They argued that she had hidden agendas and viewed him as a promising and affluent husband. Naeem himself made an effort to argue that he had acted out of acute distress, but this argument was soon disproved. He described in detail how he disposed of Brenda's remains during his initial interrogation, which was unusual for someone who was allegedly in shock. Furthermore, his neighbor's evidence was incriminating. The witness remembered seeing Naeem grilling that evening on the deck and commented on how calm he seemed. He even waved amiably at the neighbor, as though nothing unusual was taking place. The psychological evaluation concluded that the offender was legally liable since he was fully conscious of his acts at the time of the crime, but experts also found that Naeem had bipolar affective illness, borderline personality disorder, and psychopathic tendencies. None of these conclusions lessened his legal responsibility. Naeem might have been able to avoid complete responsibility thanks to the Vera family's wealth and powerful connections. In the hopes that public interest would eventually wane, his legal team purposefully postponed the trial. Brenda's family was concerned that Naeem might be given a light sentence or worse, avoid punishment entirely. Florencia, Brenda's mother, chose to act independently since she could not accept this option. She coordinated a number of marches and demonstrations, calling for the offender to face consequences. In an effort to prevent the case from being ignored, feminist activists also joined the fight. In May 2021, the trial finally got underway, and the media covered it extensively. Determining the nature of Naeem and Brenda's connection was an essential part of the proceedings. Due to his youth, his defense lawyers contended that he had not been prepared for a meaningful commitment and that his relationship with Brenda was only a passing fancy. Naeem might have gotten a light sentence if they had been successful in persuading the judge. Additionally, he could have been eligible for parole within 5 to 7 years if they could prove that the crime was not premeditated. The defendant stayed aloof and unresponsive during the trial. He didn't express regret for what he had done. Nevertheless, he formally apologized to Brenda's family as advised by his lawyer, but it sounded fake, almost mocking. Naeem was convicted of aggravated homicide and attempting to conceal the crime on May 14, 2021. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. He was also compelled to pay moral damages of 3 million pesos to Brenda's family. The defendant listened to the verdict with a neutral expression, as though it didn't affect him, and declined to give a closing statement. However, his lawyers declared their plan to appeal as soon as the sentencing was revealed. The press started exposing previous occurrences that Naeem's parents had been able to conceal as the defense team got ready to contest the decision, looking for fresh witnesses and proof of his innocence. Naeem was accused of aggressive behavior and harassment by 2 former students. Both ladies acknowledged that Naeem posed a serious threat and consented to testify in court. He had never been used to rejection, they explained. He had always attracted girls. He started stalking, threatening, and trying to degrade her in every manner after one of his classmates turned down his approaches. Naeem tried to push himself on another young woman, forcing her to change schools. He responded to her resistance by posting defamatory rumors and intimate images of her online. Both controversies had been covered up by his father's legal staff. The fresh testimony was taken into consideration when the court retried Brenda Gordillo's case in March 2022. The original sentence was upheld by the court. Naeem was given a life sentence without the chance of release for a minimum of 51 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.